Chapter 12:01. From Sam's perspective, the rejuvenating pill that Charlie had given to Jasmine seemed like nothing more than an ordinary pill. Even if it were the acetum bezoardicum pill, known for its high price in the realm of Chinese medicine, the most premium version would likely be valued at just a few $100,000. So what if Charlie's so-called rejuvenating pill was indeed the acetum bezoardicum pill? There was still a significant disparity between it and his ruby necklace, which was appraised at nearly $120 million. With that in mind, Sam felt a surge of confidence, believing he had already bested Charlie. After making his arrogant remark, Sam anticipated receiving praise from those around him. To his surprise, however, everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. It wasn't entirely his fault. He was the only attendee at the birthday celebration unaware of the true value of the rejuvenating pill. Although those present thought Sam was being idiotic, he was still the esteemed third young master of the Kilgore family, so no one dared to openly challenge him. Yet, Sam could clearly see the contempt in their eyes. He began to wonder what was happening. Was the rejuvenating pill truly that precious? That seemed impossible. How much could it actually be worth? At that moment, Charlie turned to Sam with a smile and asked, "Master Kilgore, how much do you think my rejuvenating pill is worth?" Sam scoffed, responding dismissively, "In my opinion, it's probably worth at most $100,000. Charlie smiled and suggested, "If that's the case, why don't we organize a small impromptu auction right here today?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "An auction? What do you mean?" Charlie elaborated, "I propose we auction both the ruby necklace and the rejuvenating pill and see which one fetches a higher final price. What do you think?" Sam sneered, "Are you serious? I bought the ruby necklace specifically as a birthday gift for Miss Jasmine. There's no way I'd just sell it." Charlie replied, "Well, if I take your word that your ruby necklace is genuinely worth $20 million, then according to our bet, I win if my rejuvenating pill sells for more." Sam laughed mockingly. "You, with the last name Wade. Are you really going to auction off your rejuvenating pill here? Do you honestly believe your bullshit pill can sell for more than $20 million? He then jeered, "Besides, you're a real piece of work. Even if your rejuvenating pill is worthless, it's still a birthday gift for Miss Jasmine. How could you auction off a gift? That's downright shameless." At this moment, Jasmine felt a wave of anxiety and instinctively exclaimed, "Sam! You can't speak to Master Wade like that." The entire banquet hall fell silent, as everyone was stunned by Jasmine's sudden defense of Charlie. Sam's expression turned to one of confusion and hurt. What was wrong with Jasmine? Charlie had given her a seemingly worthless gift, yet she was standing up for him. He had given her an extravagant ruby necklace, and she didn't even seem grateful. Little did Sam know how deeply grateful Jasmine felt toward Charlie in that moment. Chapter 12:02. When Jasmine saw Charlie being mocked by Sam, she felt compelled to step in and defend him. Meanwhile, Charlie maintained a calm smile as he pulled another rejuvenating pill from his pocket. With a chuckle, he declared, "Look. I have plenty of these. There's no way I would take back the pill I gifted to Miss Jasmine. The one I'm auctioning off is this one." With that, Charlie addressed the crowd, saying, "I trust everyone here knows the value of the rejuvenating pill, so I won't waste time introducing it. Let's begin." The guests were shocked that Charlie would actually auction the pill. It was a miraculous remedy, utterly unattainable elsewhere. Charlie had never agreed to sell it before, making it priceless. All the attendees were wealthy, and who wouldn't want to buy a rejuvenating pill to reclaim their youth? Eagerly, they began strategizing on how to secure it, even at a high cost. Turning to Sam, Charlie smiled and said, "Master Kilgore, given the exchange rate of Chinese dollars to US dollars is about 7 to 1, your ruby necklace is valued at $140 million, correct?" Sam, brimming with arrogance, replied, "Looks like you can do math. Yes, it's worth $140 million. I bet you've never seen that much money. Are you scared now?" Charlie simply smiled. "Fear has never been a part of my life." He then addressed the crowd again. "Let me clarify the rules. Since Master Kilgore believes my pill isn't worth more than his necklace, I'll set the starting price at $150 million. What? Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. Wade! Are you out of your fucking mind? You really think you can sell this ridiculous thing for $150 million? Do you take us for idiots? Before he could finish, Lord Moore raised his hand and declared, Master Wade, I offer $150 million. Sam was stunned. Staring coldly at Lord Moore, he said, Grandpa Moore, are you really siding with this Wade asshole? I came here to work with the Moore family. If you don't appreciate my sincerity, don't expect me to hold back. Lord Moore was embarrassed. His offer wasn't to defend Charlie, he genuinely wanted the pill. He had experienced its effects and would pay far more, even $1.5 billion, for it. He could easily buy 10 at once. If one pill cost $1.5 billion, 10 would be $15 billion. For the Moore family, spending that to grant Lord Moore decades more life was a worthwhile investment. However, hearing Sam's threat, Lord Moore hesitated. He didn't want to make an enemy of the Kilgore family. Seeing this, Charlie smiled. Lord Moore, to keep the auction fair, I suggest you refrain. This is for those outside the Moore family, so Master Kilgore doesn't think you're playing favorites. Reluctantly, Lord Moore replied, Since Master Wade insists, I will withdraw. Sam's expression softened slightly, reassured the Moore family knew their place. He thought aside from them, no one would bid so high. Just as he relaxed, Travis, the wealthiest man in Lancaster, raised his hand excitedly. Master Wade, with Lord Moore stepping back, I bid $150 million. Chapter 1203. At first, Sam was confident he would emerge victorious. He firmly believed nobody would be willing to purchase the so-called rejuvenating pill for a staggering $150 million. However, he quickly realized how mistaken he was when Travis Lane unexpectedly stepped up. Turning to Travis, Sam's face reflected his disbelief as he asked, Mr. Lane, what the hell do you mean? Travis understood Sam came from a distinguished family, but the allure of the rejuvenating pill was too strong to resist, even if it meant offending the Kilgore family. Who could overlook the incredible opportunity to feel 20 years younger? Not even divine intervention could deter Travis from pursuing the pill. He certainly wouldn't let someone like Sam Kilgore stand in his way. With a serious expression, he replied, I'm sorry, Master Kilgore. I have long desired Master Wade's miraculous rejuvenating pill. Now that it's within my reach, I cannot let it slip away. Please forgive me if I cause any offense. Sam's face contorted into a scornful grimace as the reality sank in. He had already lost to Charlie due to Travis's bid. Losing to Charlie in front of a crowd not only brought him shame but also meant he would have to swallow the ruby necklace. Just as frustration boiled within him, thinking Travis had intentionally opposed him, a voice from the adjacent table exclaimed, I offer $151 million. Someone had actually bid $1 million more. It was evident the auction was heating up. Charlie chuckled and said, Sir, I neglected to mention the starting price is $150 million, and the minimum increment is $10 million. We don't do petty $1 million increases, that's bullshit. The man quickly acknowledged, Oh, my apologies, Master Wade. In that case, I'll offer $160 million. What the fuck? Sam exclaimed in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The starting price for this so-called miracle pill was $150 million, and someone had not only accepted that but raised the stakes even higher. What were they thinking? Before Sam could gather his thoughts, another bidder at a different table jumped in eagerly, I offer $170 million. Sam's expression twisted in disgust, feeling as if he had just swallowed something vile. He silently cursed, are these people out of their fucking minds? It was incomprehensible to Sam that the pill could be worth $170 million, but Travis confidently raised his hand and declared, I offer $200 million. The room erupted in gasps. Travis was resolute. For him, $200 million was merely a warm-up. Meanwhile, Graham sat quietly, but his heart raced with excitement. The rejuvenating pill. Master Wade's extraordinary rejuvenating pill. Although he and his daughter had received two incredible elixirs from Master Wade, the rejuvenating pill was far more potent. Not wanting to miss out, Graham raised his hand and announced, "I offer 210 million. "What the hell?" Sam muttered, his face pale with anxiety. The price had already reached 200 million, and someone was increasing it. Out of nowhere, Zeke chimed in, "I offer 220 million. He then turned to Graham with an apologetic smile and added, "I'm sorry, Brother Quentin." Graham understood Zeke's intentions perfectly. Both had witnessed Master Wade's incredible abilities and recognized the pill's value. Master Wade had never auctioned a rejuvenating pill before. This might be their only opportunity. If they let it pass, they might never get another chance. Consequently, no one was willing to back down. With a slight shake to refocus, Travis raised his hand again and shouted, 250 million. "Apologies, brothers, but allow me to overbid." From the next table, someone shouted, "Then I offer 260 million. Chapter 1204. 270 million. 280 million. 290 million. With a surge of determination, Graham raised his hand once more and shouted, 300 million. The bidding was fierce. As soon as one person announced their bid, another would eagerly counter it. Participants were raising the bid by increments of 10 million, all vying for the coveted pill. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Even those with a net worth of around 1 billion joined the fray, for they all understood that while money held value, longevity was priceless. For Sam, each bid felt like a personal insult. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. But this was merely the beginning of his troubles. He found himself in a deep predicament, pondering how he could escape without further embarrassment. Was he really going to have to swallow the ruby necklace? As the bidding war raged on, the excitement was palpable. Travis, Zeke, and Graham were relentless, along with several others. Before long, the bid had soared past $500 million. At various tables, only a handful of participants remained engaged, while others had to bow out, unable to meet the skyrocketing prices. Yet the auction pressed on, even as the figures reached an astonishing 500 million. The bidding continued to escalate, swiftly surpassing 600 million. At this stage, only Travis, Zeke, and Graham were still in the running. The three men shared a solid friendship and were familiar with Charlie. Their initial goal was not to create an uncomfortable atmosphere, but as none were willing to concede such a valuable pill, they kept raising the stakes. The one who called the new price had to bow and apologize to the others. The situation became rather strange. After Zeke announced a bid of 600 million, he bowed to the other two and said, "I'm sorry, bro, please forgive me." Then Graham chimed in with 610 million, also bowing and apologizing, "Oops, my bad, bro, forgive me." Next was Travis, who raised the bid to 650 million, following suit with, "Sorry, bro, forgive me." The audience was left astonished. What the hell was transpiring among these three? Why did they keep calling each other, bro? Regardless, their determination pushed the bidding price higher and higher, as none were willing to back down. In the blink of an eye, the price had skyrocketed to 980 million. Sam's jaw nearly hit the floor. 980 million. His necklace was valued at only 140 million, but the pill was worth so much more. What the fuck was the rejuvenating pill, and why was it so valuable? Travis cleared his throat and boldly declared, "I bid $1 billion. Zeke felt as though the auction had no end in sight. While he might match Graham's wealth, Travis's financial resources were on an entirely different scale. Realizing a small increment over Travis's bid would not suffice, Zeke gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I bid 1.1 billion. The entire hall was left in stunned silence as he raised the price by a staggering 100 million. Chapter 1205. When Zeke placed a bid of 1.1 billion, Graham felt compelled to raise his own offer to avoid missing out on the coveted rejuvenating pill. With determination, he declared, "Since Mr. White has bid 1.1 billion, I will increase my offer to 1.2 billion. Travis, however, was unfazed by the competition. With wealth surpassing that of Graham and Zeke combined, the difference between 1.2 billion and 1.5 billion was negligible for him. Resolute in his pursuit of the rejuvenating pill, he responded coolly, "In that case, I'll bid 2 billion. The audience gasped, their astonishment filling the hall. The auction price skyrocketed from 1.2 billion to a staggering 2 billion. This was an unprecedented moment in auction history, showcasing one of the most extravagant sales ever witnessed. To put 2 billion into perspective, if someone received a monthly allowance of 10 million, it would take them 17 years to exhaust that amount. If 2 billion were deposited in a bank with a 5% annual interest rate, the annual interest alone would yield $100 million, resulting in a monthly income of over $8 million. This figure is unfathomable for most of us, yet for billionaires like Travis, whose fortunes are measured in tens of billions, 2 billion was merely 1/30th of his total assets. Travis had dedicated his life to accumulating wealth, striving for a better and more comfortable existence. Thus, spending 2 billion on the rejuvenating pill felt entirely justified to him. He made his bid without a shred of regret or anxiety. In stark contrast, Zeke and Graham were overwhelmed by the situation. Both men were backed by extensive families, with numerous relatives depending on them, which added pressure to their decisions. Take Graham, for instance. The Quinton family's wealth totaled just under several $billion, and he did not have exclusive control over it. Although he could theoretically offer 2 billion for the rejuvenating pill, he would have to dip into family funds, which would not sit well with his relatives, especially since only one rejuvenating pill was available to share among them. Reluctantly, he conceded, saying, "Mr. Lane, you truly are impressive." Zeke was not in a much better position. In fact, the financial standing of the White family was even weaker than that of the Quinton family. Moreover, they had suffered significant setbacks after Gerald and Kevin's fallout with Charlie, resulting in the loss of a partnership with the Emgrand Group. Consequently, the White family could not afford to outbid 2 billion and had to back down as well. Travis felt a wave of relief as both of his main competitors withdrew, but he remained humble and did not show any signs of arrogance. He shook hands with Zeke and Graham, expressing sincerely, "Thank you, brothers, for not continuing the bidding. I'll make sure to visit you and express my gratitude personally in the future." In response, Zeke and Graham humbly remarked, "You're too kind, Travis. Your achievements set you apart from us." Onlookers marveled at the respectful exchange among the three men. What began as a rejuvenating pill with a starting price of 150 million ultimately sold for 2 billion, all thanks to the spirited bidding. Even after winning the auction, Travis engaged in amicable conversation, exemplifying the generosity and humility characteristic of esteemed families. After their discussion, Travis turned to Charlie and respectfully stated, "Master Wade, with no higher bids, I believe I'm the winner of your rejuvenating pill." Charlie nodded lightly, handed him the pill, and affirmed, "In that case, the rejuvenating pill is yours." Chapter 12:06. Travis hesitated to take the rejuvenating pill and quickly exclaimed, "Master Wade, I haven't made the payment yet, so I can't take the pill from you. I'll contact my company's financial department and have the money transferred to your account immediately." Charlie smiled and nodded. He then retrieved his card and handed it to Travis. "Here's my card, please transfer the funds to this account." Sam was taken aback when he caught sight of the card. Wasn't that the exclusive black card from Citibank? Only a handful of individuals in the country possessed such a card. Additionally, Citibank offered exceptional privacy protection for their exclusive black card members. Who the hell was Charlie, and how did he come to have this card? At that moment, Charlie turned to Sam and said with a playful smile, "Master Kilgore, your necklace is valued at $120 million, while my rejuvenating pill is worth 2 billion. I believe it's clear which item holds more value, don't you think?" Sam's face contorted into an irritated grimace. What the fuck was wrong with these people? Who in their right mind would spend 2 billion on a pill? It was insane. But complaining wouldn't change anything now. After all, he had been the one to instigate this whole situation, and now he was left unsure of how to resolve it gracefully. Was he really going to swallow that goddamn ruby necklace? It might go down easily, but what if it got lodged in his intestines? It would be a fucking disaster if he couldn't get it out. Yet, what choice did he have if he didn't go through with it? He had made a bold claim, and he couldn't back down in front of all these witnesses. On second thought, maybe it wouldn't be so harmful to go back on his word. He didn't know anyone in Oris Hill, so the rumors wouldn't affect him much. However, on further reflection, he wanted to deepen his relationship with Jasmine. If he embarrassed himself in public today by breaking his promise, it would be challenging to win her over in the future. Just as he was caught in this internal struggle, Isaac waved his phone and said, "Master Kilgore, just so you're aware, I've recorded the entire incident. As the third young master of the Kilgore family, if you break your promise, I will send this video to everyone in East Cliff's high society. I hope you consider the repercussions." Sam glared at Isaac, disbelief clouding his expression. His face flushed with anger as he growled, "Mr. Cameron, I haven't done a goddamn thing against you. Why the hell are you treating me this way?" Isaac replied coolly, "Master Kilgore, you're being unreasonable. I, Isaac Cameron, pride myself on fairness. I don't take sides, I base my judgments on facts. This incident began with you. You provoked Master Wade first and initiated the bet. How can you possibly back out now? Just because you belong to the Kilgore family, you think you're above keeping your word? I recall your father, Heath Kilgore, and your grandfather, Alexander Kilgore, both being men of their word in the business world. Why has the integrity of your family diminished in your generation?" Sam felt a cloud of gloom settle over him at Isaac's comments. He hadn't anticipated Isaac knowing so much about his family. The Kilgore family was affluent, descending from an American colonist who had built a vast business empire. Thanks to the relentless efforts of his ancestors, the Kilgore family in East Cliff had grown into a substantial empire. His forebears, including his father and grandfather, held family values of credibility and honesty in high regard, never breaking their promises. Sam was acutely aware that if Isaac shared this video with East Cliff's elite, the Kilgore family would become a laughingstock, their reputation severely damaged. If his family learned of his actions today, he would face severe consequences. His grandfather would enforce family rules, potentially grounding him for 2 to 3 years. As he contemplated the possible fallout, resentment and agitation bubbled within him. At the same time, he regretted his choices. If he had known it would lead to this, he would have acted differently. Chapter 12:07. Right now, Sam was filled with regret. He couldn't believe he had made such a stupid bet with Charlie to see who could give the more expensive gift. Now, he found himself in a shitty situation. He had to perform a stunt where he would swallow a ruby necklace. And to make matters worse, he had to double the stakes. Isaac was still watching him, so Sam felt he couldn't back out. Gritting his teeth, he finally admitted, "All right, Sam Kilgore, concede defeat." He turned to Jasmine, speaking with genuine remorse, "Miss Jasmine, could you please lend me the ruby necklace?" Jasmine's expression darkened at his request, clearly taken aback. "Lend it to you? Do you plan to return it afterward?" Feeling a mix of disgust and irritation, she quickly handed him the gift box, stating firmly, "Master Kilgore, you can keep the present." In that moment, Sam realized he had misspoken. Swallowing the ruby necklace meant the only way it could exit his body was, well, through a rather unpleasant natural process. He couldn't simply wash it off and return it to Jasmine, could he? A wave of embarrassment washed over him, but he managed to say, "I'm sorry, Miss Jasmine. I'll find a more expensive gift for you. Please forgive me." Jasmine quickly waved her hands in protest. "Oh, thank you, but no, Master Kilgore. I truly appreciate your offer, but there's no goddamn need for another gift." Sam felt a pang of disappointment at Jasmine's blunt refusal. Charlie, with a nonchalant smile, chimed in, "Master Kilgore, everyone is eager for your performance so they can start eating. Please hurry the fuck up." Sam's expression darkened as he stared at the sizable ruby necklace, his anxiety growing. It would be a challenge to swallow it without some assistance, so he turned to Grandpa Moore and asked, "Could you please ask the chef for some olive oil?" Lord Moore nodded slightly, signaling to Oscar, his butler. "Go to the kitchen and fetch Master Kilgore a bottle of olive oil." Oscar promptly returned with an unopened bottle of olive oil and handed it to Sam respectfully. Charlie remarked with a sly smile, Master Kilgore, you certainly know what you're doing. Using oil will make it easier for that $120 million ruby necklace to slide down smoothly, in and out. The crowd stifled their laughter, covering their mouths as they understood Charlie's implication about the necklace sliding in and out. Sam felt a surge of irritation at Charlie's comment. He was determined to get his revenge after this shit. Isaac's impatient voice broke through. Master Kilgore, hurry the hell up. My patience is wearing thin. If you don't do it now, I'm sharing the video with my friends in Eastcliff. Sam quickly responded, okay. I'll swallow it now. Just relax, Mr. Cameron. He opened the bottle of olive oil, setting it aside, took a deep breath, and downed half a bottle of wine. Then, he poured some olive oil into his palm, rubbed the necklace until it gleamed with oil, and stuffed it into his mouth, squeezing his eyes shut. Everyone watched intently, with some audience members even pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle of him swallowing the necklace. His face contorted in discomfort, but he pushed through, trying his hardest to swallow the necklace. When he faced a bit of difficulty, he chugged the remaining half of the olive oil. Thanks to the lubrication from the olive oil, he finally succeeded in swallowing the necklace. Charlie stood up and applauded, bravo. Master Kilgore, you're simply remarkable. I'm truly impressed. Sam felt a wave of nausea and quickly stood up, asking, Grandpa Moore, where's the washroom? Chapter 12:08. At that moment, Sam's first instinct was to try to induce vomiting to get the necklace out of his system. Spitting it out seemed far better than having to pass it later, right? Oscar quickly interjected, Master Kilgore, let me take you to the washroom. Follow me, please. Without hesitation, Sam stood up and followed Oscar. Once in the washroom, Sam desperately dug into his mouth, trying to vomit, which triggered waves of nausea and gag reflexes. A few times, he felt the necklace almost reach his throat, but it stubbornly refused to come out. He tried repeatedly until his face turned red and then purple, ultimately succumbing to the pain radiating from his throat and esophagus, leaving him too weak to continue. The thought of having to later pass the necklace was utterly disgusting, and he couldn't shake the fear that it might get stuck in his intestines. Panic-stricken, he pulled out his phone and called his family doctor. Dr. Riley, I accidentally swallowed a ruby necklace, and I can't seem to get it out. If it goes into my intestines, could it be deadly? Master Kilgore, can you tell me the size of the necklace? The doctor asked immediately. Sam replied, it's smaller than an egg, but just a bit bigger than a quail egg. Are there any sharp edges? The doctor inquired next. Sam thought for a moment before answering, I don't believe so. In that case, just wait for about a day to see if it will pass through naturally, the doctor advised. He continued, it would be wise to buy some laxatives to help induce a bowel movement so you can expel it sooner. Concerned, Sam asked, what if I can't pass it? If it doesn't come out within 24 hours, you need to be cautious, as it could lead to intestinal blockage, which is a serious condition and can be fatal, the doctor warned. Then he added, Master Kilgore, why don't you come to my clinic right now? I can examine you personally, and if I notice any issues, we can perform emergency surgery immediately. Intestinal blockage can be very dangerous. Sam felt a surge of anger as he realized the potential life-threatening implications of not being able to expel the necklace. What the hell was happening? He had merely made a bet, yet now he found himself humiliated and facing a life-or-death situation. At that moment, he harbored a deep hatred towards Charlie, wishing he could fucking kill him. However, his immediate concern was his own safety. If something went wrong and cost him his life, he would truly be the biggest fucking loser. Frantically, he looked at his phone again and called the pilot of his private jet. Captain Chen, where are you right now? This morning, Sam had taken his father's private jet from Eastcliff to Orris Hill. The pilot then returned the plane to Eastcliff, as Sam had intended to stay in Orris Hill for a few days, given that his father frequently used the jet. Sam's plan was to fly back to Eastcliff if the jet hadn't yet returned. He was desperate to ensure that the ruby necklace inside him didn't fucking kill him. Chapter 12:09. At this moment, the pilot of Sam's private jet was preparing for takeoff at Orris Airport. Upon receiving a call from Sam, he responded, "Young master, I'm at the airport and ready for takeoff." Sam quickly replied, "Hurry the fuck up. Tell the tower to delay the takeoff and bring the plane back to the business jet hangar. I need to get back to East Cliff tonight." Surprised, the pilot asked, "But you just arrived this morning. Didn't you plan to stay for several days? Why the sudden change?" Sam, feeling anxious, snapped, "That's none of your damn business. Just wait for me at the hangar, I'm heading to the airport right now." The pilot quickly agreed, "Understood, young master. I'll inform the tower to cancel the takeoff." When Sam finally stepped out with a frustrated expression, Oscar, who had been waiting by the washroom door, greeted him politely, "Master Kilgore, how are you feeling?" "Not fucking great." Sam huffed. "Let your master know I'm going back to East Cliff right now." Oscar exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Master Kilgore, you're leaving now? The banquet hasn't even officially started yet." "Enough with your bullshit," Sam retorted, visibly upset. "Tell your old master that I came here today to present a valuable opportunity to the Moore family, but unfortunately, they were too fucking arrogant to accept my goodwill." With that, Sam strode past the banquet hall and exited the venue. Recognizing Sam's anger, Oscar hurried back to the banquet hall to inform Lord Moore of his departure. Lord Moore's expression showed a hint of regret upon hearing that Sam was leaving, but he quickly composed himself and stated calmly, "If Master Kilgore wishes to leave, let him do so." Reuben, taken aback, responded anxiously, "Grandpa, Master Kilgore came here today to discuss a potential collaboration with us. How can you just let him go?" Lord Moore turned to Reuben and asked, "If he's determined to leave, what's the point of keeping him here?" "Oh my God," Reuben exclaimed in frustration. "Grandpa, you're usually so perceptive. Can't you see what his real intentions are for visiting us today?" Jasmine interjected, shocked, "Reuben, how could you speak to Grandpa like that?" Having lost her parents in childhood, Jasmine viewed Lord Moore not just as her grandfather but also as a parent, making her intolerant of any disrespect towards him, especially from her cousin. Reuben glared at Jasmine with irritation and replied regretfully, "Jasmine, don't you see? The Kilgore family must have approached us because the Webb family is on the decline. With the top family in the South region weakened, the Kilgore family likely wants to seize the opportunity. I believe he came to us to form a partnership. They would help us become the leading family in the South region, and in return, we'd have a powerful ally in East Cliff. It's a win-win situation." In truth, Lord Moore had already grasped Sam's true intentions for coming to Oris Hill that day. A seasoned entrepreneur who built his empire from the ground up, he had a keen understanding of the shifting dynamics in the current landscape, even in his old age. He realized that as the Webb family's reputation and wealth continued to decline, the power dynamics among the prominent families in the South region would inevitably change. The old guard would step back, making way for new leadership, a cycle that had persisted for centuries. However, he never imagined that the Moore family might have the chance to ascend as the new leaders among the families in the South region. While the Moore family held considerable influence in a smaller city like Oris Hill, they remained relatively weak in comparison to other families in the broader South region. Chapter 12:10. Lord Moore had come to realize Sam's true motive for visiting Oris Hill this time. It was clear that Sam had been enchanted by his granddaughter's beauty and charm, to the point where he aimed to align the Moore family with the Kilgore family and ultimately reduce them to being subservient. At the same time, he sought to win over his granddaughter as his partner. If this had been the situation in the past, Lord Moore might have accepted Sam's overtures, even while being aware of their schemes, whether they were friendly or hostile. After all, such advantageous opportunities were rare. Numerous families in the South region yearned to serve as underlings to the prominent families in East Cliff, but these powerful families often looked down on them, some even holding them in contempt. East Cliff was home to many wealthy families whose fortunes were unimaginable to the second-tier families in the South region. The Wade family of East Cliff exemplifies this. None from the Wade family had ever appeared on the list of the world's wealthiest individuals, not due to a lack of worthiness, but rather because their significant influence and wealth allowed them to manipulate the rankings. As long as the Wade family chose not to disclose their wealth, no one would dare to include their names on the list without explicit permission. Consequently, the true net worth of the Wade family remained a mystery. The Wade family was vast, consisting of dozens to 100 direct descendants. Among them, even the least wealthy had fortunes in the tens of billions, while the most affluent boasted hundreds of billions. When their wealth was aggregated, it amounted to an astonishing total. This family stood at the pinnacle of society, not to mention the ancient moneyed families in the West, which have been around for 2 or 3 centuries. Their wealth was so immense that it seemed they possessed nearly all the money in existence. Much like the Wade family, these old money families also preferred to maintain a low profile, never allowing their names to surface on any list of the world's richest. The Rothschild family, the most renowned European banking dynasty, has wielded considerable economic power in Europe for around 200 years, producing countless descendants across various nations. Yet, none of them appear on the list of the wealthiest individuals. The rich may be wealthy in terms of monetary assets, but there exists a significant divide between them and those who are truly powerful. The Kilgore family didn't rank among the elite in Eastcliff, so they directed their ambitions toward the South region. If it were the Wade family, they would certainly look down upon all families in the South region. Thus, considering Lord Moore's previous mindset, he would have never passed up such a golden opportunity to forge connections with a major family in Eastcliff. However, his perspective had shifted. Family matters no longer held the same significance for him. His true focus was Charlie Wade, the man sitting at his dining table, whose power and influence remained a mystery to everyone in the world, except for Lord Moore himself. Whether it was for his own interests, for the future of the Moore family, or out of concern for his granddaughter, he sincerely wished for Jasmine and Charlie to be together. He understood that if he wanted to secure a long life, he needed to cultivate a strong relationship with Charlie. Referring to him as Master Wade felt trivial since everyone else did the same. Only by making him his grandson-in-law could he genuinely consider him family. Moreover, he recognized that advancing the Moore family's status in power and wealth would be far more advantageous by allying with Master Wade than by becoming a subordinate to any family in Eastcliff. Additionally, he was aware of his beloved granddaughter's feelings. Jasmine had always been a proud and confident individual. She had never really cared for anyone but Charlie. As her grandfather, he had indulged her and watched her grow up. How could he not wish for her to have a joyful ending? Consequently, in every aspect, Lord Moore viewed Sam as far inferior to Charlie. Chapter 12:11. Reuben was deeply troubled now. He never imagined that his grandfather would still be so eager to please Charlie, even at the expense of offending Sam. Reuben was no fool. He recognized that the reason his grandfather was so invested in Charlie was due to a growing dependency on the rejuvenating pill. In essence, rather than grasping the olive branch offered by Sam and the Kilgore family, his grandfather chose to prioritize his relationship with Charlie. This clearly indicated that the old man was more interested in extending his own life than in the prosperity and future of their family. Otherwise, he would not have dismissed the Kilgore family's generous offer in favor of Charlie. This realization filled Reuben with disappointment and frustration. Firstly, Lord Moore's rejection of the Kilgore family's opportunity meant a significant loss for the Moore family, a missed chance to elevate their status. Secondly, if Lord Moore received another rejuvenating pill for siding with Charlie, wouldn't that only prolong his life even further? If his grandfather continued to live, when would his father ever take over the Moore family? And if his father couldn't inherit the family fortune soon, when would it be Reuben's turn? No, he did not want the old man to linger on for another 30 or 40 years, that thought was fucking unbearable. This year, Reuben was nearing 30, and his father was in his early 50s. If his grandfather were to live for another 30 years, his father would be in his 80s by the time he inherited the family. If his father managed to live another 8 to 10 years, he would be in his 60s or 70s when he finally took over. No, this scenario was completely unacceptable. Reuben had meticulously mapped out his future. He wished for his grandfather to fucking die today, allowing his father to rightfully assume control of the family, which would, in turn, grant Reuben more influence than he held at present. He envisioned working quietly under his father for another decade, and when the moment was right, he would persuade his father to retire early and pass the leadership of the family to him. However, the unexpected emergence of the rejuvenating pill had become a major fucking obstacle to his carefully laid plans. With that pill in play, only fate knew when the old man would finally die. Theodore, Reuben's father, was equally frustrated. He felt ready to take charge of the family business. Previously, when Lord Moore was gravely ill, Theodore had felt a surge of anticipation, believing it was finally his time to shine. However, everything changed when Jasmine brought Charlie into the picture. From that moment, his expectations had unraveled. Just then, Lord Moore stood up and addressed the audience with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending my granddaughter's birthday celebration. I have a few announcements to make on this joyous occasion." Everyone turned their attention to Lord Moore, curious about what he was about to reveal. With a sigh, Lord Moore continued, "Jasmine has faced many hardships growing up. She lost her parents at a young age, and it was my late wife and I who raised her." Reuben and Theodore exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lord Moore's true intentions behind this announcement. Chapter 12:12. At this moment, Lord Moore stated, "Jasmine has always been a remarkably well-mannered young lady, deeply invested in both personal and family business matters. I genuinely appreciate her dedication. Not long ago, when I was gravely ill and doctors foretold my imminent demise, she introduced me to Master Wade. It was Master Wade who managed to heal me and bring me back from the brink. He even provided me with the invaluable rejuvenating pill, which allowed me to regain the vitality of my youth, making me 20 years younger." Taking a moment, Lord Moore bowed slightly to Charlie and continued, "Master Wade, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in my recovery, and I must also acknowledge my granddaughter for her unwavering support. Therefore, on this special occasion of her birthday, I have an important announcement to make. Starting tomorrow, Jasmine will officially assume the role of head of the Moore family. Additionally, I will be stepping down from my position effective immediately." His declaration resonated throughout the hall like a thunderous explosion, leaving the audience in utter astonishment. It was beyond anyone's expectations that Lord Moore would entrust a female descendant with such a significant role. Traditionally, powerful families have seldom passed the leadership to a young woman. Moreover, Lord Moore had several sons along with numerous grandsons. His eldest son, Theodore, was widely viewed as the heir apparent. Many anticipated that Lord Moore would soon transfer his responsibilities to Theodore. However, in a shocking twist, the mantle was passed neither to his oldest son nor grandson, but to his granddaughter. Fury ignited within Theodore and Reuben as they grappled with their disbelief and hatred. They had never imagined that Jasmine would rise to lead the Moore family. At this moment, their hearts burned with intense animosity towards both Lord Moore and Jasmine. Wasn't the old man being incredibly fucking biased towards Jasmine? How could he possibly hand over the family's immense fortune of $200 billion to her just like that? She was merely a 26-year-old woman. She didn't deserve such a legacy. Jasmine was equally taken aback. Throughout her life, she had strived to contribute positively to the Moore family and had made sacrifices in her dedication, never seeking to inherit the family wealth or assume such a title. Yet, in this moment, exhilaration coursed through her veins. As an ambitious and enthusiastic individual, she couldn't contain her joy at the prospect of becoming the family head. On the contrary, Reuben was incensed by Lord Moore's decision. Rising from his seat, he exclaimed, "Grandpa! How the hell could you give the leadership of the family to Jasmine? She is a girl and will eventually marry, taking on her husband's surname. Do you really want the wealth of the Moore family to become part of another goddamn family?" Lord Moore shot him a sharp glance and replied coldly, "Jasmine's last name is Moore as well. Regardless of her future, she remains an integral part of this family. Furthermore, I am confident that none among the Moore family can match Jasmine in capability and business acumen. She is the most qualified to lead us." Theodore, with a stoic expression, added, "Father, I don't believe this is the right decision. Please reconsider." Lord Moore's other sons joined in, urging, "Father, please rethink your choice." None of them could come to terms with Jasmine stepping into the role of family head. Lord Moore responded firmly, "I must respectfully disagree. I built this family business from the ground up, without inheriting it from anyone. Thus, I have the absolute authority over the Moore family. My decision to hand it to Jasmine comes after thorough consideration. I believe she will propel the family to greater heights." As he surveyed his family members, he continued, "Every descendant of the Moore family has the right to receive generous dividends, so even with Jasmine as head, you can all continue to live comfortably. It's not about who leads, but who can drive us to be stronger and more prosperous in the business world." Lord Moore took a brief pause before elaborating with a serious tone, "Consider Branson and his family. They receive 10% of the family's annual dividends. If our yearly dividend is $5 billion, they obtain $500 million. But if someone can elevate our earnings to $10 billion a year, their share would rise to $1 billion. Wouldn't you prefer a capable leader to guide us toward greater financial success?" Chapter 12:13. As soon as Lord Moore expressed his views, those who were against Jasmine inheriting the family business fell silent, acknowledging his perspective. It became evident to them that neither they nor their children had any real chance of taking over the family business. Therefore, it seemed sensible for someone more capable and suited for the role to step up. Lord Moore made a valid point: the more competent the head of the family, the greater the potential for profit, which ultimately benefits everyone. Reuben was fairly average in many respects, but the difference in capability between him and Jasmine was significant. Though Jasmine was still young, she effectively managed and ran the family business with great skill. Under her leadership, the antique business thrived, and she handled foreign trade with impressive expertise. When it came to business acumen and talent, she clearly outshone her contemporaries within the family, and even her uncles. There was no question she was a strong candidate for the head of the family. With confidence in her abilities to lead the family business, the opposition quickly took their seats and supported the decision. Jasmine's uncles even remarked, "Father, since you've made your choice, we have nothing to add." Theodore and Reuben were taken aback by how swiftly the other family members capitulated to Lord Moore's decision. Suddenly, they found themselves isolated and struggling to defend their position. Moreover, wasn't Lord Moore's tone a bit too fucking harsh? What was he implying? Did he suggest that Theodore and Reuben were less capable than Jasmine? Theodore clenched his teeth in frustration and retorted, "Father, according to our customs, the succession to the head of the family is limited to males. If you pass the position to Jasmine, you and our family will surely become a subject of ridicule among the upper class." "Oh?" Lord Moore responded calmly, "Most of our guests belong to the upper class. Yet, I didn't notice anyone mocking my decision." Attempting to sound authoritative, Theodore insisted, "That's because there are goddamn guests. They wouldn't dare to laugh at you for such a decision." Lord Moore smiled and stated seriously, "Theodore, I understand your feelings. You're likely frustrated that I appointed Jasmine as the head of the family, but my reasoning remains unchanged. It's not about who holds the title of head, but rather who can drive our family's revenue. True, Jasmine hasn't been part of the family business for long, but her achievements are undeniable. Just consider this: without Jasmine, how would we have established a partnership with Saul Avila from Doveport? You must realize that Saul Avila and his two sons possess assets totaling at least $800 billion, both visible and hidden. Our collaboration with them will significantly enhance our business prospects. And all of this is thanks to Jasmine's goddamn hard work." Lord Moore emphasized his points, gesturing toward Master Wade. "Additionally, our family's relationship with Master Wade was made possible because of Jasmine. So, I ask you, why the hell can't Jasmine be the head of our family?" Theodore was left speechless by Lord Moore's pointed questions. He recognized that Jasmine was undeniably strong in every way. Indeed, she outperformed both his son and himself. Yet, he struggled to accept the reality of Jasmine taking the role of family head. Internally, he seethed, "Jasmine, you're just a fucking girl. Do you genuinely believe you're a successful businesswoman? You can excel outside the family all you want, but don't you dare obstruct my path within the Moore family." Chapter 12:14. Theodore couldn't shake the ominous thoughts swirling in his mind, his teeth grinding in frustration as dark intentions consumed him. Noticing his eldest son's discontent, Lord Moore turned to Charlie with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Master Wade, I have a rather bold request that I hope you will consider." With a light smile, Charlie replied, "I'm all ears, Lord Moore." Lord Moore continued, "I would like to propose that you become the second heir to the Moore family's patriarch. Should anything happen to Jasmine in the future and she doesn't have children, you would automatically ascend as the head of the family. If you agree to this, I can guarantee you 30% of the family's net profits, and this agreement would stand forever. You have my word. The underlying reason for Lord Moore's request stemmed from his deep-seated worry that his eldest son and his family might pose a threat to Jasmine because of the arrangement. Yet, he hesitated to abandon his plan entirely. He understood that to elevate the Moore family, appointing Jasmine as the head was of utmost importance. It would be ideal if Charlie were to marry Jasmine and thus become part of the Moore family. Even if Charlie didn't wish to be a live-in son-in-law, as long as he fathered a child with Jasmine, that child would carry the Moore bloodline, and the family name could be secondary in importance. Furthermore, having Charlie as his grandson-in-law would be advantageous for Lord Moore. At his age, the focus had shifted from wealth to health and longevity. Making Jasmine the family head was merely one aspect of his broader vision. Ultimately, his greatest desire was for Charlie to become Jasmine's husband. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Lord Moore was still contemplating the idea of him being his grandson-in-law. Charlie believed that Lord Moore was simply concerned about Jasmine's future, wishing for him to be close and protective of her. If he were to be named the second heir to the family patriarch, it would discourage anyone from harming Jasmine, knowing they would have to contend with him. Additionally, even if someone in the family sought to usurp that position, they would have to carefully consider the possibility of facing Charlie. Lord Moore's offer was indeed generous. He was ready to allocate 30% of the family's profits to Charlie, a significant sum. However, Charlie was already financially secure and didn't prioritize money. His primary concern was Jasmine's safety and future. In Charlie's eyes, Jasmine ranked just below his wife, Claire. He could not pinpoint why Jasmine held such a special place in his heart, but he recognized her as an extraordinary and admirable woman. Their connection was strong, and her temperament resonated well with him. He even considered her a confidant. During their moments together over drinks, Jasmine had shared her difficult past with him. He was aware of her struggles and the constraints imposed upon her by her affluent upbringing. Thus, Charlie genuinely wished for Jasmine to ascend as the head of the Moore family. This way, she would be free from anyone forcing her into unwanted situations in the future. With sincere conviction, he assured Lord Moore, "Rest assured, I will ensure Jasmine's safety from here on out." Chapter 12:15. At this moment, Charlie viewed Jasmine as a dear friend and was ready to defend her with all his strength. Theodore and Reuben, on the other hand, were seething with rage. For years, they had been vying for the patriarch position, and they could not accept Jasmine being chosen for the role. However, they understood that reclaiming the heir position would lead to a fierce and brutal confrontation. Thus, they needed to devise their strategy carefully. If they decided to take action, it had to be with a solid plan for victory. During the birthday banquet, Jasmine was undeniably the most joyful person in the room. At this moment, her appreciation and affection for Charlie reached an all-time high. Being the intelligent woman she was, Jasmine was well aware of Charlie's intentions in gifting her the rejuvenating pill. Who would benefit the most from such a pill? Naturally, it would be the elderly. At just 26 years old, Jasmine had no need for the rejuvenating pill, making it clear that its true purpose was to present it to her grandfather as a thoughtful gift. Her grandfather had a deep fascination for the rejuvenating pill, so the moment he learned that Charlie had given one to Jasmine, he must have been ecstatic, leading him to immediately consider handing over the family head position to her. In essence, Charlie had significantly aided her in realizing her dreams. With Jasmine now appointed as the patriarch of the Moore family, the atmosphere at the birthday banquet became even more grand and majestic. As the event was winding down, the staff wheeled in a massive birthday cake. Adorned with 26 lit candles, Jasmine stood in front of the cake as the lights dimmed, the flickering flames illuminating her stunning and charming features. She looked absolutely radiant. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, she closed her eyes and silently made a wish. When she opened her eyes, her passionate gaze fell on Charlie. In that moment, she perceived Charlie as her sun, her moon, her sanctuary, her paradise. Unfortunately, Charlie remained oblivious to Jasmine's gaze. As the lights faded and Jasmine was engulfed in darkness, he discreetly scrutinized Theodore and Reuben with his extraordinary vision. The instant the lights went out, the facade of calm that Theodore and Reuben had maintained shattered, revealing their cold and bitter expressions. It was challenging for them to suppress their animosity toward Jasmine in front of the guests, and the darkness allowed their true feelings to surface. When the lights flickered back on, the room erupted in applause. Jasmine took it upon herself to slice 2 pieces of cake, one for her grandfather and the other for Charlie. With the cake served, the birthday celebration officially came to a close. It was a lively and cheerful occasion for both the host and the attendees. The members of the Moore family who acknowledged Jasmine's inheritance rights had no objections to her taking over. Only Theodore and Reuben harbored feelings of contempt and disdain regarding the decision. Once the banquet concluded, Paul, who sat at another table, approached Charlie and said respectfully, "Master Wade, may I escort you home?" Chapter 12:16. Just as Charlie was about to accept Paul's invitation, the stunning Jasmine appeared before them, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Paul, you don't need to trouble yourself. I'll take Master Wade home," she said softly. Paul, being perceptive, understood that Jasmine harbored deep feelings for Charlie. After all, it was her birthday and she had just become the successor of the Moore family, yet she had chosen to escort Charlie home after the banquet. It was quite telling that, among all the esteemed guests present, Jasmine only wanted to take Charlie home, clearly demonstrating how much she valued him. Clearing his throat, Paul smiled slyly. "Oh, I just remembered that I have an errand to run, and Master Wade's place is a bit out of my way. So, Miss Moore, I must ask you to take Master Wade home." Jasmine nodded with a shy smile, replying, "Please go ahead with your business. I'll look after Master Wade." Charlie chuckled softly. "Your grandfather entrusted me with your safety, yet here we are with the roles reversed." In a rare moment of playfulness, Jasmine stuck her tongue out and replied gently, "It's a special honor for me to take care of you, so please don't refuse my offer." Charlie agreed, "Then I'll take you up on that ride." At that moment, Travis approached Charlie, bowing respectfully. "Master Wade, I've been eyeing that precious rejuvenating pill for a long time. Thank you for allowing me to acquire this treasure today." With a polite smile, Charlie responded, "Mr. Lane, you're too kind. You won the auction fairly, there's no need for thanks." Travis remained bowed and spoke respectfully, "Master Wade, I would like to invite you to Lancaster someday. It would be a pleasure to host you during your visit." Charlie nodded, saying, "Certainly, I'll visit if the opportunity arises." He then inquired, "By the way, Mr. Lane, is my good friend Caleb Morales working as your assistant now? Is he here today?" Travis confirmed, "Yes, he's my full-time driver now. That young man is incredibly reliable. I want to thank you for introducing such an honest individual to me." As the wealthiest man in Lancaster, Travis certainly lived up to his reputation, choosing his words carefully and speaking diplomatically. In reality, he had elevated Caleb from an entry-level position with a modest salary to an assistant role with an annual salary of $2 million, all as a favor to Charlie. Yet, he was wise enough not to claim credit for it directly in front of Charlie. Instead, he framed it as a fortunate recruitment thanks to Charlie's recommendation, showcasing his intellect. When Charlie learned that Caleb was at the event, he quickly asked, "Where's Caleb now?" Travis replied, "The Moore family organized a banquet for the drivers in the side hall. He should be waiting for me in the car." Charlie responded, "Great. Let's head out together, I want to say hello to Caleb." Caleb had truly turned his life around. No longer the gloomy, aimless individual he once was, he now sported a sharp, custom-tailored suit and white gloves, waiting in Travis's exclusive limited-edition Rolls-Royce. Upon spotting Travis leaving the villa, Caleb eagerly got out of the car, opened the rear door, and prepared to welcome him inside. To his astonishment, he saw Charlie walking alongside Travis. A wave of joy and surprise washed over him. Caleb felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Charlie and was eager to express it, but with his daily responsibilities to Travis, he hadn't had the chance to visit Oris Hill. Seeing Charlie here today was an unexpected and fucking delightful surprise. Chapter 12:17. Caleb was filled with excitement as he spotted Charlie and rushed toward him. However, just as he was about to greet his friend, he remembered that he was now serving as Travis's driver, and such enthusiasm might be seen as disrespectful. Quickly, he composed himself and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lane." Travis smiled and patted Caleb on the shoulder, saying, "Caleb, there's no need for all that bullshit. You're Master Wade's friend, which makes you my friend too. Even though I'm about 10 years older, we can definitely be good buddies." Caleb nodded appreciatively, feeling both surprised and flattered by Travis's words. Just then, Charlie approached him with a warm smile and asked, "Hey, Caleb, how's everything going? How's the new job treating you?" Caleb expressed his gratitude, saying, "Charlie, my dear friend, I can't thank you enough. I wouldn't be where I am without your support. You're my fucking lifesaver." Charlie's smile remained as he replied, "Everyone encounters their lifesaver at some point. You see me as yours, but I consider Mrs. Lewis to be our lifesaver." He continued, "What goes around comes around, and everything is tied to karma. We must have done some good deeds in our past lives, which is why Mrs. Lewis, our angel, came to help us in this life. Maybe you did even more good in your past life, and that's why you met me again in this one, giving you a chance for a fresh start. So, perhaps you should be thanking yourself too." Charlie's thoughts took a grand turn, leaving those around them a bit bewildered. Jasmine watched Charlie with admiration, her eyes sparkling. She pondered his words and wondered if she had saved the universe in a past life, leading to her meeting him again in this life. As the thought crossed her mind, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Her concern stemmed from the notion that if she had, indeed, saved the universe, what goddamn grand deeds must Claire, Master Wade's wife, have performed to deserve marrying him in this life? Caleb was touched by Charlie's reflections. Charlie had been his friend since childhood, and despite having done Caleb such a significant favor, he never made Caleb feel indebted. Instead, he referred to it as a matter of karma from their past lives. Despite the hardships of the last 20 years, Caleb felt that those struggles were worthwhile, thanks to his incredibly supportive friend. Looking at his watch, Charlie said, "Caleb, Mr. Lane, you both should be busy tonight. It's best if you drive Mr. Lane back first. Let's find time to meet again soon, whether I come to Lancaster or you come to Orris Hill." Travis quickly interjected, "Oh no, Master Wade, I'm free tonight. You and Caleb should have more time to chat, I don't want to be a bother." Charlie smiled and replied earnestly, "Don't forget about the rejuvenating pill you just bought. You should head home, take a nice bath, take the pill, and get some good rest. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll feel something amazing happening in your body. It'll be like a fucking rebirth." Travis felt a sudden rush of excitement. The rejuvenating pill was tucked away in the inner pocket of his suit. He had been waiting for the right moment to take it, but since he was at the Moore family house for Miss Moore's birthday celebration, he didn't think it was appropriate to use the pill right there. It would seem as if he was trying to steal the spotlight from the hosts. So, he planned to wait until he returned to his villa in Orris Hill to take the pill. Now that Charlie had suggested it, Travis clasped his fists in gratitude and said, "Master Wade, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. If that's the case, I'll take my leave." Charlie nodded, gave Caleb a brief hug, and watched as they got into the car and drove off. Chapter 12:18. In a soft voice, Jasmine said, "Master Wade, let's go too." "Okay," Charlie replied. As she drove her red Bentley away from the Moore family mansion, Jasmine felt her heart racing. She had never experienced such nervousness around Charlie before. Silence filled the car, prompting Jasmine to clear her throat as she sought a conversation starter. Finally, she said, "Master Wade, I can't thank you enough for today. I was completely taken by surprise when you gave me the rejuvenating pill. It's such a generous gift. I feel indebted to you." Charlie smiled warmly and responded, "Truth be told, I gave you the rejuvenating pill so you could offer it to your grandfather on my behalf. With this pill, Lord Moore can easily live to at least 100 years. He will likely want this gift very much. However, being the fair and honorable man he is, he won't simply accept it from you without a good reason, so a meaningful return for the pill is expected." Jasmine nodded appreciatively. "Master Wade, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. From now on, whatever you need, just ask, and I will do everything I can." Charlie chuckled lightly. I don't have any requests at the moment, all you need to do is take care of yourself." He continued, "I must admit, I was surprised by Lord Moore's bold announcement at the birthday banquet. Handing over the patriarch position to you so openly caught me off guard. I anticipated a more gradual approach to such an important decision. Now that he has made such a public declaration, it could be very challenging for your uncle and cousin. They might harbor resentment towards you because of this, so you should be cautious in your actions moving forward." With sincerity, Jasmine replied, "Don't worry, Master Wade. I understand your concerns and appreciate your advice." Charlie sighed softly. Perhaps the allure of the rejuvenating pill clouded Lord Moore's judgment when he made his decision. "I am genuinely worried about your safety. If anyone in the Moore family feels bitter about your new role, they might turn against you." Jasmine smiled sweetly. "Master Wade, thank you for your concern. Remember, I still have that magical elixir you gave me. Didn't you say it could protect me in critical moments?" Curious, Charlie asked, "Where do you keep the elixir?" Jasmine blushed and stammered, "The pill you gave. I keep it. I always keep it, close to me." Feeling embarrassed, she couldn't bring herself to meet Charlie's gaze when she mentioned, "close to me." Initially, she had stored the medicine in her car, but she soon realized that wasn't a secure location for such a precious item. Since then, she had kept it close to her, finding comfort in knowing it was a gift from Charlie, which made her feel cared for and protected. Charlie, focused on Jasmine's safety, didn't notice her blush. Instead, he said, "By the way, could you help me find a good piece of white jade from Vintage Deluxe?" "White jade?" Jasmine inquired eagerly. "What kind of white jade are you looking for, Master Wade?" Charlie replied matter-of-factly, "The whitest and purest white jade, free from any impurities. I want to craft a talisman from it for you to wear close to you. It will help keep you safe." Chapter 12:19. Jasmine beamed with joy, reminiscent of a child receiving her favorite treat, when she learned that Charlie intended to create a talisman just for her. While she had no idea what the talisman would look like or how it would function, the thought that Charlie wanted to craft it himself for her was more than enough to elevate her spirits to new heights. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Master Wade, you are incredibly kind to me. I truly don't know how to show my appreciation." Inside, her thoughts echoed, "If only I could devote my life to repay your kindness. I long to be by your side forever and share our lives together." Yet, how could she, the proud young mistress of a prominent family, ever voice such fucking sentiments aloud? Charlie, on the other hand, remained relatively unaffected. He held friendship, righteousness, and gratitude in high regard. Although Jasmine was not his benefactor, she was a reliable and wise friend, someone he valued greatly. He appreciated having such a friend by his side, feeling a genuine sincerity in their bond. Moreover, Charlie sensed that Jasmine was different from his other friends, their connection had a distinct and special quality. Charlie held a deep admiration for Jasmine's character and demeanor. He believed they shared a similar fate, both hailing from affluent families yet having lost their parents at a young age. Jasmine's life had been slightly more fortunate, at least she remained with her family and hadn't found herself in a different situation. This admiration and appreciation for their friendship naturally fueled Charlie's desire to look out for her, a simple and instinctive feeling between friends. In fact, Jasmine intentionally drove at a relaxed pace, hoping to extend their time alone together in the car. The magnificent river separated the Moore family mansion from Thompson First, where Charlie resided. As they approached the bridge, Jasmine turned to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration and hope, and asked, "Master Wade, if you're not in a rush, would you join me for a stroll by the riverside?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Sure." Jasmine's face lit up with excitement as she said, "Great. I know a secluded spot where we can walk by the river and enjoy the breeze." She then guided the car along a small road that ran parallel to the river. After driving for a couple of kilometers, Jasmine parked on the roadside and announced, "There's a path leading down to the river. Let's get out here." Charlie agreed, opened the door, and stepped out. Though the weather was growing cooler, it didn't bother him at all. Jasmine had donned a fur coat over the elegant evening dress she wore to her birthday celebration, clutching a red Hermes handbag in her hand. As the brisk wind swept around them, her long, silky hair danced in the air, with a few strands playfully brushing her face, creating a captivating and alluring scene. With no one else in sight, Jasmine inhaled deeply, embracing the wind, and shared with a bright smile, "I've always loved spending time by the river since I was a child, but as I've grown older, my schedule has become busier, leaving me less time to enjoy this tranquility." She then turned to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, let's head down to the river." Chapter 12:20. Charlie nodded and replied, "All right, just be cautious going down the staircase, it's quite steep." With a hint of shyness, Jasmine extended her delicate hand towards Charlie, softly asking, "Master Wade, could you hold my hand, please? I'm a bit scared I might fall." In reality, Jasmine wasn't truly afraid of falling. Instead, she hoped to use this moment as a chance to draw closer to Charlie. Charlie glanced at the stone staircase, which indeed appeared long and steep, leading down to the riverbank. Considering Jasmine was a girl dressed in a snug-fitting dress that restricted her movements, he thought it would be unfortunate if she were to slip. Therefore, he gently took her hand and guided her carefully down the stone steps. As they reached the riverbank, they found themselves alone. Occasionally, a few illuminated ships passed by on the river, their rumbling diesel engines creating a loud noise that echoed in the otherwise serene setting of the empty riverbank. Once they arrived on the riverbank, Charlie released Jasmine's hand and smiled warmly as the cool breeze brushed against his face. "Wow, this place is really lovely." With a shy smile, Jasmine played with her long black hair near her ear and replied, "I loved coming here when I was younger. My dad was often busy with work, so it was always my mom who took me here every day." Then, her expression turned somewhat melancholic as she sighed and continued, "Back then, my mom would drive me here, park in the same spot, and carefully guide me down these stone steps while holding my hand, just like you did earlier." Charlie nodded in understanding. He often reminisced about his parents during his time in the orphanage. As a young boy, he hadn't been as strong as he was now. Whenever he thought of them, he would hide under his blanket or in a quiet corner of the orphanage, letting his tears flow. Over time, he learned to cope with his feelings and manage his emotions better. The hardships he faced back then taught him many important lessons, such as, "May the departed rest in peace, while the living must continue with their lives, and let the past be the goddamn past." At that moment, Jasmine sighed beside him. "This morning, I visited my parents' grave. It's hard to believe they've been gone for over a decade. My childhood memories are still so clear. Sometimes, I feel like I'm that 8 or 9-year-old girl again." Charlie chuckled softly and sighed, "At least you can visit your parents' graves. I don't even know where my parents are buried." "What?" Jasmine exclaimed in surprise. "How the hell is that possible? Is it because you can't find it, or did something happen?" With a bittersweet smile, Charlie explained, "I was just 8 when my parents passed away. At that age, I couldn't even take care of myself. I had no idea where I should sleep or when my next meal would be. I was completely unable to handle their funeral. By the time I tried to look for them, they were already gone." He paused briefly before adding, "It's possible that my grandfather or someone else in my family took care of my parents' remains. But I'm not entirely sure." Jasmine curiously asked, "Master Wade, do you still have any relatives?" Charlie nodded, "Yes, I do, but I'm not ready to meet the assholes just yet." Jasmine gently nodded, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering as she suggested, "Master Wade, let's take a walk along the river." "Sure," Charlie replied casually, and they began to walk side by side along the riverside. Jasmine giggled before asking, "By the way, Master Wade, do you remember how we first met?" Charlie laughed, "Of course. It was at Vintage Deluxe when my clumsy father-in-law accidentally broke one of your antique vases." Jasmine nodded and added, "I was so fucking shocked by your repair skills. I wondered how a young man like you could master such an old restoration technique. It was impressive. But back then, I never imagined that was just the beginning of what you'd do for me." Chapter 12:21. As Charlie reminisced about his first encounter with Jasmine, he couldn't help but feel that it was a wonderfully strange experience. If he hadn't visited Vintage Deluxe with his father-in-law that day, he might never have come across the apocalyptic book. Without that book, he would have remained simply Mr. Wade instead of attaining the title of Master Wade. He much preferred being called Master Wade, a title he had earned through his strength and skills. In contrast, Mr. Wade was merely a label tied to his last name, lacking any personal significance. It represented his family rather than himself. Thus, Charlie believed everything had happened for a reason, and it was all meant to unfold this way. It seemed he was destined to meet Jasmine and to acquire the apocalyptic book. Turning to Jasmine, he spoke earnestly, honestly, when two people meet, it feels like a significant event. Perhaps many things are preordained without us even realizing it. Jasmine blushed and replied softly, Master Wade, are you suggesting that we were meant to cross paths? That our meeting was fate? Yes, Charlie said, offering a warm smile. It takes 100 years of good fortune to share a boat with someone, which only signifies a chance encounter. To evolve from being acquaintances to friends, that requires 200 or 300 years of fate, don't you think? Jasmine nodded, her voice gentle as she responded, Master Wade, you always express yourself so mysteriously. Do brilliant minds like you genuinely believe in concepts like fate and destiny? Charlie smiled and replied, I didn't always believe in it, but after experiencing certain events, I slowly began to accept it. Then, waving his hand dismissively, he continued, enough of that, it's somewhat dull. Let's shift the focus to you. Now that you're at the helm of the Moore family, what's your next step? Jasmine switched to a serious tone, stating, I know many people are unhappy with my position as the patriarch, so I need time to solidify my role and guide the family forward. If I can lead our business empire to rapid growth and generate more income for my family, I'm confident they will recognize my abilities and support me in the end. Charlie nodded slightly, responding in a thoughtful tone, your perspective is spot on. For most, the primary goal is to earn more fucking money. He added, now is a prime opportunity for the Moore family to advance. The Webb family is clearly losing its influence, and the top family in the South region is now vacant. I believe this is the perfect time for the Moore family to rise. Jasmine agreed, yes, I feel the same way. I was considering going out to explore and conduct some research to see if I could expand the family business. Ideally, I would like to find new partners to collaborate with. Charlie inquired, is there anything I can do to assist you? If you need my help, just let me know. Jasmine quickly replied, oh no, Master Wade, you've already helped me immensely. I couldn't possibly ask for more. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask, I'm eager to repay your kindness. Charlie smiled, saying, there's no need to keep saying that. If I require your assistance, I will certainly let you know. Jasmine nodded shyly, responding, okay, Master Wade, I understand. Charlie gently acknowledged her response, adding, Jasmine, when you return home, please give the rejuvenating pill directly to your grandfather. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to receive it. Jasmine enthusiastically replied, yes, I will. Charlie glanced at the time and said, oh, it's getting late. Let's head out. I'm sure your grandfather is eagerly waiting for your return. Jasmine felt reluctant to leave. She cherished this rare opportunity to spend time with Charlie, especially in a place she had loved visiting since childhood. In that moment, she longed to take his hand and confess her fucking feelings, but the thought that Charlie was a married man quickly quelled her impulse. With a soft sigh, she murmured, okay, Master Wade, let's go. As they walked back up the stone steps, Jasmine's heart raced, wondering if Charlie would hold her hand again as he had before. She found immense joy in the sensation of his gentle grasp on her hand. Chapter 12:22. When he took her hand, it brought Jasmine a wave of genuine happiness and delight. As they approached the steep stone steps, Charlie raised his hand and offered, I'd better hold your hand as we go up. Jasmine's heart swelled with the sweet blend of shyness and excitement typical of young love. With a bright smile, she extended her hand, allowing him to take it. Like a bashful lamb, she followed closely behind him, ascending the steps one at a time. Once they reached the car, Jasmine's lovely face glowed with a shy pink hue, her heart racing due to her nerves and bashfulness. With a hint of frenzy, she started the engine and said, "Master Wade, I'll take you home now." Charlie nodded, and Jasmine maneuvered the car back onto the main road. They crossed a bridge and soon arrived at the entrance of the Thompson First Villa area. As the car came to a halt, Charlie expressed, "Thank you for the ride." Jasmine replied quickly, "Oh, you're very welcome, Master Wade. Just be sure to drive safely on your way back," Charlie reminded her. "Of course, I will." Jasmine nodded, albeit a bit reluctantly. Just as Charlie reached for the door handle to exit, she panicked and exclaimed, "Master Wade, wait." Charlie pulled back his hand and asked, "Yes? What is it?" With a hint of shyness, Jasmine replied, "I still have a present I want to give you." Chuckling softly, Charlie said, "It's your birthday today, why are you preparing a gift for me?" Jasmine fumbled over her words, saying, "Well, it's a rather special gift. I've wanted to give it to you for quite some time, but I never found the right moment." Charlie smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll thank you in advance." Feeling bashful, Jasmine bit her lip and asked, "Could you please close your eyes? It's a surprise." "Sure." Charlie didn't think twice about it. Understanding that girls often enjoyed a bit of ceremony, he closed his eyes without hesitation. Moments later, Charlie felt a gentle pair of lips press against his own. Not only were her lips soft, but they also carried a unique sweetness. Instead of pulling back immediately, Jasmine lingered, keeping her lips against his. Charlie was utterly taken aback. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and found himself gazing into Jasmine's beautiful eyes, which were so close. He never anticipated that Jasmine would fucking kiss him. For a brief moment, he thought about pulling away or gently pushing her back, but deep down, he felt a whirlwind of emotions, confusion and struggle. Caught in this tangled web of feelings, he found himself frozen, unable to respond. The kiss from Jasmine lasted for a full minute. Chapter 12:23. Jasmine's kiss took Charlie completely by surprise, leaving him in a state of shock. The thought that she would ever fucking kiss him had never crossed his mind. Truth be told, even though he was the young master of the Wade family and held the esteemed title of Master Wade in Oris Hill, Charlie had little experience with women. Until now, the closest he had come to intimacy was a fleeting kiss with his wife, Claire, which was nothing more than a gentle peck on the lips. In stark contrast, Jasmine's kiss was far more passionate, filled with a tenderness that he could genuinely feel and appreciate. Charlie felt a wave of panic as he grappled with how to respond. Perhaps it was due to the awkwardness of her position, having leaned over to straddle the center console to kiss him, that Jasmine couldn't maintain her posture. She sank back into the driver's seat, her face flushed a deep red, as if blood might drip from it at any moment. Even her ears, hidden beneath her silky hair, were blushing. Jasmine couldn't bring herself to meet Charlie's gaze. Instead, she fixated on the steering wheel, her nerves getting the best of her. Charlie felt equally fucking uneasy. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the car. Jasmine was the first to shatter the stillness. In a soft, hesitant voice, she said, "Master Wade, I'm really sorry. I got carried away with excitement. Please forgive me if I've upset you." Charlie cleared his throat, his voice thick with awkwardness as he replied, Jasmine. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. He didn't want to hurt Jasmine's feelings. Yet, he couldn't ignore the reality of his situation. With a heavy sigh, he admitted, "Jasmine, I'm married, and you know that." Jasmine nodded earnestly, her voice still tinged with nervousness. "Yes, I've heard about you and your wife." Gathering her courage, she turned to look Charlie in the eyes and declared with utmost seriousness, "Master Wade, I truly like you. I want to be with you. I understand that you're married and that what I did was wrong, but I feel compelled to pursue my feelings. I believe everyone deserves the chance to seek their true love, and I'm no fucking exception." Charlie sighed, feeling regret. "Jasmine, you're a wonderful person, but I am married, and that's the reality." Jasmine, however, responded with a hint of stubbornness, "Master Wade, I've heard that even though you and your wife have been married for over 3 years, you haven't consummated the marriage and that it was arranged by her grandfather. 3 years, Master Wade. Why the hell would you cling to a marriage without intimacy for so long? Her emotions began to surface, her eyes glistening with tears. From the moment we met, I felt a sense of sympathy for you. Everyone in Oris Hill sees you as a remarkable figure, a true dragon among ordinary people. But I don't understand, given your capabilities, why would you marry into the Wilson family and live as a lowly son-in-law in an unfulfilled marriage? Charlie offered a bittersweet smile. Claire has always been kind to me. How could I abandon her simply because I have certain abilities? Upon hearing this, Jasmine's tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Whatever your wife can offer you, I believe I can provide that too, and even the things she cannot give you. Chapter 12:24. After expressing her feelings, Jasmine turned to Charlie, her earnest gaze locking onto him as tears streamed down her face. Emotionally, she said, Master Wade, if you can accept me, I promise to give you everything, myself, my family, all of it. From that moment on, the Moore family will become the Wade family, and you will be its sole patriarch. I desire nothing else in my life except to be your lover and be by your side for eternity. If you enjoy traveling, I will forego the entire Moore family to accompany you wherever you wish to go. If you want children, I will bear your child and as many more as you fucking desire. Your happiness is my priority, and I'm willing to do anything for it. Charlie felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he listened to her words. Jasmine was undeniably a breathtaking beauty, a rare gem in a sea of ordinary. Her stunning appearance was complemented by a delightful personality, and she had been raised with an exclusive, aristocratic education that honed her remarkable abilities. She could easily be regarded as a perfect example of virtue among the social elite. Even the most prominent families in Eastcliff might struggle to cultivate such an exceptional woman with her qualities. Charlie realized he was fortunate that someone as remarkable as Jasmine had developed feelings for him. However, he was still married and held deep feelings for Claire, making it impossible for him to leave her without a second thought. Yet, he couldn't bear to see Jasmine in tears. He didn't want to hurt Claire, but at the same time, he was reluctant to see Jasmine suffer. In that moment, he found himself caught in a fucking difficult dilemma. Jasmine maintained her intense gaze on him, eagerly awaiting his response. After a few minutes of silence, Charlie sighed and said, Jasmine, I appreciate your feelings for me, and I am truly grateful, but I'm sorry, I can't leave Claire. Please understand. As soon as he spoke, the tears that had just subsided began to flow again, cascading down Jasmine's beautiful face. With watery, reddened eyes, Jasmine looked at Charlie affectionately and replied, Master Wade, it's all right, I understand your situation. I realize it may be difficult for you to accept me right now, but I'm willing to wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Charlie sighed and murmured, Why the hell would you want to waste your youth on me? I'm not worth it. There are many wonderful gentlemen out there who would be better for you. Please don't squander your happiness on me or act hastily. No, Jasmine interjected firmly. I'm not acting on impulse. I genuinely believe there is no one better than you. I've always been stubborn. When I like something or someone, my feelings never fucking change. Then, she raised her wrist, revealing a vintage bracelet her mother had left her, and said earnestly, Just like this bracelet, I have other pieces at home that are more luxurious and expensive, but they don't hold my heart. I cherish this one, and my love for it is everlasting. My feelings will never fade, and I won't change my mind. In response, Charlie said sincerely, Jasmine, you're 26 today, an ideal age for marriage, especially coming from a distinguished family like yours. You should seek out a good man to marry in the next few years. Please don't waste your precious time on me, I'm not worth it, and I am still married. Jasmine insisted, I'm willing to wait. Charlie sighed again, what are you waiting for? Are you hoping I'll divorce Claire? What if I never do? Jasmine replied stubbornly, I'm willing to wait. Charlie sighed once more, feeling disheartened. Let's say I did get divorced. You're the young mistress of the Moore family, won't you fear the ridicule of marrying a divorcee like me? Jasmine shook her head resolutely. I'm not afraid. As long as you don't look down on me, I can be your lover. I won't be deterred by the world's fucking judgment as long as I can be with you. Chapter 12:25. Charlie felt utterly helpless and despondent when it came to Jasmine. He never imagined she would be so fucking attentive to him, yet at the same time, he was taken aback by her stubbornness. Though he never meant to stir her emotions, events unfolded unexpectedly. He recognized that he played a role in the deep affection she had developed for him, but he understood that resolving this situation wouldn't happen overnight. Therefore, he gently suggested, I think it's best if we give each other some time. Let's discuss this later. Jasmine looked at him anxiously and asked softly, are you going to ignore me from now on? Will you distance yourself and push me away? Charlie smiled reassuringly, why the hell would I do that? Just because you confessed your feelings doesn't mean I'll avoid or ignore you. That's not who I am. Jasmine let out a sigh of relief and replied, honestly, I've mentally prepared myself for the possibility that it might take a long time to achieve this dream. Even if it takes 8, 10, or even 20 years, to me, that's not too long. I only have one request, no matter what happens, please don't alienate me. Even if you don't have feelings for me, I hope you'll treat me as your friend, just like before. Charlie spoke earnestly, you don't have to worry, I won't change how I treat you. It will remain the same. Jasmine nodded slightly in response. Charlie let out a sigh, well, it's getting late. I need to head home, and you should too. Jasmine nodded and said, good night, Master Wade. Thank you for coming to my birthday and for the rejuvenating pill you gave me. Charlie smiled and waved, it was my pleasure. I'll get out here, drive safely. As he reached for the door handle and was about to step out of the car, Jasmine suddenly called out, Master Wade. Charlie turned to her, asking, yes? Is there anything else? Jasmine's lovely face turned as red as a cherry tomato as she shyly confessed, it was my first kiss. Even Charlie felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks at her bashful admission. He had never considered that Jasmine had never kissed anyone before and had chosen to give her first kiss to him. Even heroes can fall for someone beautiful, and he was just an ordinary man with a strong sense of righteousness. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he expressed sincerely, thank you. Jasmine responded with a sweet and timid smile, saying, Master Wade, I'll be going now. Okay, he replied softly. Chapter 12:26. After stepping out of the car, Charlie stood still, watching Jasmine drive away. He lingered there for over 10 seconds before finally turning around and walking through the Thompson First Gate. Upon returning home, Charlie found Claire already settled in after her evening shower, lying on the bed with a book in hand. She looked up and smiled at Charlie, asking, how was your friend's birthday party? Feeling slightly fucking uncomfortable, Charlie replied, oh, the party was nice. Unbeknownst to Claire, it was actually Jasmine's birthday, but Charlie had chosen not to mention it to prevent her from overthinking the situation. Claire didn't notice any change in Charlie's demeanor. Instead, she set her book aside and in a gentle voice said, Dear, may I ask you a favor? Charlie reassured her, you don't need to be so fucking formal with me, dear. I'm here for you, just tell me what you need. Claire replied, a high school friend of mine is getting married soon. She stopped by the office today to give me an invitation. Would you come with me? Charlie smiled, of course. Is it a boy or a girl? Claire responded. We sat next to each other in our senior year. Charlie nodded, oh, if she was your tablemate, then we definitely need to go. Claire nervously fidgeted with her fingers and added, Dear, I have another favor to ask. Charlie encouraged her, all right, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Claire spoke earnestly, my friend had a tough upbringing. Her family always favored males, neglecting her needs. She's pregnant, which is why she's marrying soon, but her in-laws look down on her as well. When she visited my office, she pleaded for me to lend her my BMW for the bride's convoy. She thinks a BMW is a big deal, but nowadays, the first car in the convoy should be a luxury vehicle worth at least $1 million. The BMW 5 Series just doesn't meet that standard. So, I was hoping you could help me borrow 2 luxury cars from Mr. White and Mr. Quinton as the lead vehicles in her convoy." Charlie was taken aback. "I can borrow the cars, that's not an issue since I haven't driven them since the car show. But, dear, I've only heard of a convoy to pick up the bride. I've never heard of one to send her off. What the hell kind of strange tradition is that?" Claire explained, "My friend was a resident student in high school and came from a rural area near Orris Hill. Traditionally, it's the groom's side that sends a convoy to pick up the bride. However, her in-laws despise her, so they've made an unreasonable request, stating they won't be sending the bride during the wedding and expect her side to take her to the hotel on their own. That's why." Charlie frowned. "This is fucking absurd. She's carrying his child, how can they treat her like this? The groom's family is being cruel." Claire sighed, "It's truly sad. They've refused to even give her a betrothal gift, not a single penny. Her family was counting on that money to help buy a house for her brother, but now, without any betrothal gift, they oppose the marriage. Still, my friend insists on going through with it. In the end, both her family and her future in-laws look down on her. It's heartbreaking." At that moment, Claire wrapped her arms around Charlie, playfully shaking his arm, and pleaded, "Honey, I know you're the most wonderful husband ever and you prefer to stay low-key, but could you please help my friend by lending her a sports car for her wedding? I want her to feel respected on her big day so her in-laws won't mistreat her afterward. Please." Charlie's face broke into a wide grin at her charming demeanor, and he replied lovingly, "Since she's your high school friend, one car won't be enough, let's use both. I'll drive one, and you can drive the other with your friend in your car. How does that sound? Are you okay with that plan?" Claire squealed with joy, hugged him tightly, and kissed him, exclaiming, "Yes. I'm so happy. You're the best fucking husband in the entire world." Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. What the hell had happened to him today? Was this a stroke of good luck? Chapter 12:27. Meanwhile, Jasmine had made her way back to the Moore family mansion. As she drove, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, and her heart raced as memories of the daring kiss she shared with Charlie flooded her mind. To be honest, Jasmine wasn't the type of woman who typically took the lead in romantic pursuits. She had attracted numerous admirers throughout her life, but none of them had ever captured her heart. In fact, she had never truly liked anyone until she met Charlie. Even she was surprised at how quickly she fell for him and how it turned her world upside down. As the heiress of Orris Hill's most prominent family, the thought of that kiss becoming public knowledge terrified her. She could easily become the subject of ridicule throughout the city. Society generally frowned upon a woman being so forward in expressing her affection. Moreover, she had given Charlie her first kiss, one that she had cherished for 26 years. Yet, Jasmine felt no fucking regrets whatsoever. She resolved to show her commitment to Charlie through both time and tangible actions. She had promised to wait for him, and she would do so, no matter how long it took. Upon arriving at her home, Jasmine pulled into the driveway, where Oscar rushed over to her with a respectful greeting. "Miss, you're back. Please park your car here, I'll take it to the garage for you." Jasmine replied, "It's fine, Uncle Oscar. I can park it myself, please continue with your work." Oscar insisted, "Oh no, Miss Moore, I can't do that. You're now the head of the Moore family, and we, the staff, are here to assist you in any way we can." He then leaned in slightly and whispered, "By the way, Lord Moore is still waiting for you." Jasmine was taken aback to hear that her grandfather was waiting. She quickly nodded, handed the keys to Oscar, grabbed her handbag, and hurried into the house. Inside, all the members of the Moore family were gathered in the living hall. Although Jasmine's birthday banquet had concluded, no one dared to leave since Lord Moore had yet to announce the end of the gathering. Those who were more observant noted that Lord Moore was not seated in his usual position at the head of the table this time. The layout of the Moore family's formal living room resembled a corporate conference room, with a central main seat flanked by 18 chairs on each side. Typically, Lord Moore would occupy the main seat, but on this occasion, he chose to sit to the right of it. It was evident to everyone that he was saving the main seat for Jasmine. Reuben and his father, Theodore, sat across from Lord Moore, their expressions stern and unyielding. This evening felt like a waking fucking nightmare for them, one they couldn't escape and would never forget. Lord Moore was not only physically capable but also mentally astute. He possessed a strong sense of judgment and an unwavering ability to steer circumstances in his favor. If he was set on supporting Jasmine in her rise to power, there was little Reuben and Theodore could do to oppose him. In this scenario, the father and son found themselves powerless against Lord Moore's decisions, no matter how much they disagreed. As long as he remained alive, Jasmine would have an unwavering ally by her side. Chapter 12:28. They were utterly perplexed, especially after Lord Moore made a remarkable recovery from what was thought to be a terminal illness. Now, he was as vigorous as a middle-aged man, meaning he could potentially live another 10 to 20 years. Jasmine, though currently inexperienced, had the unwavering support and hope of Lord Moore. With his protection and guidance, there was no doubt she would evolve into a competent leader of the family in just a few years. By then, it would be exceedingly challenging to displace her. History shows that when noble families are in a struggle for power, the best time for a coup is when a new emperor sits on the throne with a shaky foundation. A case in point is Zhu Di from the Ming dynasty, who rebelled against his nephew, the Jiangwen emperor. Zhu Di successfully toppled the newly crowned emperor, taking advantage of the precarious situation. However, the issue at hand was that Jasmine was not akin to the Jiangwen emperor. When the Jiangwen emperor took the throne, Zhu Di's father, Zhu Yuanzhang, had already passed away. Had Zhu Yuanzhang been alive, Zhu Di's rebellion would likely have failed. Now, with Lord Moore in good health, Reuben and Theodore found themselves at a disadvantage. They had no fucking schemes to counter Lord Moore's decisions, leaving them to bide their time and observe the unfolding events for any opportunity to act. As Jasmine entered the room, Lord Moore greeted her with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome home, our new head of the family. Come, Jasmine, take the main seat." Jasmine had expected to find just her grandfather waiting for her, so she was taken aback to see the entire family gathered in the living hall. The fact that her grandfather was willing to relinquish the main seat for her left her momentarily speechless. "Oh no, Grandpa. You should sit in the main seat." "I'll be happy to sit next to you," she quickly replied. Lord Moore chuckled, "How can I occupy the main seat when I'm no longer the head of the family? That would undermine your rightful position." He gently assisted Jasmine into the main seat and then laughed heartily. "The Moore family is truly blessed. Not only do we have the esteemed Master Wade to guide us, but we also have an exceptional successor in Jasmine to lead our family to greater heights. I am confident that in a few short years, our family will thrive." Everyone else in the family applauded enthusiastically except for Theodore and Reuben, who understood the underlying motivations. They realized that Jasmine must have a deep affection for Charlie, otherwise, he wouldn't have assisted her so frequently or gifted her 2 rejuvenating pills. Considering that one rejuvenating pill was sold to Travis Lane for $2 billion, the combined worth of 2 pills was at least $4 billion, right? Now that Jasmine had assumed the role of family head, it was inevitable that Charlie would continue to support her, steering their family toward a prosperous future. Lord Moore felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed the enthusiastic response from the family. His greatest fear was that his choice to pass the leadership to Jasmine would be met with disapproval. If anyone sought a reason to rebel against her, she would find herself in a precarious position. Fortunately, with Master Wade's favor and his own role as protector, Jasmine was well equipped to excel as the head of the family. With this assurance, Lord Moore beamed and mused, "I can see it won't be long before our family rises to become the #1 family in the South region. If Jasmine is fortunate enough to marry Master Wade, it would be a tremendous honor for us, propelling our family to unimaginable success. The sky's the limit." However, Theodore, unusually quiet until now, interjected with concern, "Father, let's not forget that we've crossed Sam Kilgore today. We have no idea how the Kilgore family might retaliate." Lord Moore responded sharply, "With Master Wade on our side, I have no fucking fear of offending Lord Kilgore, let alone his 3rd son." Chapter 12:29. Late at night at Eastcliff International Airport, a private jet touched down, carrying Sam Kilgore. During the flight, Sam was restless, haunted by the fear that the ruby necklace he had swallowed might lead to a serious intestinal blockage. Fortunately, he arrived safely in Eastcliff. Once the plane landed, it swiftly maneuvered down the runway to the hangar, where an ambulance awaited his arrival. The Kilgore family held immense power and wealth in Eastcliff, boasting a net worth exceeding $500 billion. They not only employed their own team of medical professionals but also owned a private hospital. The ambulance that came to retrieve him belonged to the Kilgore family's hospital. On board were the hospital's vice president and several gastroenterologists, all visibly anxious upon learning that Sam had ingested a ruby roughly the size of an egg attached to a necklace. Swallowing foreign objects posed significant risks, especially with larger and oddly shaped items, which amplified the danger. Ingesting a necklace was far more complicated than swallowing a simple rock. Had he consumed a polished, round ruby, it might not have been a significant issue. However, the necklace's intricate design, featuring a white gold base and a series of links, drastically increased the likelihood of it becoming lodged in his intestines. If he couldn't pass it naturally, surgery would be the only remaining option. Sam lay in the ambulance, his face contorted in pain, as he learned about the potential need for surgery. "Is there really no alternative?" he asked nervously. "I've never had surgery before." The doctor reassured him, "Don't worry, Master Kilgore. Once we reach the hospital, we'll perform a CT scan to determine the necklace's location. If it hasn't yet entered your intestines, we can wait and see if you can pass it naturally. But if it's already there and can't be expelled, we may have no choice but to operate." Feeling disheartened by this news, Sam inquired, "If surgery is unavoidable, how long will it take for me to recover fully?" After a moment of thought, the doctor responded, "If we need to remove the necklace, you will have to remain bedridden for at least 2 weeks post-surgery, avoiding any strenuous activity. Complete recovery will take about 3 months." Upon hearing he would need to be bedridden for 2 weeks and take 3 months to fully heal, Sam's frustration boiled over. "When can I have sex?" he demanded, teeth clenched. The doctor shifted uncomfortably, replying, "Well, sir, sexual activity is considered strenuous and is strictly prohibited after abdominal surgery. You'll need to wait at least 3 months." Sam rolled his eyes, feeling utterly defeated. Renowned as a notorious playboy, Sam frequently frequented Eastcliff's nightclubs, mingling with models and celebrities. At his peak, he had entertained multiple romantic encounters in a single night. How could a man like him accept the prospect of 3 months without sex? It felt akin to telling a chain smoker they couldn't smoke for 3 months, a sentence he found unbearable. Curiosity piqued, one of the doctors asked, "By the way, Master Kilgore, how did you end up swallowing such a large necklace? Was it an accident? What happened?" Chapter 12:30. Sam was furious about the doctor's question. Charlie's smug expression flashed in his mind once again, and he couldn't wait to wipe that infuriating smile off Charlie's face. He felt an overwhelming urge to take drastic action. And then there was Isaac. Isaac's rudeness knew no bounds. He even went so far as to film a video for blackmail, forcing Sam to swallow the ruby necklace. If it weren't for that threat, Sam would never have swallowed the necklace. Did that bastard really believe he owned the world just because he had the Wade family backing him? What a ridiculous notion. Sam shot a glare at the doctor and snapped angrily, "Mind your own damn business. If you say anything stupid again, I swear I'll fucking hurt you." The doctor quickly fell silent. Although Sam was the third son in the Kilgore family and not the strongest, he was definitely not someone to take lightly. The ambulance raced towards the hospital, and upon arrival, Sam was swiftly taken into the CT scan room. The advanced CT machine beeped to life, starting to capture detailed images of Sam's abdomen. From the scans, the doctors could clearly see the distinct outline of the ruby necklace lodged in his stomach. More critically, the necklace was caught in the bend of his intestines, creating a dangerous connection between the ruby pendant and the chain, making it nearly impossible to pass naturally. To make matters worse, due to its size, the necklace had already caused a significant blockage in his intestinal tract. If left untreated, other food could enter, potentially leading to a severe bowel obstruction. After a thorough discussion, the medical team decided that the ruby necklace needed to be surgically removed without delay. When Sam stepped off the CT machine, he was crushed by the grim news. But he was no fool. Aware that the doctors were primarily concerned for his well-being, he gritted his teeth and responded, "Fine, let's get the surgery scheduled as soon as possible." One of the doctors interjected, "Master Kilgore, your parents are already en route and will arrive shortly. First, we'll take you to the ward while we prepare the operating room, gather the necessary instruments, and finalize the surgical plan. You can wait for your parents here before heading into surgery." Sam inquired, "Oh? They're coming?" "Yes," the doctor confirmed, "they're on their way." Sam nodded, feeling a sense of resignation. A nurse then escorted him to the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, a beautiful nurse attended to him, helping him change into a hospital gown and gently wiping his body. Sam glanced at her with a flirtatious thought crossing his mind. Well, since Mom and Dad will take half an hour to arrive, and I won't be able to have any fun for the next 3 months, I might as well enjoy this moment with her. As the nurse helped him change, he took her hand with a mischievous smile and said, "Hey there, gorgeous, what's your name? Want to have a little fun with me before I go into surgery? Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Chapter 12:31. At the hospital where the Kilgore family was receiving treatment, the doctors and nurses were well aware of the family's immense wealth. They seized every possible opportunity to curry favor with the Kilgore family members. To the nurse, the thought that the third young master of the Kilgore family might take an interest in her felt like a dream come true, straight out of a Cinderella fairy tale. Even a brief encounter could secure her a comfortable life, as Master Kilgore had promised. And if a one-night stand resulted in a pregnancy, wouldn't that elevate her status even further, completely transforming her life from ordinary to extraordinary? This was precisely why so many celebrities willingly became mistresses to wealthy tycoons or even bore their children. They were all chasing their own rags-to-riches story. Upon hearing Sam's tempting proposal, the nurse immediately nodded. Her voice was filled with eagerness and flirtation as she replied, "Master Kilgore, I'm willing to do anything you desire." Sam's heart pounded violently at her response. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the nurse toward him and laid her down on the bed. Fortunately, the ruby necklace he was wearing did not cause any adverse reaction, so his confidence remained intact ahead of his upcoming surgery. The nurse was equally enthusiastic, and the two of them quickly became entangled in a heated embrace, their kisses filled with raw desire. However, just as things were about to escalate further, the ward door suddenly swung open. Sam froze in shock, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Standing at the doorway were his parents and grandparents, all staring at the scene with wide eyes filled with disbelief. His grandmother let out a startled cry, staggered backward, and collapsed onto the floor, clearly in pain. Panicking, Sam hastily pulled the blanket over himself and stammered, "Grandpa. Grandma. Mom. Dad, why are you here so soon? You little bastard," his father roared as he rushed to help his mother, who was groaning in agony. "Oh God, it hurts so badly. I think I injured my tailbone, quick, call a doctor." Sam's grandfather was livid. He pointed a trembling finger at Sam and shouted, "You disgraceful piece of trash. As a member of the Kilgore family, how could you fool around with someone like this? If you get her pregnant, you'll bring eternal shame upon our family, you idiot." Sam's face turned deathly pale. He had never expected his family to arrive at the hospital in less than 10 minutes, nor did he imagine being caught in such a humiliating situation. Feeling the crushing pressure of his grandfather's fury, Sam hurriedly apologized. "Grandpa, please calm down. I wasn't thinking straight. The doctor said I shouldn't engage in this kind of activity for 3 months after the surgery. I'm really sorry." His father, Heath, was boiling with rage. "You useless fool. Your grandparents rushed here because they were worried about you, and this is how you repay them. You're absolutely infuriating." He continued angrily, "Look at your grandmother. She's injured. Go help her right now." Realizing he was in serious trouble, Sam instinctively tried to shift the blame. He pointed at the nurse and shouted, "Dad, it was this slut who seduced me." Chapter 12:32. The nurse hurriedly grabbed a pillow to cover herself and cried out in an aggrieved tone, "Master Kilgore, don't you dare pin this on me. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought about betraying my boyfriend. My boyfriend and I love each other very much." Sam exploded in anger. "You have a boyfriend?" Tears welled up in the nurse's eyes as she replied, "Yes. We've been together for several years, and we even plan to get married this year. If he finds out about this, my life will be completely ruined." Sam clenched his teeth in frustration, while Heat shot the nurse a cold, piercing look and said flatly, "I'll give you $5 million. Take the money and get out of this room and this hospital immediately." The moment she heard the amount, the nurse nodded frantically. She quickly put on her uniform, grabbed the money, and rushed out of the ward with a satisfied smile on her face. At that moment, doctors rushed in to attend to Sam's grandmother, who had collapsed on the floor, and promptly wheeled her away for further examination. Sam's grandfather and father followed closely behind, leaving Lydia, Sam's mother, alone with him in the hospital ward. Lydia glared at her son, her eyes burning with anger, and scolded him, "What the hell is wrong with you? How could you be so reckless? Of all the places, you chose the hospital. Do you have any idea how furious your grandfather was when he saw this?" "Mom, I'm really sorry," Sam muttered. He lowered his head, tears streaming down his face like a scolded child. Lydia let out a long sigh and said, "You know better than anyone how much your grandfather values the Kilgore bloodline. Anyone who gets a low-class woman pregnant will be disowned without hesitation. You remember what happened to your uncle's sons, don't you?" Sam remembered it all too clearly. His third uncle's youngest son and his fourth uncle's second son had both been expelled from Eastcliff by their grandfather for the same reason: they had fathered children with women of low social standing. Both of them were banished to the southern region of the country, forced to manage insignificant, small-scale businesses. They were never allowed to return to the Kilgore family in Eastcliff or access any of the family's resources. In essence, they had been completely abandoned by their own blood. His grandfather had always taken extreme pride in the purity of the Kilgore bloodline. The Kilgore family lineage was rich with distinguished scholars and high-ranking officials throughout ancient history. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, many princes and crown princes had even been taught by their ancestors. Because of this, in his grandfather's eyes, only well-educated, refined women from prestigious families were qualified to bear Kilgore descendants and continue the family legacy. Any Kilgore descendant who fathered a child with a woman of low status would bring unbearable disgrace to the family bloodline, something his grandfather would never tolerate. The thought alone filled Sam with terror. Fortunately, his parents and grandparents had arrived at the ward in time. Otherwise, he might have gone all the way with the nurse without any protection, and if she had become pregnant, his life would have been completely destroyed. With a serious expression, Sam promised, "Mom, don't worry. I swear I won't let something like this happen again." Lydia sighed again, her tone turning stern. "Empty words won't fix anything. You need to personally apologize to your grandfather and earn his forgiveness. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mom, I understand," Sam nodded repeatedly, then asked in a dejected voice, "By the way, how did you get here so quickly? I thought it would take at least 20 minutes." Lydia shot him an annoyed glance and snapped, "We were planning to drive here, but your grandmother was so worried about you after hearing what happened that she insisted on taking the helicopter. Who would have thought we'd walk in on something like this? Hurry up and get dressed, we need to go check on your grandmother." Chapter 1233. Sam felt a wave of regret wash over him and nodded quickly when his mother suggested he visit his grandmother. Lydia turned to him, urgency in her voice, "Get dressed right away, hurry." In a flurry, Sam snatched his clothes and put them on. Lydia continued, "By the way, what brought you back from Oris Hill so soon? And I heard something outrageous about you swallowing a ruby necklace. Is that true? Is it the one I picked for you to give to Miss Moore? What's going on?" With a heavy sigh, Sam felt overwhelmed by his mother's barrage of questions. "Mom, can you please just stop? To put it simply, at Jasmine's birthday party in Oris Hill, I ran into this guy named Wade, and we made a bet. I ended up losing and had to swallow the ruby necklace." Lydia frowned at his explanation. "How did you anger someone from the Wade family? Is he related to the Wade family in Eastcliff?" Son, we can't afford to cross them. Sam quickly reassured her, no, Mom, he's not from Eastcliff. He's just a pathetic live-in son-in-law from a low-tier family in Orris Hill. The Moore family is completely enchanted by his ability to brew some mediocre magical elixir. Lydia pressed on, have you talked to the head of the Moore family about the wedding plans and possible partnership? Your father is hoping you can use this situation to impress your grandfather. Frustrated, Sam replied, forget it, Mom. The Moore family is filled with ignorant assholes who can't tell the difference between right and wrong. Plus, Jasmine seems to be interested in that Wade guy. I seriously think they might be involved. That's impossible. Lydia shook her head firmly. I hired a private investigator to look into Jasmine, and she's a great girl. I can tell you, many young women in Eastcliff don't compare to her. The investigator also mentioned that she hasn't been in any relationships. Then, leaning closer, she whispered, here's a secret. I even had the investigator check Jasmine's medical report from a top private hospital, and it shows she's still a virgin. What? The fierce, wolf-like glint returned to Sam's eyes as he reacted. He blurted out, Jasmine Moore is still a fucking virgin. Lydia scolded him in a hushed tone, how many times do I have to remind you to watch your language? If your grandparents hear you, it will leave a bad impression. Apologizing, Sam said, I'm sorry, Mom, it's just so unexpected that I couldn't help but react. Lydia continued, from my findings, Jasmine truly stands out. Your grandfather places great importance on legitimate bloodlines, a woman's status, and her cultured nature. I believe he would be thrilled if you could marry Jasmine. Why else would I have you travel all the way to Orris Hill? Lowering her voice again, she instructed, listen closely, Jasmine is your golden opportunity. Your grandfather has always wanted your uncle's eldest son to pursue the fourth young miss of the Wade family, but she showed no interest, and he ended up being criticized for his shortcomings. Then there was your uncle's second son, who was dating the young miss of the Fisher family in Eastcliff. Although their family is well regarded socially, the girl is so plain that even cosmetic surgery couldn't help her. Plus, her carefree and wild nature doesn't fit the image of a refined young lady, so your grandparents aren't pleased with her. If you could find a wonderful girl like Jasmine Moore, your grandparents would be ecstatic. You'd probably become their favorite grandson. It was at that moment that Sam fully understood how significant Jasmine was to him. Chapter 12:34. Sam expressed his frustration, saying, Arg, if I had known that, I would have gone after her during our study abroad trip. Lydia inquired, so why didn't you? With a sigh, Sam replied, back then, I thought the foreign girls were more appealing, so I focused all my attention on them during those years overseas. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Mom, do you think Jasmine has a negative impression of me after that embarrassing incident? What should I do? Lydia sighed and advised, you need to come up with a plan to redeem yourself. Remember, winning a girl's heart takes time, and there are no guarantees of quick success. You should be ready for a long journey. Sam responded, the doctor mentioned that I might have to stay in bed for 15 days post-surgery, which means I won't be able to visit Orris Hill for a while. Lydia teased, so what? It's just 15 days. Jasmine has been single for 26 years. Hearing this, Sam beamed with a smile. Thanks, Mom. Your words really boost my confidence. Lydia nodded and asked, by the way, did you manage to see Lorene during your trip to Orris Hill? Sam quickly replied, I didn't have the chance. The moment I landed, I went straight to the Moore family house, and then from there, I headed directly to the airport to fly back. Lydia encouraged, next time you go to Orris Hill, make sure to visit her. She's been there for quite a while and hasn't come back since. Sam nodded but asked, looking puzzled, Mom, why would Lorene want to go to a place like Orris Hill? Lydia explained, your grandmother mentioned that the Wade family recently acquired a company called Grand Group in Orris Hill. It's rumored they bought it for a young master of their family to run. Your grandmother sent Lorene there to see if she could connect with him. Sam frowned, skepticism in his voice. Is there really a young master of the Wade family in Orris Hill? I find that hard to believe. As he spoke, the image of Charlie flashed in his mind. Could Charlie Wade be that young master? But he didn't seem to fit the description, and Isaac had denied it. Besides, Charlie was a live-in son-in-law married into a struggling family, definitely not the young master of the Wade family. At that moment, Lydia voiced her doubts. Initially, I also thought the chairman of Grand Group might be the young master of the Wade family. However, Lorene told me she's never seen the chairman, so I suspect the young master isn't even in Oris Hill. He might be running the company from Eastcliff, or perhaps he's just a figurehead who doesn't actively manage it. Given the Wade family's vast empire, they likely don't pay much attention to a smaller company like Grant. Sam asked, astonished, then what's the purpose of having Lorene there? Why not just bring her back? Lydia replied, your grandmother wanted her to return, but Lorene didn't want to, so your grandmother has decided to let her stay for now. Chapter 1235. The relationships among the esteemed families of Eastcliff were notably complex. Intermarriage among these noble families was commonplace, mirroring the practices of royal dynasties where members married into other ruling families. Every family had both sons and daughters, and as they reached the appropriate age for marriage, their choices for spouses were limited. Given that they could not select partners from ordinary families, their only viable options were the offspring of other prestigious families. Thus, it could be said that these distinguished families were interconnected through a web of marriages. Some families, particularly those with numerous children, expanded their intermarriage practices to include a broad network of other prominent families. In Europe, royal intermarriage was prevalent among monarchies, resulting in a situation where many kings and queens were related to one another, essentially creating one large family through generations of marriage alliances. Sam's mother, Lydia Kilgore, was the daughter of the Thomas family and the aunt of Lorene. 35 years ago, she wed Sam's father, Heath. When Lydia and Heath married, the Thomas family was somewhat more affluent and influential than the Kilgore family. However, over the years, the fortunes of the Thomas family declined, while the Kilgore family experienced growth, widening the gap between the two clans. Regardless of this shift, Lord Kilgore and his wife consistently cherished Lydia, particularly because the Thomas family had significantly supported the Kilgore family during her marriage. After marrying Heath, Lydia became a mother to 3 daughters before Sam arrived, leading the entire family to shower him with affection. This year, as Sam approached his 28th birthday, Lydia's concerns regarding his marriage began to surface. Initially, she sought a suitable match for him among the esteemed families in Eastcliff, but none met her expectations. The young ladies from the Schultz and Wade families were of high status and attracted attention from other prominent families in Eastcliff, yet the Kilgore family seemed to lack the same level of wealth and social standing. Families with comparable status and wealth to the Kilgore family had daughters of marriageable age who were either already engaged or did not meet Lydia's criteria. Wishing the best for her son, Lydia hoped he would find a partner from a wealthy and respected family, possessing both beauty and a lovely personality. However, the young women from these elite families often shared a common flaw. While they were connected to affluent and powerful families, they typically lacked other admirable qualities. Their main attribute was their family name, but that often overshadowed their deficiencies. Some of these wealthy young women were lacking in intellect, squandering their family's money on lavish lifestyles. They might have attended prestigious schools, but often that was due to their family's financial influence rather than merit. A notorious example was Daniel Pace, who reportedly donated $15 million to Harvard to secure his son's admission. Many of these privileged young people, including Sam, were essentially superficial, despite their gilded appearances. The Kilgore family had invested considerable resources under the guise of a donation to facilitate Sam's studies abroad. Consequently, although he was the third son of the illustrious Kilgore family, his personal capabilities paled in comparison to those of hard-working high school students. Lydia was determined not to see her son end up with a beautiful yet empty-headed girl, so she carefully scrutinized the list of potential brides and identified Jasmine. However, plans often change unexpectedly. To her dismay, Lydia learned that her son had embarrassed himself by starting a fight with a stranger at Jasmine's birthday celebration, even swallowing a ruby necklace due to a foolish wager. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and disappointment. Nonetheless, she masked her feelings, recognizing that her son was about to undergo surgery. She encouraged him to get ready quickly and took him to visit his grandmother, who had recently suffered a fall and injury. Chapter 1236. After conducting a thorough series of inspections and examinations, the doctor determined that Sam's grandmother had indeed sustained an injury to her tailbone and would require at least a week of bed rest. Given the lady's intense pain, the doctor administered a numbing injection along with a painkiller injection to help alleviate her discomfort. Embarrassed, Sam trailed behind his mother as they made their way to his grandmother's ward. Upon entering, Sam was met with his father, Heath, who swiftly approached and struck him across the face with considerable force, exclaiming loudly, "You hopeless bastard! You're beyond redemption. Fortunately, your grandmother hasn't injured herself severely, or I'd be the one to put you in your fucking place." Sam had always been sheltered from punishment, so his father's sudden slap left him stunned and filled with a sense of injustice. Seeing her grandson in distress, his grandmother felt a pang of heartbreak and interjected, "Heath, that's enough. Sam is still young. It's typical for young people to make mistakes, even if they aren't admirable." However, Lord Kilgore, Sam's grandfather, was less forgiving. He glared at Sam and remarked coldly, "He's not that young anymore, he's an adult now. If he can't even manage his own desires, what can I expect from him?" Fear coursed through Sam as he absorbed his grandfather's harsh words. While he feared his father's physical punishment, it was his grandfather's disapproval that genuinely terrified him. A negative impression from Lord Kilgore could significantly impact his standing within the family. Heath, incensed by his father's comment, raised his hand once more and began to slap Sam repeatedly, shouting, "Arg, you bastard! If I catch you doing anything like this again, I swear I'll fucking break your leg." In pain, Sam covered his face and cried out timidly, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, Dad, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't make the same mistake again." Lord Kilgore let out a disdainful snort, saying, "I'm not like your grandmother, she spoils all of you. I adhere to my principles without exception. If you dare to repeat this, I'll throw you out of Eastcliff, and you'll never be welcomed back." Sam nodded vigorously, replying, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll never do it again, I promise." The stern expression on Lord Kilgore's face softened a bit at his apology. Lady Kilgore sighed and said, "That's enough, he's learned his lesson. Please stop punishing and scolding him, especially with his surgery coming up." Feeling grateful for his grandmother's defense, Sam approached her bed and knelt beside her, tears streaming down his cheeks. He took her hands in his and said, "Grandma, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Lady Kilgore gently wiped away his tears and reassured him, "A fault confessed is half redressed. I don't hold it against you." Just then, the gastroenterologist entered the ward and announced, "Master, the operating theater is prepared for the young master." Heath nodded and addressed Sam, "It's just a minor surgery, so don't worry. Go with the doctor. I'll stay here with your grandmother." Sam quickly agreed. Lady Kilgore urged, "Lydia, you don't need to remain here, go with them." Worried about leaving her son alone for the surgery, Lydia quickly replied, "Okay, Mother, I'll accompany him." After Sam and Lydia left with the doctor, Heath turned to his father, shamefaced. "Father, I apologize, I haven't been successful in raising him." Lord Kilgore waved dismissively and replied, "Sam is nearly 28, it's time for him to settle down. Boys won't mature until they marry. We need to find him a suitable partner." Heath quickly responded, "Father, to be honest, Lydia and I have already identified a suitable spouse for him. She's the young miss of the Moore family in Orris Hill. Not only is she beautiful and charming, but she's also intelligent and capable in her career. My plan is that after a corporate marriage with the Moore family, we can elevate our status to the top family in the South region, thus extending our influence there." Lord Kilgore nodded in approval. "That's a smart move to bypass the treacherous landscape of Eastcliff and develop in the South region. Make it happen." Chapter 1237. It was only after the surgery that the ruby necklace was finally extracted from the unfortunate Sam's intestines. What lay ahead for him was a grueling 15 days of strict bed rest, forcing him to lie in the VIP room of his family's hospital like a mummy. Due to the potential harm from prolonged use of the patient-controlled epidural analgesia pump, it was removed after his second surgery. This left him grappling with constant pain, writhing in bed with an agonized expression. The more the pain intensified, the deeper his resentment toward Charlie grew. He was eager to heal quickly so he could rush to Oris Hill and confront Charlie. In his mind, it would be best to dismantle him piece by piece to reclaim his tarnished status as the third young master of the Kilgore family. Meanwhile, Charlie was completely indifferent to Sam's plight. This weekend, Claire's high school friend was set to tie the knot. Since he had promised his wife he would secure 2 luxury cars for the wedding, he reached out to Graham on Friday, requesting the delivery of the vehicles to Thompson First Villa. Upon hearing that Master Wade was finally using these 2 cars, Graham quickly organized a trailer to transport them to the villa. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron Hermes and Aston Martin 1-77 were bound to turn heads on the road. These cars were exceptionally rare, even in China, and no one in Oris Hill could boast such vehicles as their wedding cars. Even when parked at the opulent Thompson First Villa, these cars were the epitome of luxury, so their arrival naturally drew the attention of wealthy residents nearby. Elaine gasped in amazement when she spotted the cars in the garage. She walked around them several times, her excitement palpable as she asked Claire, "My dear daughter, where on earth did you get these incredible cars?" Claire responded, "Mom, Charlie borrowed these 2 cars from Mr. Quinton. I needed them for my friend's wedding tomorrow." "Wow!" Elaine exclaimed, "When will we ever have such exclusive sports cars in our garage?" Then she turned to Charlie with a flattering tone, asking, "My dear son-in-law, can't you persuade your wealthy friends to gift us a car like this? I've never been in such a luxurious sports car in my life." To be honest, Charlie didn't have much of a passion for cars. To him, they were merely a means of transportation, and he preferred not to draw attention to himself. Therefore, he felt no particular excitement about these cars and didn't consider it a privilege to drive them, which explained why he hadn't taken any of them out. He replied to Elaine, "Mom, these cars are impressive, but the upkeep is exorbitant. Just take the Bugatti, for instance. One tire costs over $100,000, which adds up to $500,000 or $600,000 for all 4. Regular maintenance can run into tens of thousands. And if you so much as scratch it, just the repainting could exceed $100,000. We simply can't afford that." Elaine sighed, disappointed, and said, "Instead of spending all that on maintaining this piece of metal, I could just invest it in a good set of dentures." She then touched her gums and lamented, "I've been without my front teeth for ages, I wonder when I'll finally get the implants." Claire reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already scheduled an appointment with the dentist. As soon as your legs are better, I'll take you for your dental implants and the best veneers." Only then did Elaine nod, a satisfied smile on her face. Turning to Charlie, Claire asked, "So, dear, which car will you drive tomorrow?" Charlie replied, "That's up to you. Pick one, and I'll take the other." Chapter 12:38. With a hint of anxiety in her voice, Claire expressed, "I'm really not confident when it comes to driving these cars. Their engines are incredibly powerful, and I worry I might lose control and cause an accident. It would be quite a hassle if I were to scratch one of them." Charlie responded with a reassuring smile, "Don't stress too much, sweetheart. Just think of these cars as if they were our own." Claire replied, "You should definitely show me how to drive them, like which button does what and all of that." Charlie nodded in agreement. "Sure thing, come over here, and I'll teach you how to drive this Bugatti." At that moment, a brand new Bentley Continental smoothly rolled into the Thompson First Villa complex. Behind the wheel was Harold, dressed sharply in a suit that clashed with his rugged appearance. In the passenger seat sat his father, Christopher. In the back, Lady Wilson and Wendy made themselves comfortable. Recently, the funds promised by the Webb family had successfully landed in the Wilson family's account. They used this money to pay off a loan owed to the bank by the Wilson Group, allowing the company to be revitalized. This meant they could reclaim their former mansion and the antiques that had been repossessed. The Wilson family was overjoyed by the revival of the Wilson Group. Having not experienced a wealthy lifestyle for quite some time, Harold insisted that his grandmother use the company's money to purchase a luxury vehicle to enhance their family's image. Previously, during their prosperous days, the finest car in the Wilson family fleet was Lady Wilson's Mercedes-Benz S450, valued at around $1.5 million. Christopher drove an Audi A8, while Harold had been stuck with an old BMW. Although the family had initially promised to upgrade Harold's car, unforeseen circumstances had left them in a tough spot. Not only could they not get him a new one, but even the old BMW had been repossessed by the bank. Harold understood that to reclaim his former status and earn respect again, he needed to drive a decent car. After all, he couldn't carry the Thompson First Villa with him, and the first thing people would notice when he stepped out was his vehicle. Having endured a difficult period, Lady Wilson was eager to return to her luxurious lifestyle, so she promptly agreed to Harold's suggestion and purchased a $3 million Bentley Continental. Harold was beaming with excitement as he drove the magnificent car back to the villa from the showroom, having never had the chance to drive something so lavish before. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson sat comfortably in the opulent back seat, admiring the exquisite handcrafted leather interior and exclaimed, "Wow, this car is fantastic. This Bentley far surpasses the Mercedes I used to have." Harold chimed in, "Grandma, a Bentley is actually a tier below a Rolls-Royce. Why don't we consider getting a Rolls-Royce next?" Lady Wilson scoffed, "A Rolls-Royce costs $7 or $8 million, it's too soon for that. Our main focus should be getting Wilson Group back on its feet and maintaining it." Harold quickly clarified, "But Grandma, I want to show Charlie and his family that we're back." Even though they now live in a Thompson First Villa, they're still driving those two outdated BMW 5 Series, worth less than $1 million combined, less than a third of our Bentley. If we roll up in a $7 or $8 million Rolls-Royce, we could drive right to their house and rub their fucking noses in it. Wendy interjected, "Harold, we don't need a Rolls-Royce to get back at them. A Bentley is more than sufficient." "Exactly." Lady Wilson added with a huff, "Harold, head straight to their house. I want to rub it in." When I invited them back to Wilson Group, they acted as if it was the end of the world. Now that Wilson Group is making a comeback, let's see if they regret their decision. Chapter 1239. Lady Wilson had always held a deep-seated disdain for Charlie and his family. Despite her desperate pleas for them to return to the family fold, they steadfastly refused her at every turn. With a significant investment now secured from the Webb family, she felt no obligation to regard them seriously anymore. In her eyes, Charlie and his relatives were merely putting on a brave front, masking their true weakness. Although they resided in the opulent Thompson First Villa, Lady Wilson believed that was their sole asset. Charlie and Jacob were unemployed, spending their days idly at home. Claire managed a small office, yet her business was modest, and the income it generated seemed quite insufficient at the moment. Consequently, Lady Wilson was convinced that their stay in the Thompson First Villa was a facade. They were scraping by while she enjoyed a far more prosperous life. In the past, when she had sought their support and pleaded for their return, she had faced humiliation and scorn, only to be met with their disdain. Now that the Wilson family had weathered their difficult period, she was determined to reclaim her dignity and settle the score for all the wrongs she had endured. As the Bentley Continental came to a halt outside Charlie's villa, Harold turned to Lady Wilson and inquired, "Grandma, should I go knock on the door?" "No need." Lady Wilson scoffed. "Just honk the horn and have Elaine come out." Christopher glanced up, noticing the 20-something green hats still adorning Elaine's balcony. He let out an exasperated huff, "Damn it, Elaine. That bitch has been hanging those green hats for days and hasn't taken them down." With an indifferent tone, Lady Wilson replied, "Don't let it bother you, it's just a few hats. And let me tell you, now that Hannah has terminated her pregnancy, it would be wise for you to drop your case as well." "That's easy for you to say, Mom," Christopher retorted, his anger bubbling. "Not only was the bitch carrying a child that wasn't mine, but she also gave me STDs. I'm stuck going to the hospital every day for treatment, and the doctor says I'll need to keep it up for at least a month. This is all her doing." Lady Wilson responded with scorn, "Your attitude is what allows others to use your situation against you. Take those green hats, for instance. If Hannah doesn't bother you, Elaine can hang 200 of them without affecting you. Ultimately, you give them the power to tease you, so stop whining about it." With a sigh of frustration, Christopher contemplated her words. Though he had broken up with Hannah, he couldn't finalize the divorce due to Donald Webb's interference. Yet, his mother had a point. If he continued to perceive this as a major embarrassment, it would indeed empower his adversaries. Resolving to take her advice, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Mom, I see what you mean. Elaine can do whatever she pleases, I'll just ignore her." Lady Wilson nodded with satisfaction and turned to Harold, instructing, "Harold, honk the horn and summon Elaine." "Got it, Grandma." With a triumphant grin, Harold pressed the car horn forcefully. A loud honk resonated outside Charlie's villa. Inside the sound-insulated sports car, Claire and Charlie barely registered the honk. Meanwhile, Elaine, who was upstairs in her bedroom, became increasingly annoyed by the incessant honking. Chapter 1240. Elaine lay on her bed, glued to her phone as she watched yet another drama. Stuck at home due to her injury, she was utterly bored and had resorted to binge-watching shows to pass the time. Just as the drama reached a thrilling climax, an incessantly loud honk blasted from outside, grating on her nerves. Fuming, she marched to the balcony to investigate and spotted a shiny new Bentley parked right in front of her house. The obnoxious honking was coming from that very vehicle. "Hey! Who the hell are you? Are you out of your mind? Why are you honking in front of my house?" Elaine shouted, her irritation palpable. Inside the car, Christopher leaned toward the window and spotted Elaine on the balcony, hurling insults. He chuckled and remarked, "Look, Mom, the shrew is out cursing." "Huh." Lady Wilson laughed heartily at Elaine's outburst. "That shrew loves money above all else. When she realizes we're back on track, she'll be furious and envious. I'll pretend to welcome them back into the family, and she'll come crawling to me like a dog, just so I can humiliate her." Feeling triumphant, Lady Wilson stepped out of the car, eager to confront Elaine. But to her surprise, a basin of cold water came crashing down on her head. Splash! Shivering from the sudden chill, Lady Wilson looked up to see Elaine standing there with a satisfied grin, holding the empty basin. "Elaine, you little brat! Why on earth did you dump water on me?" Lady Wilson shouted in disbelief. Now recognizing Lady Wilson, Elaine clicked her tongue in mockery. "Oh, I was wondering who the crazy person with that ridiculous car was. It's you, old hag. Did your daughter-in-law strike it rich selling herself at the coal mine? Now she can afford a new car for you. What a piece of shit." Fuming, Lady Wilson retorted, "You imbecile. This is a Bentley. A Bentley Continental. Imported from the UK and worth $3 million. Elaine leaned casually against the balcony railing, a smirk on her face. "Wow, a $3 million car makes you feel special, huh? Do you know what kind of cars my daughter and son-in-law drive?" Lady Wilson scoffed, "A BMW 520. I know that. I could buy her 10 of those." Elaine scoffed right back, "Stop barking nonsense in front of my house, you arrogant old bat. So what if it's a $3 million Bentley? My son-in-law drives 2 luxury sports cars, each worth 40 to 50 million. We could buy 10 of your cars. Why don't you take a good look in the mirror at your green face?" Harold rolled down the window, leaned out, and sneered, "Elaine, still bragging even after losing your front teeth, huh? How can Charlie, a total loser, drive a $50 million car? He doesn't even deserve to sit in one." Elaine spat some peanut shells in Harold's direction and shot back, "Harold, don't try to play the hero. You should get a DNA test to confirm if you're truly a Wilson, considering your mother's penchant for affairs. There's a chance you're not your father's biological son." "Shut the fuck up." Harold growled, furious at Elaine's jab about his mother's past. "Keep talking like that, and I swear I'll cut your tongue out." Elaine stuck her tongue out provocatively. "Come on then. Come and try it, you little brat. You think you're tough." Enraged, Harold flung the car door open and stormed out, ready to confront Elaine. "Harold, stop!" Lady Wilson commanded, waving him off. "I'll handle this." Harold fell silent, still seething with anger. Lady Wilson looked up at Elaine with a smug expression. "To be honest, Elaine, the Wilson family is back on track. We've overcome the debt crisis thanks to an $80 million investment. Are you jealous? If you beg nicely, I might let Claire and Jacob return to the Wilson Group, and your pension could be restored. Chapter 1241. Upon hearing Lady Wilson's words, Elaine was both shocked and upset. Could it be possible that someone actually invested in the Wilson family? Was that person out of their mind? Among the few who remained in the Wilson family, who could they possibly bring to the table? It seemed utterly unrealistic to think these individuals could restore the Wilson Group to its former glory. Investing in their company would be akin to throwing money into a black hole. With this thought in mind, Elaine couldn't help but scoff. Listen here, old bat, spare me your pathetic act. From what I know about you and your sorry family, even if the Wilson Group reopens, it's bound to go bankrupt again within days. Just take a look at the remnants of your feeble family. What can you possibly expect from Harold, the loser? You should consider yourself lucky if he doesn't blow through all your money. Elaine's words struck a nerve with Lady Wilson. Even though Donald Webb had invested in their company, it didn't guarantee their future stability. After all, Donald's financial contribution only addressed their immediate crisis. They needed someone skilled to manage and lead the company if they hoped to sustain and grow their business. Unfortunately, the Wilson family lacked any talented individuals capable of handling such a task. Christopher's skills were average at best. Harold was an even bigger disappointment, adept only at exploiting his family, making it nearly impossible to rely on him to manage the company, let alone generate profit. Harold had been with the Wilson Group for several years, yet he had achieved nothing during his tenure. As for Wendy, she was hardly impressive. This lazy good-for-nothing had never held a job since graduating from a little-known diploma mill. During her time as Gerald White's fiancée, she merely indulged in lavish spending. After their breakup, she became involved with Kenneth and then Jeffrey. Now, not only did she lack any business acumen, but she also had a tarnished reputation due to her extravagant lifestyle. She was utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson was growing older. There were many things she could no longer handle on her own. In her desperation, she came to realize that Claire, her least favorite grandchild, was, in fact, the most capable person in the entire Wilson family. Thus, although she intended to mock Elaine, Lady Wilson secretly hoped to win Elaine over once more by invoking her former prestige and influence. If she could persuade Elaine to convince Claire to return to the Wilson Group, it would be a win for her. If Claire decided to come back, she would surely be appointed as the company's director, allowing her to help restore the company to its former glory. Before coming today, Lady Wilson had learned about Claire's current situation. While her company was small, she had numerous projects underway, all originating from Grand Group, the Moore family, the White family, and the Quinton family. Claire was steadily executing and completing these projects. If she returned to the Wilson Group, she would undoubtedly bring those projects with her, wouldn't she? With that thought, Lady Wilson repressed her anger and said, "Elaine, we don't have any serious grudges between us, so why not let bygones be bygones? I believe we can set aside our differences and work together. What do you say?" Elaine snapped back in irritation, "Excuse me. No deep grudges. Don't try to sweet-talk me, old witch. Have you forgotten how you broke my leg? Just wait, one day, I'll smash both of your legs into a million pieces." Lady Wilson pointed to a brand new Bentley Continental and said earnestly, "Elaine, if you and the rest of the family are willing to return to us, I'll buy you the same Bentley. What do you think?" Chapter 1242. Lady Wilson believed that vanity was the most significant flaw in Elaine's character. Additionally, she saw Elaine as greedy and a freeloader. If Lady Wilson were to truly gift her a Bentley, Elaine would undoubtedly attempt to persuade Claire to give in to her demands. Yet, Lady Wilson failed to recognize another defining trait of Elaine, her ability to hold a grudge. Elaine often sought to gain advantages through unscrupulous means, but her grudges ran deep. In the past, she had been urging Claire to return to Wilson Group, as she bore no substantial grudge against Lady Wilson, only a few minor disputes. These trivial conflicts had no bearing on Elaine's financial interests. But the situation had changed dramatically. Elaine's animosity towards Lady Wilson had reached new heights. While they were in the detention center, Lady Wilson had influenced Jennifer to subject Elaine to severe torment. Not only did they inflict pain on her, but they had also broken her leg before her release. These harrowing experiences had left Elaine with a deep-seated resentment towards Lady Wilson, one so intense that even a brand new Bentley would not be enough to soften her hatred. Moreover, Elaine was becoming increasingly astute. She understood that the person she could not afford to upset was her son-in-law, Charlie. If she angered Charlie, he might well throw her out of the luxurious villa. With her husband seeking a divorce and her daughter no longer on her side, she couldn't afford to be at odds with Charlie. If she did manage to infuriate him and got kicked out, she would find herself homeless. Additionally, she was all too aware of how ruthless the old witch could be. If she fell for Lady Wilson's manipulative charms, she could face unspeakable torment in the future. Thus, she resolved not to be swayed by Lady Wilson's compliments any longer. With this in mind, she raised her eyebrows and taunted, "Hey, old witch, I've told you before that your ridiculous Bentley isn't even worth a fraction of my son-in-law's car. How do you expect me to be impressed by that junk? Only naive fools would consider that piece of trash a treasure, and you even have the audacity to bring it to my doorstep. What a disgrace." Harold interjected in disbelief, "Elaine, enough of your nonsense. Grandma is offering you a chance to apologize and acknowledge your mistakes, so you'd better take it, you braggart. There's no going back if you let this opportunity slip away." Elaine chuckled. "Oh, you little brat, how dare you call me a braggart? Just wait, I'll show you what a real luxury car looks like." With that, Elaine promptly grabbed the remote control for the courtyard gate and pressed the open button. To facilitate easy access for the villa owners, every Thompson First villa was equipped with a remote-controlled electric gate, allowing owners to operate it without leaving their cars. As soon as Elaine pressed the button, the gate began to open slowly, revealing Charlie's two exclusive supercars parked proudly on the porch. At that moment, Charlie was seated in the Aston Martin with Claire. He had just finished explaining the intricate details of the sports car's handling and was gearing up to take her for a test drive. He pressed the red button to start the engine, unleashing a thunderous roar from the V12 engine with a 7.3-liter displacement. The sound was akin to the majestic roar of 12 wild beasts. Lady Wilson and the rest of the Wilson family were taken aback by the sudden, deafening noise that erupted from the yard. As they turned to locate the source of the overwhelming roar, they were met with the sight of a supercar, its fierce facade resembling that of a beast, revving up and slowly making its way toward the open gate. Chapter 1243. Charlie had initially intended to take his wife out for a drive, but just as he was about to use his remote to open the gate, he noticed that it had already swung open on its own. Unbeknownst to him, this was all thanks to Elaine. As he pondered the strange occurrence, Charlie spotted a black car parked just outside their gate, with a woman standing next to it. Looking closer, Charlie realized that the woman was none other than Claire's grandmother. Claire was equally taken aback, not understanding why her grandmother was waiting outside their gate. Charlie recognized the vehicle parked beside the woman as a Bentley Continental. He felt a surge of astonishment. How could the Wilson family afford such an extravagant car? Was it a gift from Donald? It seemed that this grandson was quite willing to spend money just to irk him. Meanwhile, Harold, who was sitting in the car, was too stunned to speak when he caught sight of an Aston Martin emerging from Charlie's courtyard. Within moments, an unhappy expression crossed Harold's face as he exclaimed, "That jerk Charlie is actually driving an Aston Martin? That car must cost around $3 or $4 million. It's almost as impressive as our Bentley." When Wendy was with Gerald, the young master of the White family, she often heard him discuss various sports cars and supercars. Hence, she immediately recognized the vehicle as the renowned Aston Martin 1-77 at first glance. In a hurry, she chimed in, "Brother, this isn't just any Aston Martin. This one is the Aston Martin 1-77, and it's worth tens of millions of dollars." "What?" Harold exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you saying this car is an Aston Martin 1-77? Wendy nodded in affirmation. While most people might recognize an Aston Martin by its distinctive shark-like front, very few could identify the specific model just by looking at it. This was different from Mercedes-Benz vehicles, where the cheapest model starts at about $200,000, while the most expensive can exceed several million. Yet, most people would struggle to pinpoint the exact model of a Mercedes-Benz just by its front design. Wendy, although not a car expert, had absorbed some knowledge about sports cars and supercars over the years. Having spent several years with Gerald, who was a wealthy heir with a passion for sports cars, she had become somewhat knowledgeable about them. When Harold learned that the Aston Martin 1-77 was valued at tens of millions, he felt a pang of bitterness and resentment. He had anticipated ridiculing Charlie and his family after purchasing the Bentley Continental, but he never expected to see Charlie driving a sports car worth tens of millions. Just then, Harold noticed another sports car parked in the courtyard. It was a brand every young man dreams of owning. He gasped, "Wow! Isn't that a Bugatti? It must be worth at least $20 million, right?" Wendy glanced at the car and replied with a complex expression, "Brother, that's a limited edition sports car created by Bugatti and Hermes. Its price exceeds $50 million. Wow!" Harold exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 1244. Harold felt as though he had taken a series of hard hits. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How on earth did that pathetic loser Charlie end up with such an expensive car? And it's not just one, it's two." Christopher wore a grim expression. "I can only assume Charlie is out there scamming people again. I just don't get it. Are all the wealthy and influential folks in Oris Hill completely out of their minds? Why do they have so much faith in that pathetic jerk, Charlie?" Harold was equally disturbed and replied angrily, "I want to understand that too. Damn it. I've been waiting for that bastard Charlie to get what he deserves, yet here he is, living the high life." With her eyes welling up, Wendy added, "If it weren't for Charlie, Gerald and I would already be married. Our family wouldn't be in such dire straits right now. My mother wouldn't have had to endure the hardships of working in the coal mine either." Christopher snapped, "Don't even mention that bitch." At that moment, Lady Wilson spotted Charlie and Claire driving out in a car that had a rather odd-looking front. Approaching the driver's side, she looked at Charlie and arrogantly remarked, "I was curious about what impressive car your family bought, but it turns out to be this piece of junk. How does it differ from a Ford Mondeo?" The security team captain who used to work for Wilson Group drove this same model. "It's only worth about $200,000. The Aston Martin had been acquired by the Ford Group, and the Mondeo, which had been launched recently, featured a design that echoed the classic shark face of Aston Martin models. As such, the Ford Mondeo was often referred to as the Aston Mondeo. Despite its popularity and ubiquity on the streets, Aston Martin represented a premium sports car brand. Most people had limited exposure to Aston Martins, which led to a situation where many, like Lady Wilson, became more familiar with the Mondeo and could mistakenly identify the Aston Martin as a Mondeo. Charlie, unfazed by Lady Wilson's comments, chose not to engage in an argument. He simply stated, "It doesn't matter whether my car is worth $200,000 or $100 million. You're blocking my driveway, so please move your car. I need to leave." From the balcony above, Elaine looked down at Lady Wilson and sneered, "You old hag. You really have no clue. This isn't a Ford Mondeo, it's clearly an Aston Martin. You're trying to show off without even knowing what you're talking about." Lady Wilson glared up at Elaine and shouted, "Aston Martin, really? Please. I've seen all kinds of luxury cars in my lifetime. I refuse to believe that such a small vehicle could be more expensive than my Bentley." Although Harold often enjoyed putting on airs, he recognized that trying to show off now would only lead to greater embarrassment. Consequently, he quickly opened the car door and got out to assist Lady Wilson, saying, "Grandma, let's head home." "Go home? Why should we leave now?" Lady Wilson scoffed. "Today marks the comeback of the Wilson Group, a significant event for our family. I want them to see that they aren't as grand as they think just because they live in a fancy villa at Thompson First. They may have a nice place, but they're still far behind us. We're driving a Bentley, while what do they have? A small, worthless two-seater." Harold felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and replied, "Grandma, his car is far more expensive than ours. It's a super sports car worth millions. What? Lady Wilson gasped in disbelief. A little car like that is worth millions? Is it made of gold? Harold's face burned with shame as he quietly explained, it's not just the car Charlie is driving that's worth tens of millions, the one parked in his courtyard is also worth millions. Together, the value of those two cars is nearly $100 million. Chapter 1245. Upon hearing that the estimated value of the two cars totaled nearly $100 million, Lady Wilson couldn't suppress a shudder. Two cars worth that much? It was unbelievable. The combined value of these vehicles was comparable to a luxurious first-class villa at Thompson First. Lady Wilson had always thought it was impressive to spend $3 million on a car, but now it dawned on her that Charlie's car must be worth more than 30 of the ones she had purchased. This realization left her feeling extremely uneasy. She had initially set out to humiliate others but ended up being the one embarrassed. The question nagged at her, would anyone truly spend that kind of money on an extravagant car? Was he out of his mind? Only a vehicle made of pure gold could possibly justify that price, right? Frustration simmered within Lady Wilson. Harold, noticing her agitation, quickly ushered her back to the Bentley to avoid further confrontation. Meanwhile, Elaine, who was observing from the balcony, couldn't resist a sneer. "Oh, lady. What happened to your arrogance? Are you still convinced that having a Bentley makes you special?" With her back turned to Elaine, Lady Wilson felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She sensed the ridicule and scorn directed at her without even having to look. She had instigated others but ended up giving them the chance to strike back. If only she had known how this would unfold, she would have steered clear of them entirely. Why did she have to invite such misfortune upon herself? To make matters worse, Elaine had once again cast a shadow over her spirits for no good reason. Lady Wilson had originally planned to return home to shake off her bad luck, but now Elaine had doused her hopes yet again. This time, both Lady Wilson and Harold felt utterly deflated and embarrassed. On a normal day, Harold would have engaged Elaine in a heated argument, but this time he found himself without the face to continue. In a flurry, he jumped into the driver's seat and sped away. Inside the car, Lady Wilson was fuming. She came with high hopes, only to leave feeling disheartened. Christopher, sitting in the passenger seat, shared her gloom. "Elaine is truly wicked. She always mocks me over the situation with Hannah. After today, I dread to think of how she'll humiliate us next." Lady Wilson felt equally upset. Donald had tasked them with ensuring that Charlie and his family felt uncomfortable because of their actions. Yet, she never anticipated that Charlie and his family would outsmart them since moving into the villa at Thompson First. The incident with the dumplings and the daffodils had nearly cost her dearly. Wendy sighed softly, "Grandma, if we keep failing against Charlie and his family, do you think Mr. Webb will lose faith in us and evict us from the villa?" "Exactly, Grandma." Harold chimed in quickly. "This villa isn't even ours. Plus, Mr. Webb invested in the Wilson Group with the stipulation that he could demand his money back whenever he wanted. If we can't repay him, he could sue us and seize all our assets, leaving us bankrupt once again." Lady Wilson nodded thoughtfully. She understood her grandchildren's concerns. If she couldn't support Donald time after time, he might very well decide to abandon her. Determined, Lady Wilson clenched her teeth and declared, "We need to find a way to break Charlie's spirit as soon as possible." Christopher asked, "Mom, do you have any ideas?" Chapter 1246. Lady Wilson shook her head in frustration. She simply couldn't devise any effective strategies in this challenging situation. Wendy suggested, "Grandma, why don't we leverage the Wilson Group to undermine Claire's studio instead?" "That's not a viable option," Lady Wilson replied gravely. "Claire's contracts come from the Emgrand Group, as well as the White and Quinton families. It's impossible for us to suppress her." "That's true." Wendy's annoyance grew stronger. She had always found herself comparing her life to Claire's, which fueled a deep-seated resentment towards her cousin. To her surprise, Claire and Charlie were thriving, living a life of comfort and happiness, which only intensified Wendy's discomfort. The thought that Charlie owned 2 luxury cars, vehicles that even Gerald could only dream of, made Wendy seethe with envy. How could Claire enjoy such a privileged life? This feeling was especially poignant for Wendy, who was now infamous in Orris Hill for being a well-known mistress. Initially, she felt powerless, having been pushed into a relationship with Kenneth, who later discarded her for Jeffrey. While being with Jeffrey had its perks, it came with humiliation. She was forced to endure a degrading experience at the Glorious Club, which shattered her reputation in Orris Hill. Now, she was a source of ridicule, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Claire was to blame for her downfall. This led Wendy to wish for Claire's complete ruin more than anyone else. Then, a wicked idea struck her. She quickly exclaimed, "Grandma, I have a brilliant plan. If we pull this off, I'm sure Mr. Webb will be thrilled and might reward us handsomely." "Oh?" Lady Wilson asked eagerly. "What's your idea? Please, share it." Wendy responded coldly, "Isn't Claire the one Charlie loves most? Even though they're married, they haven't consummated their marriage. That means Claire is still a virgin. What if we orchestrate a scheme to have someone sleep with Claire, film it and upload it online? That would devastate Charlie. Mr. Webb would definitely be pleased." Lady Wilson frowned before cautioning, "That's quite a plan, but remember, Charlie has strong connections in Orris Hill. If we go through with this, he will find a way to retaliate. Plus, he's close with Don Albert, the underground crime boss. Even if we gain Mr. Webb's favor, how will we protect ourselves if Don Albert decides to take action against us?" Christopher's expression turned anxious as he added, "We absolutely cannot go down that path. Don Albert must already realize how crucial Claire is to Charlie. If he hasn't targeted her yet, it's likely because he fears Charlie's wrath. Don't forget that Charlie killed Donald's brother-in-law and several others for trafficking children. If anyone harms Claire, wouldn't Charlie seek revenge and eliminate them?" "Exactly." Harold chimed in, panic creeping into his voice. "Wendy, have you lost your mind? If we proceed with this plan, our entire family will pay the price." Wendy felt a wave of fear wash over her as her family's words sank in. In her moment of hatred towards Claire, she had wanted nothing more than to ruin her cousin's life. But as thoughts of Charlie's ruthless nature filled her mind, her resolve began to falter. Suddenly, Christopher exclaimed with newfound excitement, "Wait! While we can't go after Claire, we could target Elaine instead." Chapter 1247. What Christopher despised the most was not Hannah, who had betrayed him, but rather Elaine, who had repeatedly insulted him. Every time Christopher thought of the 20 green hats fluttering in the wind on Elaine's balcony, he felt an overwhelming urge to crush her into pieces. Those 20 green hats, swaying with the breeze, felt like sharp lashes against his psyche, mercilessly whipping him with the weight of his humiliation. In his mind, if revenge was on the agenda, it was only fitting that it start with Elaine. Moreover, targeting Elaine would avoid provoking Charlie's wrath, which was crucial. Attacking Claire would only infuriate Charlie, likely putting their lives in jeopardy. Even Donald was cautious enough not to provoke Claire, so Christopher's family would certainly tread lightly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Christopher's plan quickly received unanimous support from his family. After all, Elaine had gone out of her way to mock and belittle them, igniting a collective fury that demanded an outlet. They needed a way to settle the score and finally alleviate some of their frustrations. With urgency, Harold asked, "Dad, do you have any brilliant ideas? Please, share them with us." Grinding his teeth, Christopher replied, "We must find a chance to ruin her reputation and turn her into a laughingstock across the nation. She needs to truly experience the sting of ridicule and humiliation from countless people." He continued, "And if possible, let's see if we can make her contract a venereal disease." Harold, taken aback, questioned, "Dad, are you planning to do it yourself?" Furious at this suggestion, Christopher slapped Harold across the face. "You little bastard! What decent idea could come from a scoundrel like you? Do you really think someone like Elaine deserves that kind of attention?" In truth, Elaine and Hannah were both women of maturity and allure, but their circumstances were dire. Hannah had just suffered a miscarriage and was battling an untreated venereal disease. Plus, after being assaulted by her husband, she lay in a hospital bed, receiving treatment for her injuries and illness. Elaine was not in much better shape. She had a broken leg in a cast and 2 front teeth that were shattered. Her former charm was long gone, leaving her unattractive to any potential suitors. Feeling wronged after being slapped, Harold said, "Dad, you were the one who suggested she should get a venereal disease. That's why I thought you'd handle it yourself." Christopher cursed under his breath. "Can't we find someone else to do it?" Harold asked. "Who do we even look for?" "I don't know. We'll find someone. We need a young, strong person, preferably someone who already has a venereal disease." Harold replied awkwardly, "I doubt we'll find someone like that." Christopher smacked his lips, determined. "We will find someone. Even if we can't locate someone with a venereal disease, we need to find a way to deal with that bitch." Chapter 1248. Claire's high school friend was set to tie the knot the very next day. The couple, each driving a high-end sports car, embarked on their journey at dawn from their villa at Thompson First to Levy County, a suburb of Ores Hill. Levy County is located approximately 60 kilometers from the city center. Although it was a bit of a distance, they were fortunate to find a direct highway that connected the city center to Levy County. Claire's classmate resided on the outskirts of Levy County. As they followed the navigation system's directions to her home, they realized they had arrived at an older community, likely established 2 to 3 decades ago. The houses in this neighborhood were all 6 stories or less, built quite close together. The green paint on the exteriors was faded and peeling, exposing the underlying cement color. The community's entrance was narrow, featuring several speed bumps along the way. It was evident that the road conditions were poor, with trash cans, tricycles, bicycles, motorcycles, and run-down cars cluttering the sides, making access to the area quite challenging. Charlie was driving the Bugatti in front. Spotting the community entrance, he called out to his wife, Claire, who was behind him, saying, "Honey, the road conditions here are pretty tricky. Our sports car has a low chassis, so I think it might be best to park outside and walk in." Claire replied, "Sounds good. You park first, and I'll follow your lead." Charlie parked his car along the roadside, and Claire positioned her vehicle directly behind him. Once they exited their cars, the early morning quiet was interrupted as passers-by noticed the 2 luxury vehicles and began snapping photos with their phones. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Charlie quickly took Claire's hand as they made their way toward the community. Fortunately, they had arrived early, and there weren't many people around. Otherwise, they would have likely been swarmed by onlookers. At that moment, it was only 7:40 in the morning. After entering the community together, Claire couldn't help but reflect, "I visited her house once back in high school. At that time, her whole family was living here. I never imagined they would still be here after all these years." Charlie surveyed the rundown buildings around them and remarked, "These houses aren't very spacious, are they?" Claire nodded, explaining, "Their home is a 2-bedroom unit, totaling over 60 square meters." Curious, Charlie asked, "How do 4 people manage in a 2-bedroom house? Didn't you mention your friend has a younger brother?" "Exactly," Claire replied. "Their family couldn't afford a larger home, so my friend and her brother shared a room since they were kids. After she went to a different school, her brother grew up, and they could no longer share. She moved to Ores Hill to pursue her career and rented a place there." Claire sighed again, adding, "She's getting married today, and traditionally, she should be sent off from her family home. She came back last night to prepare for the wedding." Charlie nodded slightly, pondering, if someone in this community is marrying off their daughter, there should at least be a wedding arch at the entrance with cheerful blessings. "Why didn't your friend's family set anything up? I couldn't tell a wedding was happening at all." Claire responded with a hint of frustration, her family doesn't want her to marry because the groom's family didn't provide a dowry. Unfortunately, she has no choice but to go through with it since she's pregnant. I heard her family is really upset and refused to see her. They said they wouldn't attend the wedding and that she could leave by herself. Charlie couldn't help but express his disbelief, "Isn't that a bit harsh? Their own daughter is getting married today. How can her parents and brother choose not to attend? That seems really cold-hearted." Claire felt a wave of sympathy as she shared, "My friend's situation is truly sad." Her parents had made it clear long ago that no matter who she married, the groom needed to give them $300,000 for a dowry to help buy an apartment for her younger brother. But she decided to marry this man, and his family didn't provide any dowry at all. Her parents and brother wanted her to terminate her pregnancy so she could marry someone who would give them the money instead. My classmates stood her ground against their demands, which only fueled her family's anger toward her. Even her younger brother is upset with her. If we hadn't come to support her today, I think she would have had to go through this wedding all alone. Chapter 1249. Upon hearing the news, Charlie turned to Claire with curiosity, asking, "Wait, she's getting married today and only just told you about it?" "Yes," Claire confirmed. "She needs my help to manage everything. If I don't step in, she won't be able to handle it all by herself." I had initially planned to suggest she reach out to some old classmates for support, not just to lend a hand, but to lift her spirits too. But she's not keen on that idea. Charlie responded with a hint of resignation, "I suppose she doesn't want to lose face in front of too many old friends." "That's understandable." Claire nodded in agreement and added, "I've never seen her look so helpless. It's supposed to be her big day, yet both her family and her in-laws are causing her stress." With a sigh, she continued, "Charlie, I truly feel fortunate to be married to you. If I had been pressured by my family to marry someone from a wealthy background, who knows if I would have faced the same kind of mistreatment from my in-laws." Charlie's expression turned slightly awkward. He realized that his wife was unaware of the truth, that the pathetic husband she married was actually the heir of the richest and most influential family in the country. Noticing the unusual look on his face, Claire assumed he was upset and quickly clarified, "Charlie, please don't misunderstand me. I mean no offense. I just want you to know how lucky I feel to have you." Charlie smiled and nodded in response. He then playfully asked, "What would you do if you found out someday that I'm actually a wealthy heir?" Claire laughed and replied, "That's impossible since you're an orphan. You can't be the young master of a rich family." Charlie countered, "I'm just using it as a hypothetical. What if it were true?" With a grin, Claire said, "If you were genuinely a rich heir, I'd divorce you." Surprised, Charlie asked, "Really?" Claire giggled and explained, "I'm just teasing. Now let's hurry. This is the building. Let's head upstairs." Charlie shook his head in amusement as he followed her up the old staircase. What caught him off guard was that today was indeed the day of his wife's classmate's wedding. Yet, when they reached the front door of the building, there were no signs of celebration or well wishes. It felt as if the family hadn't prepared at all for their daughter's wedding. As they climbed the stairs together, they soon reached the third floor, where they heard loud cursing and shouting outside. "You're such a useless bitch. Are you really going to marry into that family without taking a single cent from them? If you go through with this, I'll be the one who faces shame and ridicule." The voice belonged to a middle-aged woman whose sharp, caustic tone reminded Charlie of Elaine. Chapter 1250. At that moment, a middle-aged man raised his voice with a chilling tone, "This boy's family is truly overstepping and taking advantage of others. You're already carrying their grandchild, yet they refuse to provide any dowry at all. Don't they fear that you might consider aborting the baby?" A young man responded, "Why would the Carson family be concerned? They actually hope my sister will terminate the pregnancy. They look down on her and believe she isn't worthy of marrying into their family." He continued, "Sister, why are you so fixated on marrying that Carson guy? His entire family is despicable. Just ask around in our community if you can find any girls who didn't receive a dowry from their in-laws at their weddings. My good friend Samuel's sister married an ordinary man from the neighboring county, and his family gave a dowry of $280,000. Samuel has already put down a deposit on a house using that money. His sister even gifted him $50,000 for renovations. If you go through with marrying that Carson man, what will happen to me in the future?" Exactly. It's one thing if you don't care about your own choices, but what about your brother? He's already 22, it's time for him to find a partner. Don't you realize how picky girls are these days? Without a house ready for them after marriage, What girl would want to start a family with him? At this point, a woman chimed in with a hurt tone, "Steve and I truly love each other. I'm with him for reasons beyond just money." True love? The middle-aged woman scoffed, then spoke firmly, "Don't kid yourself. If that Carson brat genuinely loved you, he wouldn't treat you like this. He won't give you a single penny, refuses to provide a dowry, and he isn't even coming to pick you up on your wedding day. Does he expect you to travel miles just to attend your own wedding? Is that how a decent man behaves?" The young man shouted, "The Carson family looks down on us. They think our family is beneath them, which is why they don't take us seriously. Not picking up his bride on the wedding day? I've never heard of such a thing." He added, "Sister, if you're really going to be so stubborn and marry him today, our family will lose face in Levy County." The woman replied defiantly, "Stop trying to change my mind. My decision is final. I'll get married today, even if I have to take a cab." She continued, "Steve isn't as terrible as you claim. He can't go against his mother's wishes, she has the final say in their family. He initially wanted to pay the dowry, but she refused. Steve has promised that once we're married, our finances will be separate from his mother's, and he'll save up enough to give us $300,000 for a house for my brother." "What? You want us to wait another 2 years?" the middle-aged woman scolded. "Your brother is already 22. If we wait, he'll be 24. We want to hold our grandson next year, not push everything back 2 years just because of him. Besides, I don't believe anything Steve says. He promises money in 2 years, but what if he changes his mind? By then, you'd be married with a child. Who would you be then? How will your father and I buy a house for your brother?" The young woman responded, "Mom, I've been with Steve for a few years. I know him well. When he makes a promise, he keeps it." "Forget that, Steve," the middle-aged woman snapped. "Isabella Stark, our family will not allow you to marry that Steve Carson today. If you consider us your family, you'll abort the baby and break up with that Carson guy for good. If you dare leave this house today, we will cut all ties with you. You'll be on your own." The middle-aged man coldly added, "You've heard your mother. Her words reflect the thoughts of your brother and me. You can choose to leave this house, but if you do, you won't be welcome back." With tears in her eyes, Isabella pleaded, "Dad, Mom, John, do you really have to push me into a corner? Even if you don't care about me, shouldn't you have some compassion for the baby I'm carrying?" John replied, "Sister, do you really feel that much maternal love? You're only 2 months pregnant, how can that even be considered a baby? It's just a fertilized egg in your belly at most." Claire sighed, having heard these words, and remarked, "It seems that family doesn't want her to get married today." Charlie nodded slightly, observing, "It's clear. Her brother is just waiting for her dowry to buy a house. To him, she's merely a source of money. Why would he let her leave without anything?" Chapter 12:51. At this moment, the shouting from upstairs had reached a new level of intensity. The middle-aged woman yelled furiously, "How could I have given birth to such a useless child like you? I worked tirelessly to support you and pay for your college education. For 2 years, you've barely contributed anything to our family, and now you're rushing off to have a child with someone else. If I had known you would turn out this way, I should have abandoned you right after you were born." The young woman, tears streaming down her face, replied, "Mom, the only reason I could go to college was because of student loans. I'm still paying them back. You didn't even want me to go to university. You wanted to marry me off when I was just 18, insisting that the sooner a girl marries, the more valuable she becomes. I fought hard to get into university, yet you still tried to stop me. You even attempted to tear up my acceptance letter and threatened me when I was about to leave for school. You said you wouldn't give me a single cent for living expenses if I went. Have you forgotten all of that? Now you claim that you worked hard to fund my education. Have you ever given me a single penny?" The middle-aged woman retorted, "Giving birth to you was the biggest favor I've done. You don't appreciate anything and now you're arguing with me? You've really become so rebellious." The young woman protested through her tears, "I don't want to argue, I just want to reason with you. Those 4 years in university were incredibly tough. I had to work hard and fend for myself to cover my living expenses. As a girl, my health isn't great. I often get sick, which makes it hard for me to earn enough to support myself. If it weren't for Steve, who supported me throughout college, I might not have graduated at all. I could have starved long before that. Steve has always understood my family situation, and he has never looked down on me. If he wants to marry me, I'm ready to marry him, even if he doesn't bring a single cent as a dowry. The middle-aged man shouted, "You ungrateful child. Do you honestly think you can decide what a dowry is? The dowry isn't for you. It's for your brother to buy a house. He needs that money to find a wife and continue the Stark family legacy. Do you really want to drive your mother and me to despair?" The young woman stood firm. "No matter what, I'm going to marry Steve today. I'll take a cab to Oris Hill if I have to, or I'll walk there." Then, a loud slap echoed through the air. The middle-aged man shouted in anger, "I'll beat you senseless, you shameless girl. You're just going to abandon your family for some man? We only have this 30-year-old house left. How will your brother ever get married and have children?" When Claire heard the violence escalating upstairs, she quickly grabbed Charlie's arm and urged, "Let's go. We need to get there right away." Initially, Claire hesitated to intervene, feeling it was inappropriate to meddle in a family dispute. However, upon hearing the physical altercation, she decided it was no longer an option to stay out of it. The couple hurried to the 5th floor and Claire began knocking on the door of apartment 501. After a moment, a young man with a mischievous demeanor answered the door. He eyed Claire and Charlie suspiciously and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Claire replied, "You must be John, right? I'm Claire, your sister's high school classmate. Do you remember me?" Upon hearing this, John's expression changed to surprise. "Oh, Claire. I remember you. It's been a few years, but you look even more beautiful now." Noticing the way John was looking at his wife, Charlie felt a twinge of jealousy. He asked Claire, "Honey, who is this young man?" Claire introduced, "This is John, the brother of my high school friend, Isabella." Chapter 1252. Once she finished her conversation, Claire took a moment to introduce her husband to the young boy. "John, this is my husband, Charlie." "Husband?" John exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "Claire, you're married already?" Claire gave a slight nod and smiled, "Yes, I've been married for over 3 years now. By the way, where's your sister? Is she home?" At that moment, a young girl approached, her face marked with 5 fingerprints. She forced a smile and exclaimed, "Claire, you're here." This girl was quite pretty, boasting a lovely figure that suggested she came from an upper-middle-class background. However, she was dressed in a rather inexpensive wedding gown, with some of the lace already torn. Suddenly, a man and a woman emerged from a nearby room. They appeared to be in their early 50s and wore expressions that were decidedly icy. Upon spotting Claire, the couple turned to Isabella and questioned, "Who are these two? Why are they here?" Isabella answered, "Claire is my high school classmate. She's visited our home before, though you might not remember her." Claire interjected politely, "Hello, Aunt and Uncle. I should introduce you to my husband, Charlie." Charlie offered a slight nod to the family but remained silent. The middle-aged woman continued her interrogation, suspicion evident in her tone. "Isabella, what's going on? Why are they here?" Isabella clarified, "I asked Claire to drive me to Oris Hill today." "What?" The woman's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and scolded, "You useless bitch. Are you really determined to marry that bastard?" Isabella stood her ground, replying firmly, "Yes, I'm sticking to my decision." Afterward, she turned to Claire and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble of having you drive all the way here just to pick me up." Claire quickly responded, "Isabella, there's no need to be so formal with me." Isabella beamed and said, "Claire, it's getting late, and it'll take us some time to get there. Let's get going." "All right." Claire agreed, "Let's leave now." "Hold on." At that moment, the middle-aged man, his demeanor fierce, stepped in front of Isabella and stated coldly, "You worthless brat. The more we try to talk sense to you, the more defiant you become, don't you? Let me be clear, you are not leaving this house today. I've already spoken with your aunt. She has a contact in the obstetrics and gynecology department at the county hospital who will work overtime this weekend to help you. You'd better behave and go for that abortion. And after that, I don't want you to have any further contact with Steve." Isabella shot back defiantly, "That's not happening. I will not abort my baby, and no one can stop me from marrying Steve unless he decides he doesn't want to marry me. Even if you cut ties with me, I will still marry Steve today." Furious, the middle-aged man picked up a rolling pin as thick as his wrist and pointed it threateningly at Isabella. With anger in his eyes, he threatened, "If you dare to walk out that door, I'll break your legs. And even if I do, I could still sell you to disabled people in the countryside for $200,000. No way am I letting that Carson guy take advantage of you." Chapter 1253. Throughout the entire encounter, Charlie had remained silent. However, his anger flared when he noticed Isabella's father picking up a rolling pin. While he could tolerate the sarcastic remarks and scolding directed at Isabella, he couldn't stand witnessing her family's disrespectful behavior. After all, he was merely there to support his wife in helping her high school friend get married. His intention was to finish the task swiftly and leave. But seeing Isabella's parents and younger brother act so atrociously was simply unacceptable. In a protective stance, Charlie positioned himself in front of Claire and Isabella. He glared at Isabella's father and declared, "You do realize that your actions are crossing legal boundaries? Interfering in your children's marriage is not just immoral, it's illegal. Personal attacks, insults, and your intention to sell your own daughter are also against the law." With a cold expression, Isabella's father retorted, "Who do you think you are? What happens in our family is none of your concern. I haven't even asked you to leave, and yet you're acting so high and mighty." Charlie sneered and replied, "Oh, I'm definitely going to be a show-off today." After making his point, Charlie turned to Claire and Isabella, "It's getting late. We need to leave now. If anyone tries to stop us, they'll regret it." Isabella began to feel anxious, worried that they would arrive late at the hotel her in-laws had prepared. Missing the auspicious timing set by her mother-in-law would surely lead to her mother-in-law's dissatisfaction. She wasn't overly concerned about her mother-in-law's disapproving looks, but she feared the pressure it would place on her fiancé. Her mother-in-law had always looked down on her, attempting to prevent the marriage due to their differing family backgrounds. She believed Isabella was unworthy of marrying into their family. Despite this, her fiancé had always stood by her, enduring the pressure and insisting on their union. Eventually, they had resorted to the method of getting pregnant before marriage, which finally led her in-laws to relent and allow the wedding to take place. Isabella didn't care if her in-laws made things difficult for her. After today, she would finally be able to be with her fiancé in a rightful manner. She was prepared to face any hardships they might encounter in the future without family support, as long as their wedding went smoothly. With a serious tone, she addressed her parents and brother, "I know you're upset with me right now. But for the past 20 years, I've followed your instructions and considered your feelings. The only time I disobeyed you was when I chose to attend university against your wishes. This is only the second time I'm standing my ground, and I hope you can understand my feelings. I'm a human being, not an asset for the Stark family to control. I have the right to seek my own happiness. Pursue your happiness." Isabella's father shouted angrily. "I won't let you step out of this door today." Charlie responded coolly, "You have no authority to stop this from happening. Go ahead and try." Isabella's brother yelled furiously, "If you think this woman can get married, then she shouldn't expect to get married either. You're just an outsider, so step aside now. Otherwise, I'll beat your ass." Charlie raised his hand and delivered a swift slap, sending Isabella's brother crashing to the floor, spinning in the process. Seeing his son attacked, Isabella's father gritted his teeth and raised the rolling pin, ready to bring it down on Charlie's head. The Stark family has only had one son for generations. How dare you hit my son? I'll fucking kill you. Claire watched in horror as the rolling pin came down with enough force to potentially crush a skull. "Charlie, watch out," she shouted nervously. Without flinching, Charlie fixed his gaze on the descending rolling pin. In an instant, he swung his hand with incredible force, shattering the thick wooden rolling pin as if it were nothing. Chapter 1254. Despite using all his strength, Isabella's father felt as though he was striking the rolling pin against solid steel. Suddenly, a violent vibration shot through his thumb and index finger, causing him so much pain that he dropped the rolling pin and clutched his wrist, shouting out in agony. When he glanced at the rolling pin again, he was stunned to see it had shattered into 2 pieces. This revelation left Isabella's father in shock. Here was a man who could break a rolling pin with his bare hands, and remarkably, he seemed completely unfazed by the effort. It was clear from the outset that this individual was a highly skilled fighter. How could he possibly dare to confront someone like this? What if, in a moment of recklessness, he suffered a concussion from a punch? Who would he turn to for help then? After all, he was just an old man, lacking money and power. If he were beaten, there would be no one to seek retribution on his behalf. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sense of fear towards Charlie crept in. Noticing Isabella's father's hesitation to confront him, Charlie turned to Claire and Isabella, saying, "Let's go." Anger filled Isabella's father and younger brother, but they found themselves too intimidated to intervene. Meanwhile, Isabella's mother collapsed onto the ground, weeping, "You have no conscience at all. I must have been blind to raise a daughter like you. If you leave to marry Steve now, I swear I'll jump from this building and end it all." "Mom," Isabella pleaded, kneeling down and begging, "please, just let me follow my heart this time. Give me 2 years. I promise I'll find a way to earn more money for my brother so he can afford the down payment on a house. If you agree, I swear I'll keep my promise. But if you refuse, then no matter what you do or how you try to force me, I must marry Steve today for the sake of the baby I'm carrying." Isabella's mother cried until her voice was hoarse, insisting, "I don't care. Your brother can't wait 2 years. You have to help him buy a house within 6 months at the most. If you agree, you need to write a promise note to him. No, wait. Better yet, write an IOU stating that you'll repay him $300,000 within 6 months. I'll let you leave if you promise that. If you refuse, I'll die right here in front of you." "Yes." Isabella's younger brother, John, chimed in eagerly. "Sister, if you write me an IOU now, I can use it to impress the girl I meet on my blind date. It would help my chances." Isabella felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Where am I supposed to come up with $300,000 in 6 months? Are you trying to push me to my limits?" Her mother shouted back, "If you don't challenge yourself, how will you ever know what you're capable of? Regardless, you must write that IOU for $300,000 today, whether you want to or not." "That's impossible," Isabella declared, feeling utterly defeated. She stood up and said blankly, "I can't live my life solely for all of you. Since you won't agree to my solution, forget it. Just forget you ever had a daughter like me." With newfound determination, she turned to Claire and said, "Come on, let's go." Claire nodded, leading Isabella down the stairs while Charlie followed, casting a glance back at the troubled family. The 2 men stood frozen, not daring to move. When Isabella's mother realized her daughter was truly leaving, she cried out, "You have no conscience at all. If you leave now, I'll jump from this building. Just wait to collect my lifeless body." This time, Isabella didn't look back or wipe away the tears streaming down her face. Once the 3 of them reached the ground floor, John said anxiously, "Dad, Mom, what will I do if my sister goes through with this marriage? I'll really be lost if I can't find a wife." Hearing this, Isabella's mother sprang to her feet, ignoring the dirt on her clothes. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Let's go. I'll stop her from leaving, even if I have to lie down in front of the car tires today." Chapter 1255. Isabella was still drying her tears when Charlie and Claire led her out of the community. While Claire offered her comfort, Charlie kept his distance. Once outside, they encountered a crowd clamoring to take photos of 2 cars parked by the roadside. Charlie stepped up to clear a path through the throng gathered around the stunning Aston Martin. He then opened the co-driver's door and encouraged Isabella to get in first. Isabella was taken aback by the sight of the Aston Martin 1-77 before her. "Claire, is this car really?" she asked in amazement. With a warm smile, Claire replied, "My husband borrowed these two cars from a friend. Don't worry, driving these super sports cars to your in-laws' house will certainly help you save face." Feeling guilty, Isabella protested, "Claire, I thought your BMW would be just fine. I can't believe you borrowed these cars from me. Now you owe someone a favor because of me. This is so embarrassing." Claire responded sincerely, "Isabella, we've been friends for so many years. I want to do my best for you, especially since your wedding is such a big deal. You don't need to be so formal with me about this." As she spoke, Claire gently patted Isabella on the shoulder and added, "Now, stop being so polite and get in the car. We need to hurry back, time is running out." With her eyes still red, Isabella nodded and said earnestly, "Thank you, Claire." Claire offered her a reassuring smile before helping her into the Aston Martin. At that moment, Isabella's family arrived, rushing toward them as soon as they spotted the commotion. Seeing the unusual cars, Isabella's mother quickly instructed her husband, "You lie in front of the car in front, and I'll lie in front of the car at the back." Isabella's father agreed, and the couple promptly laid down in front of the vehicles. With a stern expression, Isabella's mother declared, "You'll have to run over both of us if you want to leave today." John stood there, utterly stunned. His parents were oblivious to the significance of super sports cars. However, as a young man who often fantasized about wealth, he recognized these vehicles immediately. He was in shock to see luxury sports cars worth tens of millions of dollars, rarities in Oris Hill. John felt a wave of fear wash over him as he couldn't fathom how Claire and her husband could afford such extravagant vehicles. Could her husband have powerful connections? The thought sent a shiver down John's spine. If they could afford these luxury cars, it was clear they were worth over $1 billion. What if his family offended them? How would they survive such a mistake? At that moment, Charlie turned to John and calmly said, "I don't have much patience, and my temper isn't great. You have 10 seconds to resolve this situation, or you'll face the consequences." Charlie understood that John certainly recognized the Aston Martin and Bugatti Veyron. If John knew about these cars, he would realize that Charlie was someone he should not cross. This meant he would likely convince his parents to move. As Charlie spoke, John trembled in fear. He quickly reached for his mother, urging, "Mom, get up. You can't be lying there." His mother frowned and replied, "How can I get up? I need to lie here to buy you a new house. Have you lost your goddamn mind?" Desperate, John whispered urgently, "Mom, are you out of your mind? We can't afford to piss off these people. Those two cars are worth $100 million. Chapter 1256. What on earth? Upon hearing this, John's mother felt a wave of darkness wash over her. $100 million? What did that even mean? To her, anyone with $1 million was already an astonishingly wealthy individual. If someone had 10 million, they would be a significant force, someone to be treated with utmost respect. But if it was $100 million, that person was akin to a deity. And to top it off, they didn't just have a net worth of $100 million, they were actually driving two cars that were each worth over $100 million. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she quickly inquired, "Are you serious? Are those two oddly shaped cars really valued at that much?" John nodded, attempting to help his mother to her feet. "Do you think I'd lie to you? Do you think I don't want a new house? But in this situation, we can't push our luck. If we piss off someone this powerful, our family could end up in serious shit." Shocked, John's mother trembled at his words. She quickly stood up and rushed to the other side of the car to help her husband up. John's father was confused about what was happening. So, John leaned in and whispered to him again. As John explained the situation, his father's face turned ashen with fear. John, filled with trepidation, addressed Charlie respectfully, "Sir, I apologize for any trouble we may have caused. I hope you won't hold this against us." Noticing that the family was cowering in a corner, Charlie responded coolly, enough. I don't want to see any of you again. Get out of here now. If you don't, you'll face the repercussions of your actions. John quickly replied in a sycophantic tone, don't worry, sir. We're leaving right away. We'll be gone in no time. Charlie dismissed them and climbed into the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron. After starting the engine, he prepared to drive off. At that moment, he received a WeChat message from Claire. It read, Dear husband, do you know anyone who specializes in wedding dresses? I want to get Isabella a new and better wedding dress. Her current one is really outdated. Charlie swiftly typed back, You can count on me, dear wife. Claire replied, Her height is similar to mine, but she's a bit thinner. Please help me figure out her wedding dress size. Thank you, dear husband. Charlie answered, There's no need to be so formal with your husband. Then, as he drove, Charlie called Jasmine. Wedding dresses are something that every girl takes seriously. He figured that people like Don Albert or Isaac wouldn't have much insight into this topic. But Jasmine would surely have the expertise. She was the right person to reach out to. Jasmine was caught off guard when she received a call from Charlie so early in the morning, and she felt a rush of happiness. Since she had boldly kissed Charlie on her birthday, she hadn't seen him again, mainly due to a lack of opportunities or excuses to meet. Initially, she was a bit anxious, fearing he might distance himself from her. But upon receiving his call, she felt a wave of relief. Unable to contain her joy, she asked, Master Wade, what brings you to call me? Charlie replied, Jasmine, do you know where I can find the best wedding dress in Oris Hill? A wedding dress? Jasmine exclaimed in surprise. Master Wade, why are you inquiring about wedding dresses? Charlie explained, My wife's high school classmate is getting married today, but she doesn't have a decent wedding dress. I was hoping you could assist me in getting one. Jasmine beamed and said, Absolutely. It's an honor to help you, Master Wade. She then added, Oh, I should mention that I invested in the only Vera Wang bridal shop in the province. They have many exquisite wedding dresses designed by Vera Wang. Do you know your wife's classmates' measurements? I'll make sure to prepare the perfect wedding dress for her. Standing tall, she gestured for them to enter, saying, Please, come inside. Chapter 1257. Vera Wang is renowned as the most famous wedding dress designer in the world. Her complete name is Vera Ellen Wang. Even Chelsea Clinton, the daughter of a former US president, wore a wedding dress designed by Vera when she tied the knot. Victoria Beckham, wife of soccer star David Beckham, also donned a Vera Wang creation on her wedding day. Additionally, pop icon Britney Spears and the granddaughter of the Macau gambling king chose Vera's exquisite wedding dresses for their special occasions. Given Vera Wang's global impact, she typically opened boutiques in the largest, most prestigious cities worldwide. However, she made the unique decision to establish a store in Oris Hill, a second-tier city, largely due to her strong personal bond with Jasmine, who had a deep admiration for Vera's wedding dress designs. Jasmine was also enthusiastic about investing in the boutique. Vera Wang's expertise lies in crafting wedding dresses, with prices often exceeding several $100,000 for her creations. Consequently, most people could only dream of affording one. Charlie understood that his wife, Claire, likely wanted to help her underprivileged classmates stand tall after witnessing Isabella's unfair treatment at her home. So, when Jasmine mentioned preparing a Vera Wang wedding dress for Isabella, Charlie agreed without hesitation. Yet, he was aware of the importance of limits. He told Jasmine, Jasmine, this is merely for my wife's high school classmate. There's no need to go all out. A simple rental dress would suffice, and it would be great if you could lend it to me for just a day. Jasmine quickly responded, Master Wade, please don't be so formal with me. Consider it a wedding gift for your wife's classmate. Charlie replied earnestly, There's no need for that, Jasmine. If you gift her the dress, it complicates things further. He then added, There's an old saying, a little help in tough times is appreciated, but too much can lead to dependency and resentment when the help stops. My wife just wants Isabella to experience the joy of marrying in a beautiful dress. Lending her one for the day is more than enough. Even though Charlie was the young master of the Wade family, he had faced many struggles and witnessed the darker sides of human nature. He knew that sometimes, overextending help can do more harm than good. For example, if a friend needed $20,000 to pay for a child's hospital expenses, you could lend that amount if you were able. However, offering $200,000 when only $20,000 was requested might create problems. Jasmine understood Charlie's perspective and reassured him, "Master Wade, don't worry. I know what to do. I'll arrange for a wedding dress from our rental collection." "Great," Charlie responded, satisfied. "I'm heading to the hotel now. If the dress is ready, we can take Isabella to the bridal shop first so she can try it on before heading to the hotel." "Absolutely," Jasmine exclaimed, "I'll send you the bridal shop's address right away." Charlie quickly received the location through WeChat. He set it as his new destination on the navigation system and drove off, leading his wife Claire and Isabella, who were following in another car, towards Jasmine's bridal shop. The two luxurious supercars exited the highway and made their way into the city, though they did not head directly to the Hilton, where Isabella's wedding was scheduled. When Isabella noticed the deviation from their route, she turned to Claire in surprise and asked, "Claire, are we going the wrong way? Hilton isn't this direction." Claire smiled slightly and replied, "It's fine. We're just following Charlie. Our cars are a bit quicker on this road, so we still have some time." Isabella wanted to press Claire for more details but decided against it after a moment of thought. Chapter 12:58. Isabella felt reassured knowing that Claire had always treated her well. She was certain that Claire would never harm her. Charlie drove straight to Jasmine's bridal shop. Even Claire was taken aback when he parked the car. She had merely asked him to contact a friend so they could borrow a nicer wedding dress, but she certainly didn't expect him to find one here. This shop was owned by none other than the world-renowned wedding dress designer, Vera Wang. Claire could hardly believe she might get the chance to wear such a luxurious wedding dress. Moreover, she was surprised that her husband had such resourcefulness in this area. Could it be that the bridal shop had also sought Charlie's help regarding their feng shui? While she was lost in thought, Charlie had already opened his car door and stepped out. At that moment, a tall, elegant woman emerged from the bridal shop. Claire recognized her immediately. It was Jasmine, the eldest daughter of the Moore family. Jasmine had personally congratulated Claire during the opening of her studio. Back then, Claire had felt a bit inferior and overwhelmed in the presence of someone as affluent as Jasmine. Now, seeing Jasmine again made Claire want to retreat into the car. She wasn't eager to face her. However, as she thought about her responsibility to help Isabella try on her wedding dress, she realized she couldn't hide in the car forever. Gritting her teeth, she finally stepped out. By this time, Jasmine had reached Charlie. With warm eyes and a friendly smile, she said respectfully, "Master Wade, it's great to see you." Charlie, curious, asked, "What brings you here?" Jasmine smiled and replied, "Master Wade, since you're looking for a wedding dress, I wanted to be here to assist you personally." As they spoke, Jasmine's gaze caught Claire stepping out of the Aston Martin 1-77 parked behind Charlie's car. A flicker of envy crossed Jasmine's face as she remarked, "Mrs. Wade has arrived too." Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Isabella anxiously got out of the car. Charlie turned to Jasmine and explained, "The lady next to my wife is my wife's high school classmate, and she's the one getting married today. Please prepare a fitting wedding dress for her as soon as possible. We need to leave right after she tries it on." Upon hearing this, Jasmine quickly invited Claire and Isabella, saying, "Mrs. Wade and this young lady, please come inside with me to try on the wedding dress." Isabella was taken aback by the massive brand logo on the door, realizing they were at a Vera Wang bridal shop. She exclaimed, "Claire, what the hell is going on here?" Claire was equally shocked but tried to maintain her composure. "I asked Charlie to help you find a better wedding dress for your big day, and he brought us here," she explained. Turning to Jasmine, Claire spoke awkwardly, "Miss Moore, I didn't expect to see you here. We appreciate your help with this today." Jasmine responded with a warm smile, "Mrs. Wade, there's no need to be so formal. You and Master Wade are my esteemed guests. Just let me know what you need, and I'll do everything I can to assist you." Standing tall, she gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please, come inside." Chapter 1259. Claire and Isabella stood outside, both feeling a bit anxious as they debated whether to step inside at that moment. They were well aware that this particular brand of wedding dresses came with a hefty price tag, far from what an average person could afford. Even a high-end custom wedding dress from a typical bridal shop would set them back tens of thousands of dollars to rent for just one day. In contrast, Vera Wang's wedding dresses were in a league of their own, with rental costs starting at a staggering 6 figures. Should they consider purchasing one, the price would skyrocket to several $1,000,000. Isabella felt a pang of insecurity, thinking she wasn't deserving of such an extravagant wedding dress. The thought of even touching one made her anxious. She feared that if she accidentally damaged it, she wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss. How could she even dream of wearing such an expensive gown on her wedding day? Additionally, Claire was concerned about not wanting Charlie to feel indebted to anyone. Noticing their hesitation, Charlie smiled and called out, "What are you two waiting for? Let's go in. We're running out of time." At that moment, Claire snapped back to reality. It was indeed getting late, and they risked being tardy if they lingered any longer. They had no choice but to move forward. If Isabella didn't select a wedding dress from Jasmine, she'd have to wear the old, worn-out dress she currently had, which was far from suitable for the occasion. On their way there, Claire had learned that Isabella had rented this dress from a small bridal shop in the county's outskirts for just $300 a day, all in an effort to save money. Her in-laws had already held her in low esteem, and if she showed up in such a cheap dress, complete with broken lace, it would only worsen their opinion of her. Taking Isabella's hand, Claire urged, "Come on, Isabella, let's go inside and let Miss Moore help you find the perfect dress." Isabella replied nervously, "But Claire, the dresses here are way too expensive. I can't possibly wear one." Claire quickly countered, "If you don't choose one, you'll be stuck in that shitty dress for the wedding. I can only imagine what your mother-in-law will say. Since Charlie has borrowed fancy cars from his friend, we might as well keep up appearances. Let's give your in-laws a show to remember." Turning to Jasmine, Claire added gratefully, "Miss Moore, I truly appreciate your help today. This is my high school friend, Isabella Stark, and she's getting married today. Could you assist us in finding a suitable wedding dress for her?" Jasmine smiled and nodded, saying, "Mrs. Wade, you're too kind. Just leave everything regarding Miss Stark to me." However, Isabella was still hesitant. Claire, determined, took Isabella's hand and led her into the bridal shop without hesitation. "No more doubts. We can't let your in-laws look down on you today." Once inside, they were both awestruck by the array of luxurious wedding dresses that surrounded them. It's a well-known fact that no woman can resist the allure of wedding dresses, and as they surveyed the shop, they found themselves captivated by the stunning options available. Jasmine, the esteemed head of the Moore family, personally attended to them, guiding them to a collection of wedding dresses. "Mrs. Wade, Miss Stark, these dresses are available for rental. Miss Stark, feel free to choose any one of them," she said with a smile. Claire quickly inquired, "Miss Moore, will any of these fit? My friend is quite petite." With a warm laugh, Jasmine replied, "These dresses are designed with versatility in mind. They have various internal adjustments, so once they're on, they'll look like they were made just for the wearer. You have nothing to worry about." Then, turning to Isabella, she added, "If you find any dress that catches your eye, just let me know, and I'll have an assistant help you try it on." Even after a while, Isabella struggled to choose, as everything around her was beyond her imagination. In that moment, she turned to Claire, hoping for guidance. Chapter 1260. Claire assisted Isabella in selecting a stunning wedding dress featuring a tube top. Afterward, she remarked, "I believe this dress suits you beautifully. It's dignified and elegant, and it will highlight your collarbone, which has a lovely allure." Isabella paused briefly before responding, "Let's go with your suggestion then. I really struggle with making choices." Jasmine smiled and added, "Mrs. Wade has excellent taste. This wedding dress is the most highly rated and favored one here. I agree that it perfectly complements Miss Stark's figure and personality." Immediately, Jasmine called over 2 professional bridal shop assistants. They swiftly took the wedding dress and graciously escorted Isabella to the fitting room. A few minutes later, Isabella emerged in a white, elegant tube-top wedding dress. She felt a bit awkward as she stepped out of the fitting room. Claire's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Isabella, you look absolutely stunning in that wedding dress." Isabella shyly replied, "This dress is so delicate and expensive. I feel nervous because I'm afraid I might damage it." At that moment, Jasmine reassured her, saying, "Miss Stark, there's no need to feel such heavy pressure. Since you're a friend of Mrs. Wade, you shouldn't worry about the dress. Even if something happens to it, you won't be held responsible in any way." Isabella responded anxiously, "I'll still feel uneasy." Jasmine smiled warmly and said, "Miss Stark, you really don't need to feel uneasy. All the wedding dresses in our shop are fully insured. If anything were to happen, we can handle it with our insurance company. You can wear the dress with confidence." Isabella felt a bit more at ease upon hearing that the dress was insured. As time was running short, Charlie turned to Claire and Isabella, saying, "Since this dress looks perfect, let's get moving, we can't afford to be late." Claire nodded and replied, "All right. Let's head to the Hilton now." She then turned to Jasmine, expressing her gratitude, "Miss Moore, thank you so much for your help today." Jasmine responded with a polite smile, "Mrs. Wade, you're too kind. It's my duty, as Jasmine Moore, to assist you." Isabella was taken aback when she heard Jasmine mention her full name. Jasmine Moore? Was she the renowned eldest daughter of the Moore family? Oh my goodness! The Moore family was the most influential and powerful family in Oris Hill. How was it that the eldest daughter of the Moore family was so gracious and polite to Claire and her husband? How did her high school classmates suddenly gain such prominence? At that moment, Charlie added, "Miss Moore, thank you for your efforts. We'll be on our way now." Jasmine's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and replied, "Master Wade, why are you being so formal with me?" As she spoke, a blush crept onto Jasmine's cheeks, recalling the moment they had shared when she kissed Charlie. Claire couldn't help but feel a pang of concern at this sight. Why was Jasmine acting so shy in front of her husband? This was not the kind of shyness one would exhibit toward an ordinary friend. Chapter 1261. At that moment, Claire was struck by a wave of jealousy. It dawned on her that Jasmine likely held a very favorable opinion of her husband, Charlie. After all, Jasmine wouldn't be gazing at him in that way if she didn't. This realization hit Claire hard. It made her understand that she and Charlie weren't as close or intimate as they should be. This lack of connection was the reason for the distance lingering between them. Such a gap could easily allow a third party to intrude on their relationship. If they shared a deep, genuine bond, there would be no room for anyone else to disrupt their connection. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Claire experienced an unexpected surge of determination. Just then, Charlie noticed Claire's distracted state and quickly urged, "Dear, we need to hurry or we'll be late." Snapping back to reality, Claire nodded awkwardly and replied, "Yes, let's go quickly." Jasmine accompanied the trio to their cars, reluctantly watching as they drove away before returning to the bridal shop. Charlie started the engine of his limited edition Bugatti Veyron and sped off towards the Hilton. Meanwhile, in the grand ballroom of the Hilton, a man dressed sharply in a suit, complete with a bridegroom's corsage on his chest, was visibly anxious. Next to him stood a woman in her 50s, her expression icy. She voiced her frustration, saying, "Steve, Isabella is incredibly uncultured, isn't she? Just look at the time. She isn't even here yet. It's obvious she doesn't take our family seriously." Steve quickly defended Isabella, "Mom, you know Isabella and her family live in Levy County, which is quite far away. I wanted to go pick her up, but you wouldn't let me. You even took my cell phone. She doesn't have a car, so how is she supposed to get here? Can't you give me my phone back so I can call her? Contact her?" "No way," his mother retorted coldly. "She's not even part of our family yet and already acts so entitled. How can we expect to have any good days if we let someone like her in?" With disdain, she continued, "I told you long ago not to marry a girl from a poor background. If they lack money, they often lack proper upbringing too. Have you chosen this uncultured bitch just to drive me insane? Steve's expression darkened, but he didn't dare to contradict his mother directly. Her domineering nature made her a formidable presence at home, and even his father tread lightly around her. At that moment, his mother pressed on, "Steve, all our relatives are here today. They're all eager to see the poor wife you've chosen. If Isabella isn't here by 9:20 this morning, I'll be a laughingstock to everyone. In that case, you might as well forget about the wedding. You can tell Isabella to terminate the pregnancy, or I could offer her $200,000 to have the grandson of the Carson family on our behalf." "Mom!" Steve exclaimed, his face dark with frustration. "Isabella is about to join our family. Why are you making things so difficult for her?" With a dismissive tone, Steve's mother replied, "Let me make it clear, if that bitch dares to marry into our family, I'll make her life a living hell every step of the way." Chapter 1262. At that moment, Steve's father, who was standing nearby, remarked, "Steve, you really ought to heed your parents' advice in this situation. The most crucial aspect of marrying is selecting a bride from a family that aligns with our social standing. The Carson family may not be the wealthiest or most influential, but we still possess a net worth in the tens of millions. Among our relatives and friends, we are regarded as the wealthiest. If you take my advice and seek a young woman from a family that is at least our equal or even more affluent, our family's reputation will be significantly enhanced within the Carson family." With a sigh of regret, his father continued, "You are such an ungrateful child. You had the opportunity to choose any young woman, yet you chose someone from a family that lacks wealth. Don't you think our relatives and friends will see us as a laughingstock?" Steve felt a profound sense of anguish in his heart. His feelings for Isabella were genuine and unwavering. They had been together since their university days, and throughout the years, they had never had a quarrel. Their love was deep and sincere. Many people envied their remarkably stable relationship. In his heart, Steve believed he would be the happiest man alive if he and Isabella could receive his family's blessing and build a life together. Yet, he struggled to understand why his parents were so determined to obstruct his marriage. Although Isabella did not hail from a wealthy background, she was truly a remarkable person. It was unfortunate that his snobbish parents failed to recognize Isabella's admirable qualities. They looked down on her, dismissing her simply because her family lacked financial resources and influence. No matter how much he pleaded or reasoned with them, their minds remained unchanged. Even now, as Isabella was pregnant with his child, they continued to treat her with disdain. This caused Steve immense heartache. He began to contemplate that if his parents were unsupportive of their marriage, he might as well take Isabella far away after their wedding. As the clock ticked down, there were less than 5 minutes left until the 9:20 deadline. However, Isabella was still nowhere to be seen. Worry not at Steve, he feared that Isabella's parents might try to prevent her from marrying him. Meanwhile, Steve's mother wore a smug expression as she whispered to her husband, "In my opinion, the Stark family won't let Isabella marry today. After all, we didn't provide them with a dowry or even go to pick her up for the wedding. We've shown them no respect. They must feel humiliated since they didn't receive anything from us. I believe this is just a theatrical performance to make Steve abandon her." Steve's father responded with a pained expression, "But the cost of this drama is excessive. We've already spent $400,000 to $500,000 on the banquet and other wedding expenses." Steve's mother raised an eyebrow and said, "What's $400,000 to $500,000? If it means my son will leave that poor bitch, I'd gladly spend up to $1 million. Lowering her voice, she added excitedly, "I heard from Lisa that Mr. Ward's daughter has returned to China. She recently broke up with her foreign boyfriend, and Mr. Ward's wife is now looking for a match for her in Oris Hill. If our son could form a connection with Mr. Ward's daughter, it would greatly benefit our family." Steve's father frowned. "I've heard that Mr. Ward's daughter's ex-boyfriend was a foreigner. Wouldn't it be a bit? So what?" Steve's mother interrupted. "The key issue is that if we become in-laws with Mr. Ward, our business prospects will improve significantly. Making money is what truly matters." Chapter 1263. Steve was utterly oblivious to the scheme his parents were concocting at that moment. He was anxiously awaiting the arrival of his cherished Isabella. Yet, as the minutes dragged on, a sense of worry began to creep in. His concern wasn't that Isabella might change her mind, rather, he feared her parents would refuse to allow her to marry him today. At that moment, the unmistakable roar of a high-performance sports car echoed down the road. The impressive sound drew the attention of all the relatives and friends of the Carson family. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wow! It's a Bugatti Veyron!" "No way!" exclaimed Steve's cousin, Gary Carson, as he spotted the approaching vehicle. "That's a limited edition Hermes Bugatti Veyron, there's only one in the whole country. I saw it at the Oris Hill International Automobile Show not long ago." A mysterious, wealthy buyer snatched it up along with an Aston Martin 1-77 that day. "I never thought I'd see it on the road again until now." Without wasting a moment, he pulled out his phone, adjusting the camera focus in hopes of capturing a perfect shot of the Bugatti Veyron. Then someone gasped, "Oh my gosh! The car right behind it is an Aston Martin 1-77. What a remarkable day to see two of the finest sports cars at once. The combined value of these beauties must be around $100 million. Gary's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to Steve and urged, "Hey, Steve. Come check this out. Isn't the Aston Martin 1-77 your favorite?" This is truly a jaw-dropping moment. While Steve was slightly taken aback, he found himself unable to focus on the stunning vehicles. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Isabella and whether she would make it today. Meanwhile, Charlie was behind the wheel of the Hermes limited edition Bugatti Veyron, having just pulled up to the entrance of the Hilton Hotel and heading straight for the banquet hall. The sight of the two supercars approaching the banquet hall left everyone in awe. After all, Steve was the only one getting married that day, although the date had been intentionally chosen to provoke Isabella's parents. Steve's parents had plotted several strategies for the occasion. Firstly, they hoped that the Stark family would abandon the idea of the marriage altogether. If that didn't happen, the Carson couple was determined to block the wedding at all costs. They had envisioned various tactics, including publicly embarrassing Isabella to deter her from marrying their son. If those efforts failed, they had a final resort, throwing a tantrum and creating a scene at the wedding. If their son insisted on marrying Miss Stark, they would threaten suicide to disrupt the event. With the two supercars drawing closer, Steve's father asked in astonishment, "Gary, did you really say those two cars are worth $100 million? Gary waved his hand dismissively, "Uncle, I didn't say it, that was Harry." But yes, the total value of these two cars is indeed around $100 million, possibly even more. And they're both owned by the same person. Unbelievable! Steve's father exclaimed. "It's infuriating to compare myself to others. I've been mulling over purchasing a basic BMW 7 Series, and here's some rich asshole with two cars that cost more than $100 million. Who could this rich person be? The Moore family?" "I'm not sure," Gary replied. "The owner is quite mysterious and tends to keep a low profile. I think this might be the first time he's driven these cars since he bought them." "That's impressive." Steve's father sighed. To own two cars worth over $100 million and not even drive them often, he must have money to burn. As they spoke, the two supercars came to a halt right in front of the banquet hall entrance. Chapter 1264. Everyone was taken aback this time. Were those two luxury cars truly making their way to the banquet hall? There was only one family hosting a wedding in the banquet hall today. Could it be that they were arriving for that wedding? However, deep down, every member of the Carson family understood the reality. Within the Carson clan, Steve's father was indeed the wealthiest, boasting assets worth tens of millions of dollars. The other family members typically had around $10 million, while those less fortunate might possess a few million. At best, they could be classified as middle class in Oris Hill, far from being part of the upper echelon. So, given their social standing, how could they possibly have such influential friends? As the crowd continued to speculate, Charlie took the lead and opened the door of the Bugatti Veyron, stepping out of the car. The onlookers were left in stunned silence as they caught sight of him. Charlie appeared remarkably young, likely in his mid-20s. His ability to own such an extravagant vehicle made him stand out as an extraordinary individual. After Charlie exited the Bugatti, his wife, Claire, brought the Aston Martin 1-77 to a smooth stop right behind him. Due to the bright daylight and the reflective film on the car windows, it was impossible for anyone to see who was inside. All eyes were now on the Aston Martin 1-77, as the crowd eagerly anticipated the reveal of the person seated within. Charlie moved toward the passenger side of the Aston Martin and opened the door. Out stepped Isabella, dressed in a stunning custom Vera Wang wedding gown, her expression a mix of excitement and nerves. The Carson family was momentarily speechless at her arrival. Their immediate thought was, whose bride could this be? What influential figure was she linked to, considering 2 super luxury sports cars had been sent to escort her? Steve was initially taken aback but soon recognized the beautiful bride in the wedding dress. Wasn't this his fiancée, Isabella? His astonishment quickly turned to joy as he rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Isabella, you're finally here." At that moment, everyone in the Carson family was utterly shocked. They finally realized that the bride emerging from the Aston Martin 1-77 was none other than Isabella, the daughter-in-law from a struggling family who was about to marry Steve. Everyone stood in disbelief. The Carson family was well aware of Isabella's background. Her parents were often idle, taking on odd jobs here and there but lacking the determination to commit to anything substantial. Adding to this, Isabella had a younger brother who was lazy and preferred receiving handouts rather than working. It was clear that her family life was quite chaotic. Furthermore, their home wasn't even in Orris Hill but rather in a neighboring county, indicating they didn't own any valuable property. Their house, over 20 or 30 years old, would hardly fetch more than $300,000 on the market. The Carson family also knew that the Stark family was adamantly pushing for a dowry from them to help fund the purchase of a new home for their unmotivated son. In the eyes of the Carson family, Isabella's family represented the lowest tier of society. Consequently, aside from Steve, no one else in the Carson family held Isabella in high regard. However, what puzzled them the most was how Isabella, whom they had all looked down upon, could arrive in a limited edition Aston Martin 1-77. Chapter 1265. As the Carson family stood in astonishment, Claire stepped out of the driver's seat of the Aston Martin. She turned to Steve, offering a warm smile. "Steve, it's been a while. Congratulations to you and Isabella. Wishing you both a joyful marriage." Steve was equally taken aback at the sight of Claire. Claire was a close friend of Isabella from high school, which meant Steve had encountered her on several occasions through Isabella, making them familiar with each other. Steve was aware of Claire's family background. They owned a small renovation and refurbishment company. He also knew that Claire had married a live-in son-in-law, who didn't seem very capable. In Steve's eyes, the Wilson Group was a modest company, valued between tens of millions to $100 million at most. Recently, he had even heard whispers that the company was facing bankruptcy. This left him puzzled about how Claire could possibly be driving an Aston Martin 1-77, a car worth millions. Despite his confusion, he maintained his composure, smiling at Claire as he said, "Claire, it's great to see you. I never imagined you'd be driving an Aston Martin." Claire felt a bit awkward and was about to clarify that her husband had borrowed the car from a friend. But before she could speak, Charlie interjected, "Actually, we purchased these cars quite some time ago, during the Orris Hill International Automobile Show. Claire is just a humble person, so we haven't driven them until today." His revelation caused gasps from the onlookers. It turned out that Charlie was the elusive buyer known for purchasing 2 luxury cars at the auto show. The news that both cars had been bought by the same individual had sent shockwaves throughout Orris Hill. There was also an amusing story that accompanied this revelation. Jason, the eldest son of the family that owned the Orris Hill Convention and Exhibition Center, had attempted to touch these cars but ended up being thrown out by security. This incident only fueled speculation about Charlie's extraordinary background. Now, everyone finally recognized the man behind the mystery, and no one expected him to be attending Steve's wedding. Steve was taken aback and exclaimed, "I've heard about those cars for ages. After the auto show, I never saw them again. I can't believe you drove them here for Isabella and me. This truly honors us, and I'm so grateful." Charlie simply smiled, his demeanor confident. "You don't need to thank me. I'm here today not for you, but for Isabella." Steve's parents, along with the entire Carson family and their guests, were left in shock. Wasn't Isabella from a struggling family? Both her parents were known for their idleness and reliance on others' efforts for profit. If Isabella came from such a background, how could she possibly know someone as wealthy as Charlie? With 2 cars worth $100 million, Charlie must have a net worth in the billions. At that moment, Steve's father decided to impress Charlie. He approached Charlie with a broad smile, saying, "Good day, sir. I'm David Carson, Steve's father. I never expected your presence at my son's wedding today. It truly elevates this humble occasion. May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Chapter 1266. Charlie shot David a scornful glance before he said with an air of superiority, "You can just call me young Master Wade." David was taken aback. What century was this? Why were there still individuals who referred to themselves as young masters in this day and age? Could it be that he hailed from an influential and powerful family? If that were true, then David was in the presence of someone truly formidable. Excitedly, David responded, "Oh, young Master Wade, my family is involved in the flour industry. We own a flour mill in Orris Hill. Perhaps you've heard of our flour brand, the Golden Family?" Charlie frowned and inquired, "The Golden Family? Isn't that the title of a TV series?" David felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Well, we thought we could ride the wave of its popularity. The show is about gold powder, but we produce flour instead. I suppose there isn't much of a difference." Charlie let out a cold snort and asked, "Mr. Carson, your daughter-in-law is supposed to marry into your family today. Why didn't you send a convoy to fetch the bride?" David and his wife exchanged awkward glances, both looking embarrassed and unsure how to respond. After a brief silence, David quickly laughed and said, "Oh, young Master Wade, to be honest, we had arranged for a very impressive team to pick her up. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened to them." "Something unexpected?" Charlie frowned again and asked, "Even if there was an issue with the wedding team, don't you have a single car at your house?" David wore an apologetic expression as he said, "I'm sorry, young Master Wade. I was preoccupied with wedding preparations. In my haste, I overlooked the arrangements for Isabella. I truly apologize." He quickly added, "Rest assured, young Master Wade. Once Isabella marries into the Carson family, we will make sure to treat her well and compensate her for any inconvenience." Upon hearing this, Steve, who was standing nearby, felt a surge of joy. His parents had initially opposed his marriage to Isabella, even threatening him earlier that morning. His mother had warned that if Isabella joined their family, she would not have a good life. Yet, now that Claire and her husband had arrived in 2 luxury sports cars, his father's attitude had shifted entirely. As he contemplated this, Steve felt incredibly grateful to Charlie and Claire. At that moment, Steve's mother, Leanne, pulled David aside and reprimanded him in a hushed tone. "What nonsense are you saying? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? We will not allow that bitch into our family." David quickly responded, "Can't you see that Isabella has a powerful ally? What if they hold it against us for neglecting her? Blame us? Bullshit." Leanne retorted angrily. "I don't give a damn what kind of background this Wade has. One thing is clear, he won't be giving our family a dime. Even if our son marries Isabella, that Wade will not help us at all. So why should we kiss his ass? Should we really accept Isabella as our daughter-in-law just because she knows him?" David couldn't help but question, "What's your plan then? Now that she's here, do we still go ahead with the wedding?" "Absolutely not," Leanne snapped. "I can't fathom what's wrong with the Stark family. We've humiliated them enough, yet they still want Isabella to marry into our family. They're truly pathetic." She continued, "Just follow my lead later. Watch what I do. I will never allow that little slut to marry into the Carson family today." Chapter 1267. Leanne was the epitome of an egoist. In every situation, her sole focus was whether it would offer her any advantage. If someone, even a garbage collector on the street, could provide her with a benefit, she would greet him with a cheerful smile and open arms. Conversely, if a person had nothing to offer her, she wouldn't give a shit about them, no matter how important they might be, like the President of the United States. Even when Charlie and his wife arrived in luxury cars worth over $100 million to celebrate Isabella's wedding, it did nothing to alter Leanne's view of her. Leanne understood that showing respect was merely superficial, only tangible benefits mattered to her. So what if Isabella had a wealthy and influential friend? Would that friend ever contribute even a penny to their needs? Would he manage their family business in the future? Could he elevate their entire family to new heights? If Isabella could deliver those benefits, Leanne would certainly treat her with kindness, even revering her as if she were her grandmother. However, if she couldn't, then Isabella would never be welcomed into their family. Leanne only agreed to host the wedding banquet because she wanted to avoid directly opposing the marriage, fearing it would lead her son to resent her. Thus, she went along with the celebration, while secretly planning to find fault with Isabella. Her intention was to make sarcastic remarks to pressure Isabella into backing out of the marriage, ensuring her son wouldn't blame her for the outcome. Leanne had plenty of reasons lined up to create trouble for Isabella. The most significant one was the absence of Isabella's parents at the wedding. With this in mind, Leanne approached Isabella and coldly asked, "Isabella, where are your parents? Why aren't they here?" Isabella quickly responded, "Auntie, my parents, they..." As she spoke, she hesitated, keenly aware that it was quite unreasonable for her parents to miss her wedding day. Yet, she struggled to find the right words, especially with her future mother-in-law facing her so directly. Noticing Isabella's silence, Leanne snapped, "Oh, Isabella, it seems you think quite highly of yourself. Do you really believe your future mother-in-law means nothing to you just because you've made a few wealthy friends? You're being so distant and giving me such a half-assed response." Isabella quickly waved her hand and respectfully explained, "Auntie, I won't hide the truth. My parents are not very pleased, so they might not come to the wedding today. I hope you can understand." "Oh!" Leanne exclaimed in anger. "Does this mean your family looks down on ours? How fascinating. Your own daughter is getting married, yet your parents can't even be bothered to attend. Just look around. Do you see any parents in Oris Hill who behave like yours? If this news gets out, how will the Carson family maintain their reputation?" With tears in her eyes, Isabella hurriedly apologized, "I'm truly sorry, Auntie. My parents are in a unique situation. They've been upset about the dowry and were not happy when I left home this morning. Please try to understand my circumstances." "Upset?" Leanne furrowed her brows upon hearing this before shouting, "This is absolutely ridiculous. What is your family's background compared to ours? If you're marrying into our family, you should consider it a significant step up. Why is your family looking down on us? If they disapprove, they should have prevented you from marrying into our family." Chapter 1268. As soon as Isabella heard Leanne speak, tears streamed down her face without hesitation. Steve, witnessing the reprimand and humiliation his fiancée was enduring at the hands of his own mother, could no longer bear it. He quickly interjected, "Mom, Isabella and I are planning to spend our lives together after we get married. Nothing else matters as long as we can live happily. So, you shouldn't be too upset about this. It's getting late. Can we please focus on preparing for the wedding?" "Absolutely not." Leanne shot a disdainful look at Isabella and retorted, "I can't shake off the anger I feel right now. Ever since marrying your father, I've never faced such a significant grievance. It's clear that her family is the one gaining status through this marriage. Why does it feel like we're the ones who will benefit instead? Your father and I have been here since early morning, and our relatives and friends also arrived on time, but her family? They sent only the bride. This shows they look down on us and hold us in contempt." Isabella raised her hand in an attempt to clarify, "Auntie, you've misunderstood. My parents don't look down on you at all. They didn't come because they were quite upset." Leanne coldly dismissed her, saying, "Your excuses are bullshit. A wedding is a monumental occasion. You aren't an orphan, how could you show up without your parents? I've lived long enough to know that no parents would miss their child's wedding while they're still alive. If this word gets out, our family will be humiliated, and it's also very unlucky." As she spoke, Leanne clenched her teeth and added, "Isabella, let me be clear. If your parents don't show up today, you can forget about getting married." Those words felt like a heavy blow to Isabella, nearly sending her into despair. She had finally managed to escape her parents and rushed here with the help of Claire and Charlie for her wedding. Isabella thought it would be worth severing ties with her family just to marry Steve today. However, she never anticipated the multitude of challenges that awaited her from her fiancé's family. Claire, unable to hold back any longer, exclaimed indignantly, "Auntie, are you aware of the hardships Isabella has faced because of this wedding? Do you realize the sacrifices she has made?" Leanne raised an eyebrow and replied, "I don't know you, so I don't want to offend you. But we need to clarify a few things today. My future daughter-in-law was supposed to marry my son today, and I've invited numerous relatives and friends to witness this union. Yet, she arrived alone, with no family in sight. Have you ever heard of such a thing?" Claire quickly responded, "Isn't this a special situation?" Yes, Isabella's parents are strongly opposed to this, but she's determined and has turned her back on her family just to marry Steve today. Leanne sneered and said, "Oh, our family cannot accept that. We must adhere to traditions and customs when it comes to marriage. If the bride's parents are absent, there is no way this wedding will take place. No one can convince me otherwise." Fuming, Claire retorted, "How can you be so unreasonable?" At that moment, Charlie stepped in to calm Claire. He turned to Leanne with a smile and said, "All right, let's not waste time arguing. Can you tell me what it would take for you to agree to proceed with the wedding even without Isabella's parents present?" Leanne smiled back, stating, "It's quite simple. We deserve to find a daughter-in-law who is a suitable match for our family. I can overlook Isabella's family's financial situation, but they cannot treat us with disdain. I've tolerated them long enough, they shouldn't scowl at us. If they choose to behave this way, then we'll follow through with everything as per the tradition. Our family is worth tens of millions. If Isabella wants to marry into our family, she needs to bring a dowry of $10 million. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Upon hearing this, Isabella felt her patience slipping away as anger bubbled inside her. She never imagined that Leanne, who had always been a barrier between her and Steve, would turn against her in such a way, shifting the blame onto her family instead. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she exclaimed, "Mrs. Leanne, you should have been upfront with me from the start if you weren't going to allow me to marry into your family. I wouldn't have begged you otherwise. You agreed to let me marry Steve, yet you continue to obstruct every step. What the hell is the meaning of this?" Chapter 1269. Leanne had never been on board with her son Steve's marriage to Isabella. Yet, today, she chose to host the wedding, driven by a desire to distance herself from the entire situation as much as possible. In her mind, this was the perfect opportunity to embarrass Isabella and her family. Leanne wanted to create an atmosphere where she would feel ashamed to hold her head high in front of her relatives and friends, all because of Isabella's parents. By doing this, she believed she could claim the moral high ground and block Isabella from joining the Carson family. This approach, Leanne felt, was typical of shrewd parents in everyday life. Wise parents usually refrain from issuing ultimatums during conflicts with their children. If they firmly decided to reject their child's choices, they risked their child harboring resentment or blame towards them in the future if that child struggled to cope with the fallout. On the other hand, if Leanne employed a different tactic, the outcome would likely be more favorable. She felt secure in her moral stance now. Even if Steve was unhappy, he would find it difficult to voice his discontent. After all, she had placed him in a very uncomfortable position. If he chose to defend Isabella now, he would essentially be opposing the entire Carson family. Every member of the Carson family was understandably offended by the absence of Isabella's parents at their wedding. This was a burden Steve could hardly bear. Leanne was correct. At that moment, Steve was filled with unease. He was at a loss for what to do. If he listened to his mother, he would likely end up not getting married today. But if he stayed silent, How could he expect Isabella to handle the pressure and stress all on her own? If he chose to defend her, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to all his relatives? Claire, witnessing Isabella's tears and the pain she was enduring, felt a deep sense of sadness. However, she was unsure of what to say or do in this moment. Regardless of the complexity surrounding the situation, the absence of Isabella's parents was a significant point that could easily be turned against her. If they couldn't find a way to resolve this, it seemed likely that the wedding would not take place today. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Charlie, who had been observing everything from the start, remained silent. He watched Leanne with a cool expression, already contemplating how he would deal with her behavior. Just then, a black BMW X6 approached and came to a halt. A woman in her 50s stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing her, Leanne's face lit up with surprise. She rushed over to greet her, saying, "Lisa, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here?" Lisa was Leanne's best friend, hailing from a well-to-do family and maintaining a solid connection with the Ward family. The Ward family ran several large supermarkets in the area. While they might not have the renown of Carrefour or Walmart, they still had a significant presence in nearby districts, counties, and suburbs. Additionally, David's Golden family flour, produced at his mill, was a local staple in Orris Hill. Chapter 1270. There were two main sales channels for his flour business. The first was large supermarkets like Carrefour and Walmart, while the second consisted of medium-sized chains, such as those owned by the Ward family. The flour milling industry was characterized by relatively low technological demands and intense competition. In China, numerous well-established grain and oil brands, including Bertolli and Adolphus, held strong market positions, resulting in good sales performance for their products. Additionally, each city boasted several local flour brands. Consequently, a smaller brand like his could only achieve limited local sales, heavily reliant on the sales channels available to him. If the sales channels provided more display opportunities and purchased larger quantities of his products, he could increase his revenue. Conversely, without display space or sales from these channels, selling his flour would be impossible. This reality drove many local grain and oil brands to seek favorable relationships with the Ward family, hoping to gain resources and advantages that would significantly boost their sales and profits. As a result, both David and Leanne were eager to do whatever it took to win the Ward family's favor. Leanne, in particular, had high hopes that her son, Steve, would form a romantic relationship with Mr. Ward's daughter. If her son could marry into the Ward family, she envisioned a future where she wouldn't need to rely on sales channels to sell their family's flour. Perhaps they could even double their profits within 2 years and triple them within 3. At that moment, Lisa turned to Leanne, her expression slightly displeased. She exclaimed, "Leanne, do you not consider me a friend at all? You didn't even tell me that your son is getting married. You even asked me to help him pursue Mr. Ward's daughter. Isn't that just deceiving me?" Leanne quickly pulled Lisa aside and whispered, "Oh, Lisa. This is quite a long story. Let me explain. It's simply impossible for my son to get married today." Lisa retorted, "Who the hell are you trying to fool? Your son's wedding banquet is about to start, and you're pretending not to know." Leanne rushed to clarify, "Lisa, the truth is, my son is infatuated with a girl from a very underprivileged background. Her family is as poor as shit, and she's been aiming to marry into my family to improve her status. To achieve her goal, she even got pregnant with my son's child. The reason I'm holding this banquet today is to embarrass her and pressure her to withdraw." Lisa asked, "What if she refuses to back down?" Leanne scoffed, "It's simply out of the question for me to let that cheap bitch into our family. If she doesn't give up, that's her issue, not the Carson family's." Lisa's expression softened slightly as she nodded and said, "I actually came to discuss the Ward family with you." "What's going on?" Leanne asked, her interest piqued. "What did Mr. Ward say?" Lisa responded quietly, "Did I mention that Mr. Ward's daughter returned from abroad? I told you she had a foreign boyfriend, right?" "Yes," Leanne replied, nodding. "But you said she broke up with him." Lisa sighed, "They did break up, but just 2 days ago, they discovered she is pregnant." Leanne was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? pregnant? Was it that foreigner?" Lisa answered, "Yes. The problem is, she's very determined to have the baby. Mr. Ward only has one daughter, and if she has a child out of wedlock, it will be a huge embarrassment for him." "That's true," Leanne mused, "this situation is quite tricky." Lisa then looked at Leanne with a knowing expression and said, "Leanne, I have a great opportunity for you right now. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up." Leanne urged, "Please, tell me more, Lisa." Lisa replied cautiously, "Mr. Ward's wife confided in me that if Steve agrees to marry her daughter and is willing to take responsibility for the child, Mr. Ward will offer you a dowry of $30 million. Additionally, he would ensure that half of the shelf space in all of his supermarket chains is reserved exclusively for your products in the future." Chapter 1271. Leanne found herself feeling utterly lost and bewildered at this moment. The prospect of a $30 million dowry was undeniably enticing. Yet, the core issue remained: she would need to ask her son to marry a woman who was already pregnant. Wasn't that what people often referred to as raising another man's child? Even though she was no longer in her youth, Leanne was still familiar with these modern terms. However, as she considered Mr. Ward's generous $30 million dowry and his willingness to provide various resources for their family, she felt a flicker of hope deep in her heart. In her view, if he was prepared to offer such a substantial sum, then the idea of her son fathering another person's child didn't seem so insurmountable. Yet, the pivotal aspect of the situation was that it would be much easier for her to explain things to her relatives and friends if the child in question was of Chinese descent. She could simply tell them that both her son and the woman had gotten pregnant before marriage, which was why they decided to tie the knot. Once the child arrived, she could embrace the baby as part of her family, thanks to the financial windfall. She could bide her time for another 2 years before urging the woman to have her son's biological child. Wouldn't that be the ideal scenario? However, the crux of the matter was that Mr. Ward's daughter was actually carrying a foreigner's child. If she allowed her son to marry her, wouldn't her son face scorn and mockery from others when the child was born? Leanne couldn't help but feel a wave of hesitation wash over her as these thoughts crossed her mind. Noticing her uncertainty, Lisa leaned in and whispered, "Leanne, let me share something important. Mr. and Mrs. Ward are both extremely worried about this situation. They were unaware of their daughter's pregnancy until now. The issue at hand is that they won't be able to save face once their daughter starts showing." Leanne's heart raced at this revelation. Looking at it from this angle, it was clear that Mr. Ward must be feeling a great deal of pressure. Given that, perhaps she should seize this opportunity to leverage the situation to her advantage. With this in mind, Leanne replied, "Lisa, to be frank, this situation is rather disgraceful. While we do want to assist Mr. Ward, we can't let my son bear the brunt of a shitty deal without understanding the full implications, can we?" Lisa quickly responded, "That's exactly why Mr. Ward is willing to consider your family's circumstances. If you're prepared to endure some discomfort, Mr. Ward will certainly compensate you with additional funds." Leanne, let's be honest. There's nothing wrong with making a significant amount of money at once. And we're talking about an astonishing $30 million. An average person would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Mr. Ward believes your son is quite compatible with their family in many ways. They think they wouldn't lose face if their daughter married your son. As Lisa elaborated, she hastily added, "To be candid, Mr. Ward has already made a remarkable proposal. If he offered this to someone else, I'm sure they would jump at the chance. Leanne, heed my advice and don't let this goddamn opportunity slip away." Leanne smiled at her friend and said, "Lisa, I know you're speaking from a place of kindness. But if he were to approach a family without resources, they would certainly accept his offer right away. Our Carson family has a reputation and foundation, so frankly, the amount he's proposing feels like bullshit." Lisa looked at Leanne intently and asked, "Leanne, we're close friends, and there's no need for you to dance around the issue. Just tell me the figure you have in mind, and I'll relay your message to Mr. Ward. If he agrees, we can finalize everything and set a date for the wedding and marriage certificate." Leanne responded quietly, "Let's approach it this way. Lisa, please communicate to Mr. and Mrs. Ward that the dowry cannot be less than $50 million for this arrangement." Chapter 1272. Regarding the flour supply at the supermarket, most of it will need to be set aside for my family. If they agree to my terms, we won't even need to discuss dates. After all, I've already organized a banquet here today, and the wedding arch remains unmarked. Just have Mr. Ward send his daughter over, and we can hold the wedding right here today. Leanne smiled and continued, Lisa, their daughter is already expecting, so it's best not to delay this matter any further. The sooner we get this done, the better. Plus, Lisa, if you help me with this, I'll reward you with $2 million. Lisa was particularly eager to take on this task because Mr. Ward had already promised her $5 million if she could find someone willing to accept his daughter and her baby. After all, Mr. Ward had only one daughter, and he was determined to protect her reputation. Even if it meant spending a bit more money, Mr. Ward considered it a worthwhile investment. Upon hearing that Leanne would also offer her an additional $2 million, Lisa couldn't help but feel thrilled. If she successfully closed this deal, she would earn a total of $7 million. That would be an easy windfall. With that thought in mind, she quickly grabbed her cell phone and called Mr. Ward. Once the call connected, she beamed as she said, "Oh, Mr. Ward, I have some exciting news for you. Mr. Carson's wife is interested in your proposal." "Oh?" Mr. Ward replied eagerly, "What exactly did they say? Have they accepted the proposal? When can we schedule the wedding?" In reality, Mr. Ward and his wife had been interested in David's son, Steve, for quite some time. Steve was not only vibrant and energetic, but he also possessed a great character and personality. The fact that he graduated from a prestigious university was an added bonus. Most importantly, he was still unmarried. Although their daughter was pregnant with a child from a foreigner, Mr. Ward preferred that she not marry a divorcee. It would be far better for her to marry a single man. Furthermore, the Carson family had a solid background. This meant Mr. Ward's daughter would be well taken care of. Another advantage was that David's family business relied heavily on him, meaning he would have influence over the family dynamics. If they mistreated his daughter after the wedding, he could easily cut off their financial support, ensuring they treated her like royalty. Beaming, Mr. Ward asked, "Is Mr. Carson's son willing to accept my proposal?" "That would be wonderful. I've met that young man before, and I think he's quite a catch. If we can finalize this deal, I'll definitely owe you a big thank you." Lisa smiled back, "Don't worry, Mr. Ward. I'll do everything I can to assist you. However, I spoke with Mr. Carson's wife, and she's asking if you could increase the dowry you've prepared for Sky." Mr. Ward instinctively questioned, "Isn't $30 million more than sufficient?" Lisa replied with a smile, "Mr. Ward, you know it's not easy to make decisions in situations like this. If your offer is too low, I fear that Mr. Carson and his wife might ultimately reject it after giving it careful thought." Then, Lisa quickly added, "I won't keep this from you. Mr. Carson's son is having a wedding banquet at the Hilton Hotel today. However, both Mr. Carson and his wife look down on the girl their son intends to marry. So, Mr. Carson's wife is causing quite a stir, trying to prevent the girl from marrying into their family. Aren't you eager to resolve this? If you can agree to the Carson family's condition, you could have Sky here to proceed with the wedding with Mr. Carson's son immediately. To be honest, Mr. Ward, Sky won't be able to keep this under wraps for much longer. If you wait any longer, her pregnancy will start to show. Where else can you find such a fantastic opportunity to get the wedding done today?" Chapter 1273. Mr. Ward experienced a wave of relief upon hearing those words. His main concern had always been the potential damage to his daughter's reputation, which he feared could hinder her future happiness. Now, right before him stood a promising candidate to become his son-in-law. What surprised him the most was the young man's willingness to have an immediate wedding and his ability to make arrangements on the spot. Such a person was truly a rare find. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Ward quickly responded, "No problem at all. Go back and inform your family, $50 million. Not a penny less, so you can rest easy. I will bring my daughter over right away. We can kick off the wedding ceremony on the groom's side first, and then I'll invite my family and friends to join us tomorrow for the celebration on my side. Once we finish the ceremonies, the wedding will be officially complete." Lisa chimed in enthusiastically, "Mr. Ward, you're amazing. You make big decisions effortlessly and handle all these complicated arrangements so swiftly. It's no wonder you're so successful. Honestly, I can't think of anyone in Oris Hill more talented than you. If everything goes as planned, you'll be able to relax in no time." Mr. Ward chuckled heartily. "This situation has been weighing on my mind for a while. I haven't had a decent night's sleep because of it. Finally, everything is coming together today. Lisa, I can't thank you enough. I'll be taking my wife and daughter to prepare for the event, and then I'll head to the Hilton with the Carson family's son. If the wedding goes off without a hitch, I'll reward you with another $1 million." Lisa felt a thrill of excitement. Although she was quite affluent, she had never made such easy money before. If this event turned out successful, she could potentially pocket around $8 million. Elated, Lisa ended the call and quickly approached Leanne with a smile. "Leanne, I have some business to attend to. I need to leave now." Leanne eagerly replied, "Lisa, what did Mr. Ward say?" Lisa's smile grew even wider as she announced, "I've secured the deal with Mr. Ward. $50 million worth of wedding gifts, and he's on board. He wants to bring his wife and daughter over immediately." Holy shit! Leanne felt her heart racing. She and her husband had worked tirelessly throughout their lives, amassing only about $30 to $40 million in assets. She never dreamed that the Ward family would offer them $50 million worth of gifts simply for marrying off their daughter. And the gifts were all in cash. What could be better than receiving cold, hard cash at the beginning of the year? If their son were to marry Mr. Ward's daughter, their family wealth and influence would triple almost instantly. This was because Mr. Ward owned a substantial number of medium-sized supermarket chains. If he were to hand over the flour supply chain to Leanne's family, their income would soar significantly. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Leanne excitedly said to Lisa, "My dear sister, I can't thank you enough. Don't worry, I will make sure to pay you the agreed amount." Lisa glanced at Isabella, who was dressed in her wedding gown, and gently advised Leanne, "You'd better take care of this piece of trash girl from a poor background. Mr. Ward did mention he would be arriving soon. What if he shows up in half an hour? If she's still here, how will that reflect on us?" Upon hearing this, Leanne confidently patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry, Lisa. I'll get rid of that bitch Isabella right away. I'll call the servants to take care of her." Lisa added, "Is Steve on board with this plan? He better not object after all the arrangements we've made." Chapter 1274. Leanne waved her hands emphatically. "If he dares to disagree, his father and I will sever all ties with him. This is no time for objections." After making her point, Leanne strode over to Steve and Isabella. In a voice that was both cold and serious, she stated, "Steve, let me be clear. If Isabella cannot come up with $30 million as a dowry, I have no interest in discussing marriage." $30 million? Steve and Isabella exclaimed in disbelief. Steve's anger bubbled over, and he retorted, "Mother, have you lost your goddamn mind? You just mentioned 10 million, and now it's suddenly 30 million. Where is Isabella's family supposed to find that outrageous sum? Even our family can't come up with that much." Leanne grasped Steve's sleeve and insisted, "Come with me, I need to talk to you." She then turned to her husband and shouted, "David Carson. Get your ass over here." Mr. Carson hurried to join his wife. The three of them found a secluded corner to talk. With frustration evident on his face, Steve asked, "Mother, what the hell are you doing? Do you really want to make me unhappy?" Leanne shot back, "How dare you speak to your mother like that? I raised you, and of course, I want what's best for you. I'm simply worried that you're being irrational and might not see that Isabella isn't the right choice for you. Do you know what Isabella's family background is? You want to marry her? Her parents and siblings will drain your finances. And then they'll come after your father and me. Do you want to drive us to despair?" Steve replied confidently, "Mother, don't worry. Once I marry Isabella, we'll live independently. I won't burden you or our family with any of our problems. I won't even ask for your financial help. Leanne clenched her teeth in frustration. Don't make promises you can't keep. Your father and I have always supported you financially. Since you were a child, we've ensured you had everything you needed. You've never faced financial hardships, so you don't understand how dire things can be. You two think you can rely on each other? Eventually, you'll end up in the shitter. Leanne then waved her hand dismissively and continued, you both need to listen carefully. There's a golden opportunity to significantly increase our wealth, and you must not let me down. Father and son exchanged surprised glances. What golden opportunity? They both asked. At that moment, Leanne revealed her plan to them. After hearing her proposal, David hesitantly asked, Leanne, did you just suggest selling our son like an object? What will we do if that foreigner's child is born? What about our dignity? Leanne countered, David Carson. After working your whole life, you've barely made $30 to $40 million. If you all agree to this arrangement, our family will receive $50 million in cash. Do you understand? Cash? David's expression shifted as he wrestled with the implications of the situation. Yes, selling their son was undoubtedly humiliating, but $50 million. It didn't seem like such a terrible deal after all. Seizing on his uncertainty, Leanne pressed on, David, don't forget. The other family has already consented. Once our families are united through this marriage, we will dominate the flower industry. Our flower factory will reap incredible profits. We could potentially earn millions per year. Who knows, we might even reach tens of millions. Just think, within a year, your assets could soar into the billions. Chapter 1275. After hearing the calculations, Mr. Carson was quick to make his decision. He turned to his son and said, Steve, you would be missing out if you don't choose this wife. Not only have they not asked for a dowry, but they are offering you tens of millions as a dowry. This is an incredible opportunity. Steve replied coolly, yes, it's quite good. It seems you wouldn't mind having a mixed-blood grandson. Without any hint of embarrassment, David responded, after they offer me $50 million? Not at all. Honestly, for that kind of money, I wouldn't even care if my grandson is mixed blood. Steve shot back, stop wasting your breath. I'm not agreeing to the wedding. David sighed, his expression serious and his voice unwavering. My son, you really lack experience. You don't understand how the world works yet. You've never faced the struggle of being broke. I should have let you experience some hardship when you were younger so you could learn the true value of money and how hard it is to earn it. You're right. Leanne chimed in. It's absolutely true. Making money is tough. $50 million doesn't just fall into your lap. Do you really think you can earn that much in the future? If you look back one day and regret this decision, don't blame your mother for not steering you in the right direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve replied, no matter what you say, I won't agree to this marriage. Won't agree? Leanne echoed. You don't want to go through with it, right? If that's the case, then Isabella is not welcome in our family. And you can leave this house too. Steve quickly responded, I will leave. I've been considering that for a while now. Leanne fumed. If you leave, I'll cancel your credit cards. Don't even think about asking for any money from this family in the future. Steve looked at his mother firmly. Don't worry. I won't be asking for any money from you. I'll find a job with Isabella, and we'll work hard to support ourselves. We'll live off what we earn. That's all I need. After saying this, Steve took the flower brooch from his chest pocket and tossed it onto the ground. I'm not going ahead with this wedding either. From this day forward, I will work hard with Isabella. We'll earn our own money and plan our own wedding. With that, he turned and walked toward Isabella, taking her hand. Isabella, I'm so sorry that we won't be having our wedding ceremony today. Starting today, I'm moving out of this house. We'll rent a small place together in Oris Hill. We can save up for the ceremony at our own pace. Are you okay with that? Touched, Isabella nodded. Yes. I wholeheartedly accept your proposal. Steve smiled. Great, let's go. He then addressed Claire and Charlie. I apologize. Can you please wait until Isabella and I are more prepared? I promise we'll have the ceremony again, and I'll make sure to invite both of you. Claire smiled back. Don't worry. Charlie and I are looking forward to that day. Inside, Claire felt that Steve was making the right choice. It was best for him to distance himself from a family that didn't value genuine relationships. Since they wouldn't accept his marriage to Isabella, it was better for him to leave and follow his heart. Charlie was impressed by Steve's decision and couldn't help but smile. When you two are ready to marry, I'll cover the transportation for the wedding. Steve bowed graciously and replied, thank you in advance. Just then, Leanne rushed over, her voice filled with anger. Steve, if you really leave with that bitch, your father and I will sever all ties with you. You'd better not regret this. Leanne was determined that her son must marry Mr. Ward's daughter. She couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Chapter 1276. For Leanne and David, it was clear, they would go to any lengths, even severing their relationship with their son, if it meant they could control him. Every sacrifice they made would be justified as long as they achieved their goal. With frustration boiling over, Steve shouted, since none of you respect me, I have nothing left to say. If you want to cut ties, then do it. Leanne's anger erupted at her son's declaration. What a cold-hearted, ungrateful bastard. Honestly, raising a dog would have been a better choice than raising someone like you. You'd choose to disown your family for that low-life whore. I can't believe I wasted so many years on such a disloyal son. Steve replied, I'm sorry, Mom. I refuse to spend my life being manipulated by you. David, incensed, barked, you worthless piece of shit. If you walk out on us today, don't expect any inheritance. Think carefully before you make this mistake. Steve responded calmly, that's fine. I don't want it. With that, Steve took Isabella's hand and began to leave the banquet hall. Leanne watched in fury, her voice rising as she shouted, stop that heartless boy. He must not leave this banquet hall. It's that worthless piece of trash who should be thrown out. As her voice faded, the Carson family moved swiftly toward the exit to block the departing couple, surrounding them. Leanne stormed over to Isabella, raised her hand, and slapped her across the face, her eyes blazing with rage. You demonic seductress! What have you done to my son? What poison have you fed him? If you don't leave him alone, I swear I will kill you. Isabella, stunned and in shock, touched her cheek gently and said tearfully, Auntie, Steve and I have been together for years. We truly love each other. Please, can't you give us your blessings? I'll bless your dead grandparents. Leanne's fury escalated at Isabella's declaration of love. She raised her hand again to strike Isabella, but Steve caught her wrist just in time. In a menacing tone, he warned, that's enough. If you don't back off, you'll have to deal with me. Leanne retorted, who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Charlie, smirking, added, this is my wife's disciple. You not only can't mistreat her, but you're also expected to show her respect. I'm giving you 3 seconds to apologize, or don't blame me for what happens next. Bullshit. Leanne was too focused on the $50 million dowry to back down. Even if a heavenly king appeared before her, she wouldn't budge. She pointed at Charlie, her voice rising, aren't you the one with 2 sports cars? What are you going on about? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? This is none of your business, so stay out of our family issues. If you interfere, I won't hold back. Charlie chuckled at her outburst. You won't hold back? You're just an old hag. Not only do you have a sharp tongue, but your ego is as inflated as your words. What did you just call me? Leanne's anger reached its peak at being labeled an old hag. She took great care of her appearance, always praised for her youthful looks and grace. To be insulted like this was beyond anything she had ever experienced. Fuming, she felt the urge to confront Charlie and unleash her wrath on him. David was equally enraged, his voice icy as he addressed Charlie. Master Wade, do you really think your actions are acceptable? Do you believe that our Carson family fears you just because of your wealth? I warn you, if you dare involve yourself in our family matters, I'll make sure you leave the Hilton on a stretcher. Chapter 1277. Charlie chuckled after hearing David's comments. Leave Hilton on a stretcher? This David clearly had no grasp of the reality around him. However, for Charlie Wade, a member of the esteemed Wade family, to stoop so low as to confront this mere commoner, felt rather beneath him. After some reflection, he concluded that the best approach would be to call Don Albert Rhodes, inviting him to bring a few associates, similar to the situation with Fred White. Then, he could let his underlings deal with this couple appropriately. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Lisa, who had been quiet up until now, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh! Mr. Ward has arrived." As soon as she mentioned this, David and Leanne's demeanor shifted, becoming tense. In their minds, they had hoped Mr. Ward would take his time getting to the Hilton, allowing them to resolve the Isabella situation first. If necessary. They planned to offer her a hefty sum, several $100,000, to ensure she would leave their son alone. What they hadn't anticipated was Mr. Ward's prompt arrival. Due to the throngs of people near the exit, the Rolls-Royce parked a bit farther away. The driver exited and opened the back passenger door. Immediately, a family of 3 stepped out of the car. The group consisted of a middle-aged man in a tailored tuxedo with an air of arrogance, a middle-aged woman adorned with gold and silver jewelry exuding glamour, and in between them stood a young girl. While her features were relatively ordinary, her attire was striking. She wore a long Chanel skirt valued at several $100,000 and clutched an Hermes handbag worth around $200,000 to $300,000. The trio appeared joyful and carefree. Mr. Ward, whose full name was Grant Ward, had built a successful chain of medium-sized supermarkets in the city, amassing assets worth billions. His daughter, Sky Ward, was 28 years old. Having spent her formative years studying in America, Sky was part of a growing trend among affluent parents who sent their children abroad for education. While this trend offered opportunities, it also came with drawbacks. Typically, those who studied overseas fell into one of 2 categories. First, there were those who excelled academically and earned scholarships to prestigious international universities. Second, there were those who struggled in their studies and failed to gain admission to local universities, but thanks to their family's wealth, managed to secure a spot at some overseas institution. Most students abroad tended to fit into one of these groups. Sky's family had invested millions in her overseas education. Although she gained admission to an international university, she never actually applied herself academically. Instead, she spent her time partying, shopping extravagantly, and engaging in frivolous activities. She also had a particular fascination with Western boys, especially those of mixed heritage. She claimed that mixed-blood boys provided her with a pleasure like no other. Throughout her time in America, Sky dated numerous mixed-race boys and, on several occasions, found herself pregnant, leading her to undergo multiple abortions to keep it a secret. Now, back from her time in America, Sky had discovered she was pregnant once again, right after recently breaking up with her boyfriend. Chapter 1278. For Sky, pregnancy was just another chapter in her life. Having been pregnant before, she felt that all she needed to do was terminate this pregnancy, much like she had done on previous occasions. It was a situation she thought she could handle without any concerns. However, during her visit to the hospital, the doctor delivered a stark warning: she should not proceed with the abortion. Her reproductive system had reached its maximum capacity, and if she went through with the procedure, it would mean she could never conceive again. It was at that moment that Sky truly understood the gravity of her situation. Every woman dreams of becoming a mother one day. Although Sky wasn't ready to have a child right now, the thought of potentially wanting one in the future weighed heavily on her mind. The idea of being unable to have children was not a risk she was willing to take. This realization prompted her to confide in her parents. Upon hearing the news, Mr. Ward reacted with anger, but he quickly recognized the importance of his daughter's future. After all, she was his only child. Even though she wasn't a son, he still hoped she would one day give him a grandchild to inherit his hard-earned wealth and business legacy. If Sky were to proceed with the abortion of her mixed-blood baby, it would mean the end of their family lineage. Thus, he began searching for a suitable young man willing to marry into the family, someone who would accept the child Sky was about to bring into the world. When he learned that the Carson family's son was open to this arrangement, he felt a surge of relief and excitement. He promptly decided to bring his wife and daughter to finalize the marriage. This whirlwind of events occurred so quickly that Mr. Ward didn't even have time to arrange a wedding dress for Sky. However, he understood the urgency of the situation and knew he had to act swiftly and thoughtfully. Mr. Ward resolved to marry off his daughter immediately, investing a substantial amount of money to organize an extravagant wedding. The primary reason for Grant Ward's haste was that he had not disclosed the full truth to Lisa. Lisa remained unaware that Mr. Ward's daughter could no longer have children. She believed that Sky simply couldn't move on from her feelings for the mixed-race man. Lisa thought that after giving birth and marrying Steve, Sky would eventually have another child with him. In reality, Grant Ward was attempting to orchestrate a marriage for his daughter under false pretenses. He feared that once Sky had the baby, no one would want to marry her. Thus, he spun a tale about urgently needing to find a man willing to join their family, all to expedite the marriage and ensure the child would be born. Mr. Ward was also a man of pride. He didn't want his daughter to marry just anyone. When he heard from Lisa that Steve Carson was available, he quickly made up his mind that he wanted him as his future son-in-law. As Grant Ward and his wife approached the gathering, David and Leanne hurried over to greet them. Overcome with joy, Mr. Ward exclaimed as he spotted David, "Come here, old friend. We've known each other for ages. I never imagined we would become in-laws so soon." David reciprocated the excitement, replying confidently, "Becoming in-laws with the Ward family is a tremendous honor." Leanne, standing next to him, chimed in, "Absolutely. Mr. Ward, this must be your daughter. She's absolutely stunning." With a proud smile, Grant stepped forward and introduced Sky. "Let me present my daughter, Sky Ward. She has been living in the United States for several years and has just returned home." "Wow!" Leanne exclaimed joyfully. Sky looked so elegant, and having lived in America for so long, she must be incredibly talented. Grant chuckled, calling her talented might be a stretch, but her English skills are certainly better than anyone I know. Leanne couldn't contain her delight. At that moment, Grant scanned the crowd and asked, "Where is my future son-in-law?" Meanwhile, Steve was surrounded by the Carson family, unable to break free from the throng. Leanne quickly responded, "Mr. Ward, please hold on a moment. I'll fetch him right away." Chapter 1279. After Leanne finished speaking, she hurried into the crowd and called out to Steve, "Come on. Follow me to meet your future father-in-law. I swear, if you mess this up, neither your father nor I will ever forgive you." Steve was furious. "I've made it clear that I'm cutting all ties with you. What future father-in-law are you talking about?" Isabella, feeling a tight knot in her chest, looked at Steve and asked, "Steve, what's going on?" In a fit of anger, Steve exclaimed, "My parents have lost their goddamn minds because of greed. They are desperate for me to marry the daughter of a wealthy businessman, and they're trying to force me into this union. There's even a rumor that she's pregnant with a mixed-blood man's child, and they want her to give birth." After he spoke, everyone, including Isabella, Claire, and Charlie, was left speechless. The rest of the Carson family was equally shocked by this revelation. Charlie finally grasped the situation. These parents were willing to sell their son off just to secure a marriage for money. Wasn't Steve their own flesh and blood? How could they do this to him? Leanne couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted, "Steve! This isn't the time to be naive. The dowry is $50 million. The Carson family gasped at the shocking amount. $50 million? They couldn't believe that someone would pay such an outrageous sum just to marry into their family. Gary Carson, Steve's cousin, interjected, "Second aunt, if Steve isn't interested, let me take care of this. For $50 million. I wouldn't even care if she's carrying a mixed-blood child or even an alien's." Leanne raised an eyebrow. "Stop dreaming, you little shit. This has nothing to do with you. They want my son, Steve. She then turned to Steve and scolded him sharply, did you see that? Everyone else would jump at this chance, but you refuse it. Your father and I have worked hard all our lives. How could we have produced such a foolish son? Steve replied coolly, if Cousin Gary is so eager, he can go ahead. I am definitely not participating. Leanne snapped, directing her ire at Isabella, Miss Stark. If you're willing to leave my son, I'll give you $5 million. Isabella, who had been standing quietly, simply shook her head. Steve and I truly love each other. Even if you offered me $50 million or $1 billion, I would never leave him. Gary quickly responded, second aunt, if Steve is so certain, why not pass this opportunity to me? You can introduce me to her since I'm also part of the Carson family. It would still benefit our family. How about this, I'll give you $5 million if you introduce us. Get the hell out of here. Leanne had always looked down on Gary and his family. Despite sharing the same bloodline, their statuses were worlds apart. As she looked at Gary's greedy expression, a deep-seated resentment flared within her. In her view, even if her son couldn't marry into the Ward family, there was no way she would ever consider Gary as a candidate. She refused to give him a chance to elevate his status at her expense. Gary was taken aback by her harsh response. Second aunt, what's the meaning of this? We're family. Get lost, you pathetic loser. I don't consider you family. Gary felt insulted and thought to himself, how could she berate him in front of so many people? Had he unintentionally offended her? After a moment of reflection, Gary shouted, Second aunt, you've gone too far. At that moment, Grant Ward, hearing the commotion, stepped into the crowd. He asked, is everything all right? What's going on here? Leanne panicked and quickly replied, Mr. Ward, I apologize for this scene. My son is just having a tantrum, but don't worry, I'll definitely convince him. Chapter 1280. As the room fell silent, Steve boldly declared, Uncle Ward, I truly apologize, but I can't marry your daughter. I am already committed to the love of my life, and I will only marry her. What kind of bullshit is this? Grant Ward shouted, his brows furrowed as he glared at Leanne. I brought my daughter here, and now you pull this? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Or are you attempting to use this situation to demand a higher dowry? No. Absolutely not. Leanne exclaimed, shaking her hands defensively. With a guilty tone, she added, Mr. Ward, I would never treat you like a fool. This son of mine is mentally challenged. I'm currently trying to educate him. Steve quickly cut in, there's no need for you to lecture me anymore. I'm leaving right now. Leanne shouted back, you little bastard dare. If you walk out that door, I will break your legs. Charlie, who had been trying to keep his composure all day, finally snapped. He turned to Leanne and said impatiently, old hag, if you keep this nonsense up, I will take matters into my own hands. Leanne pointed an accusing finger at Charlie, then turned to Grant Ward and said, Mr. Ward, this bastard is the one trying to brainwash my son. If it weren't for him, my son would have agreed to the marriage. Please be patient while I sort this out. Grant Ward felt his frustration rising. He wanted nothing more than to see his daughter walk down the aisle with Steve and resolve this matter once and for all. In his impatience, he didn't notice that Leanne was attempting to shift the blame onto Charlie. He turned to Charlie and snapped, you little shit. If you ruin my daughter's marriage plans, I will crush you. Charlie retorted with a sneer, why are you so desperate to marry off your yam-looking daughter? Is she really that eager to tie the knot? Through gritted teeth, Mr. Ward replied, I suggest you choose your next words very carefully. David rushed over as he observed the escalating argument between Charlie and Mr. Ward. He addressed Mr. Ward, saying, in-law, please don't waste your time on this little brat. He's inexperienced and has yet to see the world. Getting angry over him will only harm your health. After attempting to calm Mr. Ward, David turned to Charlie. Brat, I don't know you, nor do you know me. I don't wish to interfere with your matters, so I hope you will stop meddling in my family's affairs. Today, my son will marry Mr. Ward's daughter. So please, stop trying to intervene and leave. Exactly. Leanne chimed in. This is our family matter. You, as an outsider, have no idea what's going on. So please leave. Stop interfering with my son's wedding. After saying that, Leanne's face flushed with anger as she glared at Isabella, saying coldly, "And you worthless, good-for-nothing whore. You're not even married to my son, and you're already pregnant. Disgusting. My family doesn't welcome sluts like you. Now get the fuck out." Grant Ward's expression shifted upon hearing her words. Since his daughter was also unmarried and pregnant with a child by a mixed-blood man, he felt an uncomfortable tightening in his chest at Leanne's remarks. David noticed the change in Mr. Ward's demeanor and whispered urgently to his wife, "What the hell are you saying?" Leanne soon realized her blunder. While she was criticizing Isabella, she was inadvertently insulting Grant's daughter as well. To rectify her mistake, Leanne quickly turned to Mr. Ward and showered him with flattery. "Mr. Ward, please don't be angry. I was scolding this slut. Your daughter is different, she's a true lady who even continued her education in America, unlike this piece of trash." Tears streamed down Isabella's face as Leanne continued her tirade. Seeing Isabella sobbing, Leanne chose to insult her further. "What are you crying for, you pathetic bitch? Did I frame you? Disgusting. Completely undignified. Your entire family is beneath us. You think you can marry into my family? Stop dreaming. Look at yourself. You look like a beggar, and yet you believe you can fit in with us?" Charlie's rage finally boiled over. He glared at Leanne and shot back, "You despicable old hag. Your only goal is that $50 million dowry, and that's why you're forcing your son to marry the Ward's daughter, isn't it?" Without a hint of shame, Leanne replied, "Yes, I was looking forward to that. So what? That's none of your goddamn business. Why haven't you left yet? I told you to go, didn't I? Take that slut and get the hell out." Charlie chuckled darkly, "Since you're so eager for this, let me grant your wish." Leanne laughed, "Now you're speaking sense." Charlie laughed mockingly, "Don't celebrate too soon. What I mean is that today, your son will have to marry Mr. Ward's daughter. If you don't comply, I will destroy both your families. Chapter 1281. Can you believe it? A man over 50, with a family and a home, is expected to marry Mr. Ward's daughter? Charlie's words ignited an explosion of anger in the room. Grant Ward was furious, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you suggest my precious daughter marry Steve's father?" With a laugh, Charlie replied, "Surely you must be blind. Didn't you notice that Steve has no interest in marrying your daughter? Meanwhile, Steve's parents are eager to bring your daughter into their family. So, wouldn't it be wiser to let Mr. Carson marry your beloved daughter? You little bastard. What nonsense are you spewing?" Leanne fumed. "Letting my husband marry Mr. Ward's daughter, and what happens to me?" Charlie shot back, "You? I thought you wanted Mr. Ward's daughter as part of your family. Doesn't this resolve your issue? You should thank me for this suggestion." Turning to David, Charlie smiled brightly. "Old man Carson, after all these years with that dreadful old hag, don't you think it's time for a change? You're lucky I'm making this decision for you. Not only do you get a younger wife, but you also stand to gain $50 million and a new son. What a deal. Shut your fucking mouth." Leanne screeched, pointing at Charlie. "You little bastard. You're just asking for trouble. Mark my words, I'll bring my people and break both your legs." After venting her frustration, she turned to Mr. Ward, her voice trembling with urgency. "Mr. Ward, this troublemaker is trying to stir up chaos. My husband may be old and unattractive, but your daughter is still young and beautiful. No matter what he says, my husband can't compare to your daughter." Grant Ward was seething. He raised his voice, gritting his teeth. "You've got guts, kid. I didn't expect you to provoke me like this. Do you even know who I am?" Charlie retorted, I don't give a shit who you are. All I know is that you're about to become David's future father-in-law. You, Mr. Ward trembled with rage. He was very protective of his daughter's reputation. That was precisely why he was willing to pay any price to marry her off to someone willing to join the Ward family. He never expected this Charlie character to come up with such ridiculous ideas about marrying his daughter to David Carson, a man close to Mr. Ward's age. How could he face anyone if that actually happened? Mr. Ward snapped, "Kneel and beg for my forgiveness, or I will make you regret being alive." "Oh really, Mr. Ward has the nerve to say that?" Charlie sneered. "Okay, let's see what you can do. If you can't make me eat my words, then I'll make you eat yours." Leanne felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. She immediately shot back at Charlie, "What did you eat to be so foolishly brave? How dare you speak to Mr. Ward like that? My people will beat the shit out of you." Charlie looked around and realized that most of the onlookers were elderly or ordinary folks. The thought that they could harm him was laughable. He knew he had to be cautious with his powers if a confrontation arose. He certainly didn't want to accidentally hurt anyone, it wouldn't end well. Besides, this was a trivial matter, there was no need for violence. Charlie then taunted Leanne further. "Old hag, are you really that clueless? You're fighting Mr. Ward's battles. Just so you know, your husband is about to become Mr. Ward's son-in-law. Once that happens, you'll be out of the Carson family. In terms of relationships, Mr. Ward will be your love rival's father. Shouldn't you be directing your anger at him instead?" Chapter 1282. You, motherfucker. Leanne struggled to articulate her anger. Turning to Gary, she commanded, "Gary, come help me take down this worthless piece of shit." Gary took a few steps back, his tone laced with annoyance. "Second aunt, didn't you just say I'm not part of your family? You even told me to scram. Now you want me to jump in and fight for you? Your mood changes faster than a woman changes outfits." Leanne forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. "Gary, please don't be upset. What I said earlier was just out of frustration. Don't you want to see the Carson family thrive?" "I'm sorry, Auntie," Gary replied swiftly. "Your family is your family, and mine is mine. We're not related in any meaningful way. So if you want to deal with this, you can handle it on your own." After finishing his statement, Gary turned to the rest of the family and declared, "Let's not get involved in this. It's not our problem. Other people's family issues are theirs to resolve. Don't be foolish and become a pawn in their game." Everyone nodded slightly and took a few steps back, showing no interest in getting involved in Leanne's conflict with Charlie. Leanne seethed with anger, taken aback by Gary's blatant disrespect. As his second aunt, she couldn't fathom such treatment. It was clear to her that now wasn't the moment to be calculating with Gary. Quickly, she turned her attention to Mr. Ward. "Mr. Ward, this bastard has insulted you and your daughter. You can't let him get away with this. Make a call and summon someone to take care of him. If word gets out, it will tarnish both your name and your daughter's." Mr. Ward, already simmering with rage, was further incensed by Leanne's words. He pointed an accusatory finger at Charlie and shouted, "You bastard, just wait. I'm calling my people to take care of you." With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call, intentionally putting it on speaker so everyone could hear the conversation. With a smug grin, he announced, "Do you know who I'm summoning? One of Don Albert Rhodes's 4 great guardians. Caesar Hilton." Charlie chuckled at the mention of the name. "Great. I'll be waiting. Honestly, I think you should bring even more people. Since today is your daughter's wedding with Mr. David Carson, it would be wise to have a larger entourage to enhance the festive atmosphere." "You're really asking for trouble." Mr. Ward trembled with fury as the call connected and he barked his order. "Caesar! Get over here to the Hilton Hotel. I want this bastard dead." As a businessman, Mr. Ward had to maintain strong connections due to the prevalence of gang-related issues, which is how he obtained Caesar Hilton's phone number. Caesar Hilton, ranked 4th among Don Albert's 4 great guardians, held considerable power in the underworld. His reputation was well known, and ever since Mr. Ward had forged a relationship with him, his business faced less competition and fewer disturbances from gangs. Over time, Mr. Ward had even contemplated becoming godbrothers with Caesar, having sent him a generous 18 red packets, which Caesar accepted primarily for the money. Mr. Ward believed that if he and Caesar were brothers, it would smooth out business dealings. He was currently searching for an auspicious date to hold the brotherhood ceremony. Although he wasn't certain if today was a lucky day, given Charlie's disruptive behavior, insulting his daughter and disrupting her wedding, Mr. Ward thought it wise to summon Caesar. Once Charlie was dealt with, they could enjoy a meal at a nice hotel and proceed with the brotherhood ceremony. Chapter 1283. Caesar had always seen Grant as a reliable source of easy money. The hefty annual protection fee Grant paid him was already in the range of $7 to $8 million. After setting aside the portion for Don Albert, Caesar was able to pocket an additional $2 to $3 million for himself. So, when Grant requested him to handle a little intimidation, Caesar immediately responded, "Sure, hold on. I'll gather my men and head over right now." Once Grant expressed his gratitude and hung up, he turned to Charlie with a sneer, saying, "Listen up, kid. Don't say I didn't offer you a way out. I asked you to kneel in front of me earlier, but you didn't appreciate the chance. Even if you decide to kneel now, it's too late." With a smile, Charlie asked, "Who did you just call?" "Caesar Hilton. Is he the John Rambo from First Blood?" "Cut the crap." Grant shot back, his tone icy. "Caesar is one of Don Albert's 4 heavenly kings." Steve, who had been listening, interjected anxiously, "Charlie, I'm really sorry about today. You and Claire should leave. Caesar and Grant are tight. Caesar is a dangerous man, and I don't want you two getting hurt because of me." Charlie smiled reassuringly and replied, "Steve, there's no need to apologize. But I do feel a bit embarrassed. Don't get mad at me for finding you a stepmother." Steve was at a loss for words. He had thought Charlie was joking, but now it seemed he was entirely serious. What the hell does that mean? At that moment, Charlie turned to Grant and said with a grin, "You mentioned he's just one of the 4 heavenly kings. It's a bit dull, isn't it? Why not call the other 3? After all, it's your daughter's big day, more guests will only make it better." "You're really asking for trouble," Grant growled, gritting his teeth. "Fine, I'll let you have your fun for now, but soon you'll know the consequences of your arrogance." Charlie shook his head, chuckling softly. "You old-timers, why are you still so hot-headed at your age? Look at me, I'm young, calm, and collected." With that, Charlie sighed and added, "All right, I'll invite more people to cheer you on." Grant sneered, "You think you're threatening me? If you've got the guts, bring your people. Let's settle this with swords and guns." Charlie nodded and took out his phone, sending a WeChat message to Don Albert. "Bring the other 3 heavenly kings to the Hilton Hotel, excluding Caesar. I'd like to invite them for a wedding toast." Don Albert was taken aback and replied, "Master Wade, are you getting married again?" "Cut that shit out," Charlie shot back. "It's not me, it's someone else asking. Just bring them here." "All right, I'll be there." Charlie added, "And bring more brothers along." "Yes, Master Wade." Next, he sent another WeChat to Isaac Cameron, inviting him to the Hilton Hotel to watch what was about to unfold. Since Isaac returned from Gollum Mountain, he had regarded Charlie as a figure of immense respect. Upon receiving the call from the young master, he immediately replied, "Master, I'll be there." A few minutes later, a Volkswagen Phaeton, escorted by 7 or 8 vehicles of various makes and colors, pulled up to the Hilton Hotel. The Phaeton stopped, and a plump, middle-aged man stepped out. Grant smirked at Charlie and said, "Kid, Caesar has arrived. You're fucked today." Charlie had never encountered Caesar before, but the sight of the Phaeton sparked a memory. He recalled Jeff, a young man from his orphanage, who had once crashed his Mercedes-Benz into a Volkswagen Phaeton to get rid of it. Rumor had it that the Phaeton belonged to a notorious figure on the streets. Caesar. A smirk crept onto Charlie's face as he thought, "This is going to be quite interesting." Chapter 1284. Suddenly, a group of 30 to 40 fierce-looking men emerged from the other vehicles, their presence commanding attention. Under Caesar's orders, these men swiftly moved to encircle the crowd. Grant waved frantically, calling out, "Caesar!" Caesar acknowledged him with a slight nod and then turned to inquire, "Mr. Ward, who is so foolish as to offend you?" Grant pointed an accusing finger at Charlie, his anger boiling over. "Caesar, this little bastard not only insulted me but also disrespected my daughter." Caesar raised his eyebrows and turned to face Charlie. Upon seeing him, a wave of fear washed over Caesar. Oh shit! It was Master Wade. As one of Don Albert's 4 great guardians and one of his most powerful and favored associates, Caesar had previously encountered Charlie at a banquet held at the Heaven Springs. During that event, Don Albert had displayed extreme humility toward Charlie, even appearing nervous in their conversations. As a result, Caesar had never introduced himself to Charlie. He was now horrified to realize that Grant had dared to provoke Master Wade. In a panic, he stammered, trying to clarify, "Master Wade." But Charlie cut him off. "You've got the wrong person." "What?" Caesar replied quickly and with utmost respect, "How can that be? I saw you at the Heaven Springs." Charlie raised his brows and insisted, "I told you, you're mistaken. Are you deaf, you idiot?" Caesar's insides twisted with fear at Charlie's tone. He realized Charlie didn't want his identity revealed and decided to go along with this. Just then, Grant, furious, shouted at Charlie, "How dare you speak to Caesar like that? Are you looking for trouble? Do you really think Caesar won't have his men tear you apart?" Grant's words sent a shiver down Caesar's spine, making his legs weak and prompting thoughts of kneeling on the ground. In a fit of anger, he turned to Grant and slapped him hard across the face. "Grant Ward, you son of a bitch. Do you want to die? Do you think I wouldn't take you out myself?" Grant was taken aback by the slap. "What the hell is going on here? I called for backup to deal with this punk, and now I'm the one getting slapped." Feeling wronged, Grant covered his face and asked Caesar incredulously, "Caesar, why did you hit me?" Caesar was seething with rage, barely containing himself. "Why did I hit you? I'm the one who should be worried about my life. Out of all the people, why did you have to provoke Master Wade? You're practically signing my death warrant. Do you even realize how many who have crossed Master Wade have ended up at Don Albert's dog farm? Are you trying to get me killed?" Yet, Caesar didn't dare voice these thoughts. Master Wade was already visibly angry and had made it clear he wanted to keep his identity under wraps. Suppressing his fear and frustration, Caesar finally said, "The reason I struck you is that your words lack substance. You shouldn't be so quick to threaten violence. Focus on the quality of your speech, do you understand?" Grant, feeling utterly wronged, retorted, "But you also called me scum and threatened to kill me. How the hell does that make sense?" Chapter 1285. Upon hearing Grant's remarks, Caesar was seething with rage. He delivered another sharp slap to Grant's face, exclaiming, "How dare you talk back to me? You better heed my words." Grant felt deeply wronged and despondent after receiving 2 slaps. Since becoming an adult, he had never been physically confronted by anyone. To make matters worse, Caesar had slapped him not once, but twice, in front of a large crowd. Although his anger boiled within him, Grant was too intimidated to voice any complaints at that moment. With a heavy heart, he nodded and replied, "Caesar, you're absolutely right. I need to be more mindful of my words in public moving forward." Caesar let out a cold snort and glanced at Charlie, feeling a twinge of guilt. He quickly turned to Grant and asked, "What's going on here today? Give me the full story, in order." Grant, filled with indignation and grievance, immediately began to explain. "Caesar, I've lost face today. A little bastard with no connections has dared to act arrogantly in front of me. He insulted and humiliated me publicly. You must help me seek justice." As he recounted the events, Caesar listened with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. On one hand, he was taken aback by the scandalous behavior of Grant's daughter, and on the other, he was shocked by the audacity of David's family. He was also amazed by Master Wade's cunning strategy. If he were in Charlie's position, he would have simply called his men to handle the two families and ensured that Steve and Isabella could marry without issue. Yet, only a mastermind like Master Wade would concoct such a plan as to have David marry Grant's daughter instead. This was truly a darkly comedic situation. David and Leanne were attempting to force their son into marrying a woman of questionable reputation, expecting him to accept and raise her child as his own. Little did they know, the one who would be faced with this reality was actually David himself. Caesar had heard plenty about Master Wade's exploits over the years, as well as his steadfast and unyielding nature. Thus, looking at both Grant and David, he felt a surge of sympathy. He understood that the solution at hand was both absurd and ironic, but he was well aware that since Master Wade had made a decision, there was no room for further discussion. Seeing the unusual expression on Caesar's face, Grant quickly raised his voice in protest. "Caesar, I'm a well-respected person in Oris Hill. This bastard not only insulted me but humiliated my daughter too. I can't just let this slide." Caesar awkwardly scratched his head, then turned to Charlie and said, "Grant, in my opinion, you really don't appreciate the kindness shown to you. The situation is already quite complicated. Your family needs to resolve this matter urgently. Since you can't find a good way to handle it, Mr. Wade has offered you a solid solution, hasn't he? Now that David and your daughter are both here, and with the wedding banquet at the Hilton already arranged, you should seize this opportunity and marry your daughter off to David." What the fuck? In that moment, Grant, David, and Leanne were all taken aback, none of them expecting Caesar to suggest such a thing. David and Leanne exchanged frustrated thoughts. Was Caesar here on behalf of Grant or Charlie? Why the hell wasn't he supporting Grant at all? Chapter 1286. He had even slapped Grant in the face not once, but twice, before insisting that Grant marry his daughter off to David. This latter incident was far more troubling than the slap. In that moment, Grant's despair deepened. He felt as if life itself was unbearable. Trembling, he pleaded, "Caesar, you can't just abandon me and choose someone else. We're buddies, good brothers. My daughter is practically your niece. Can you really bear to marry her off to an old man like David?" Caesar responded immediately, "Grant, despite our familiarity, you can't just spout nonsense. We're merely acquaintances. Who told you I could be considered your brother?" Grant was taken aback and quickly replied, "Caesar, we've known each other for so many years. I've always given you benefits, including a generous red envelope not long ago. Why the hell are you turning your back on me now?" Caesar replied with a serious tone, "Grant, I'm not abandoning you. I'm actually looking out for your best interests. Do you understand? Your daughter may be young, but she's already shown herself to be quite the slut. In her 20s, and already pregnant with a foreigner's child. And you're allowing her to go through with it? Who the hell could possibly deal with this situation so easily?" After finishing his point, he gestured towards David and said earnestly, "Look at David. Sure, he's a bit older, but older men know how to cherish their partners. Plus, he already has an adult son who has secured his family line. So, it wouldn't matter to him if he had to raise someone else's child. Wouldn't that be the best solution?" At that moment, David's face turned a deep shade of red. Was Caesar suggesting that David would have to raise the child of this young woman with a foreigner? Leanne, feeling even more upset, snapped, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You dare to suggest my husband marry someone else and take a second wife in front of me? Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Caesar shot her a disdainful glare, responding coldly, "What do you mean by first wife or second wife? Do you think we live in some feudal society? Our country only recognizes monogamous marriages. Don't you know that? If David is marrying Grant's daughter, then you'll need to divorce him first. You old bastard." Leanne was now visibly agitated. Ignoring that Caesar was a powerful figure in the underground world, she yelled angrily, "I see. You're just a troublemaker. Get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome. Screw you, you bitch." Caesar retorted, kicking Leanne hard in the stomach. "Who do you think you are to make a scene in front of me? Do you think I won't cut your tongue out? Leanne was left on the floor, unable to get up for a long time. She curled up, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. David rushed to Grant, asking, "Mr. Ward, what the hell is going on? Didn't you invite Caesar here to take care of Charlie? Why is he attacking my wife instead?" Caesar raised his hand and slapped David, scolding, "Why the hell are you so slow to comprehend? Didn't you hear a single word I said? Was everything I said in vain? Don't you know what Mr. Wade's plan is? Starting today, your wife will be Grant's daughter. Grant is now your father-in-law. Got it, you moron?" David looked visibly distressed. Grant also felt overwhelmed. He glared at Caesar, saying angrily, "Caesar, if you don't want to help, fine. But don't make a fool out of me or turn me into a laughingstock. I don't need you here anymore. Just leave." "Oh?" Caesar replied coldly, "You want me to leave? Grant, do you think you have the power to demand that? You dare to speak to me like that?" Grant, with his hands clasped together, continued to plead, "I beg you, Caesar. We can handle this ourselves without you. I know you're busy with your own matters, so we won't waste any more of your time. Please, just go." Caesar scoffed, "What? You think I should leave just because you asked? Do you think you're my superior now, you little shit?" At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Don Albert is here." Chapter 1287. Holy shit! Upon learning that Don Albert had arrived, Caesar immediately realized that his boss was here due to Master Wade's involvement. With a sympathetic glance at Grant, he shook his head and remarked, "Grant, don't hold it against me for not giving you a heads up. You'd better prepare to marry off your daughter today." After saying this, he quickly made his way to meet Don Albert. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Wow! Don Albert is actually here with the other 3 members of the 4 Great Guardians. These are the top generals under Don Albert's command. Since Don Albert took over as the underground boss of Oris Hill, he assigned each of these 4 Great Guardians to different territories. It's been ages since they've all appeared together." The crowd buzzed with shock at this revelation. Claire leaned in closer to Charlie and asked quietly, "Charlie, did you invite Don Albert here?" Charlie nodded, a smile on his face as he replied, "Yes, I called him here. Today, I intend to keep my promise. I won't let the underground world think I'm a joke for not honoring my word." Surprised, Claire whispered back, "Are you really going to arrange for Steve's father to marry Mr. Ward's daughter?" Charlie chuckled and answered, "Absolutely. Didn't I just apologize to Steve in advance?" Indeed, Charlie had previously told Steve he was sorry for what was about to happen, hinting that he would soon have a stepmother. Claire was taken aback and remarked, "Don't you think this is a bit over the top?" "Over the top?" Charlie grinned, saying, "Wife, when have I ever suggested this was just a joke? I always mean what I say." Claire hesitated, asking, "Do you really think this is appropriate? It feels a bit off." Charlie gently squeezed Claire's hand and whispered, "Don't worry. As long as I believe it's appropriate, no one else can claim it's not." Just then, Don Albert was approaching Charlie. As he walked, he quietly inquired of Caesar, "Have you caused me any trouble? Did you have any issues with Master Wade or offend him in any way?" Don Albert, "I did neither," Caesar quickly assured him. "There's this bastard who pays us a premium regularly. He asked me to help him out with someone, and when I got here, I found out the target was Master Wade. I wouldn't dare offend him. I did handle the other person, but I certainly didn't disrespect Master Wade." Don Albert breathed a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. Knowing Caesar well after years of working together, he trusted his words. He then cautioned, "When we meet Master Wade, keep your comments to a minimum to avoid any slip-ups." "Understood?" Caesar replied, "Rest assured, Don Albert. I'll stay silent." At that moment, Don Albert, accompanied by the 4 Great Guardians and a group of men, approached Charlie. Upon their arrival, David, his wife Leanne, and Grant were visibly shaken. They could never have imagined they'd provoke the underground lord of Oris Hill today. What could his purpose for coming be? If they offended him and he took issue with them, they could find themselves in serious trouble. Then, a startling scene unfolded before their eyes. Don Albert stepped forward, and without uttering a word, he bowed deeply to Charlie, saying respectfully, "Master Wade, I apologize for my late arrival. Please punish me for my failure, Master Wade." As this happened, the four great guardians and the hundreds of men accompanying them also bowed deeply, echoing, "Master Wade, please punish us for our failure." Chapter 1288. When a crowd of 100 or 200 people erupted into a simultaneous chant of 8 words, it resonated like a thunderclap in the air. The atmosphere was electric with panic. Leanne's complexion had drained of color, David's knees buckled beneath him, and Grant collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. In that moment, he realized his fate was sealed. He had never imagined that the young man he had wished to harm would possess such incredible power. Even Don Albert, known for his ruthless reputation, was showing deference to this young man. Gone was the imposing presence of Oris Hill's underground lord. Don Albert was now merely a subordinate to this formidable young man. Whom the hell had he crossed to provoke such a reaction? Charlie turned to Don Albert, offering a calm smile as he said, "Don't worry, you're not too late." Don Albert quickly inquired, "Master Wade, why did you summon me here today? What can I do for you?" Charlie gestured toward Grant and explained, "This bastard intends to marry off his daughter today. However, her fiancé is still married. I need you to take the fiancé and his current wife to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce within the next half hour." Don Albert was taken aback, struggling to understand the situation. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly, "Master Wade, I assure you I will handle it within half an hour." After his response, Don Albert cautiously asked, "Master Wade, who is the fiancé, and who is the current wife?" Charlie pointed to David and Leanne and casually remarked, "The unpleasant old man there is the fiancé of his daughter, and the unpleasant old hag beside him is his current wife." Don Albert studied them closely, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. How the hell could it be? Grant appeared to be in his early 50s, and David looked to be about the same age. How did they end up in such a complicated family situation? However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and committed, "Master Wade, don't worry. I'll take them to get their divorce right away." Leanne, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, exploded, "What the fuck gives you the right to force me to divorce my husband?" Charlie smirked and replied, "Simply my authority." Leanne shot back defiantly, "Over my dead body. You think you can make me divorce my husband?" Charlie chuckled, "Kill you? Do you really think someone like you deserves that kind of attention from me? It would be best for you to divorce your husband and leave Oris Hill. If you comply, I might leave you a way out. Otherwise, I can assure you that your suffering will be unimaginable." Leanne was taken aback by the intensity of Charlie's presence, leaving her speechless. Don Albert then interjected sharply, "We've heard Master Wade's orders. Stop stalling and come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce." Charlie added, "Don't rush to take them away just yet. Make sure to include Mr. Ward's daughter in the trip. Once the man named Carson is divorced from this unpleasant woman, you can arrange for Mr. Ward's daughter to receive her marriage certificate with David immediately. They can then make it back in time to hold their wedding banquet at noon." Grant, desperate, collapsed to the ground, crying out, "I won't allow it. I will never let my daughter marry that disgusting old man." Don Albert retorted, "Do you dare to defy Master Wade's command? Do you think I won't kill you right here, you piece of shit? I don't believe it." Grant shouted, teetering on the brink of hysteria. "It's broad daylight, you wouldn't dare kill me. Even if it's the end for me, I will never allow my daughter to marry David." Chapter 1289. When Don Albert noticed that Grant was still bold enough to resist and challenge them, he admonished him sharply, "You've truly become a rebellious bastard. You dare to defy Master Wade's decision. Are you courting death?" Grant, who had always been protective of his daughter, despite her being a complete disappointment, dismissed Don Albert's authority, replying angrily, "My daughter is still very young. How can I possibly agree to marry her off to a despicable old man who is nearly my age?" Seizing the opportunity to strike while Grant was down, Caesar taunted, "What? You think so little of this old man, yet you sent your own daughter overseas, letting her run wild and sleep with foreign men while she was there. Why don't you express any concern about that?" Fuming, Grant shot back, "I had no idea. If I had known she'd be misbehaving and fucking around while abroad, I would have never let her go." Don Albert interjected dismissively, "Enough with your bullshit. No one can defy Master Wade's orders. If you continue to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless and showing you no mercy." Grant, refusing to back down, declared, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. I refuse to believe it. I've been recognized as an outstanding local entrepreneur in Oris Hill for years. There are countless onlookers here today. Do you really think you can kill me in broad daylight?" Don Albert's expression darkened instantly. This man understood that Don Albert wouldn't dare act against him in this public setting. Even though Don Albert was the feared mob boss of Oris Hill's underworld, it would be a significant challenge to eliminate a prominent local entrepreneur worth hundreds of millions under these circumstances. Just as Don Albert felt at a loss, a cold, commanding voice cut through the tension. "I see someone has the audacity to defy Master Wade. Let me see who this stubborn son of a bitch is." Grant looked up, shocked to see the source of the voice. This was Isaac Cameron, the owner of Shangri-La. He held the position of chairman of the Oris Pinnacle Entrepreneurs Association and served as the spokesperson for the influential Wade family from Eastcliff. All entrepreneurs in Oris Hill treated this powerful figure with great respect. Grant had invested significant amounts of money and time to build connections to finally join the Oris Pinnacle Entrepreneurs Association, which Isaac had founded. This association comprised the elite entrepreneurs of Oris Hill, and someone like Grant, with only a few $100 million to his name, would typically not qualify for membership. Upon joining, Grant realized that most of the leading entrepreneurs in Oris Hill leaned on Isaac's extensive network to navigate their business challenges. Isaac's influence was profound. Whenever real estate developers struggled to secure desired land, they would appeal to Isaac for assistance, and he would resolve the issue swiftly if he chose to help. Similarly, when manufacturers needed approvals from major corporations, a word from Isaac would clear the path. Isaac's power was unmatched, far beyond that of an ordinary individual. However, Grant never anticipated Isaac would appear today. Moreover, did he just refer to that young man as Master Wade? What was the origin and background of this young man? In a panic, Grant looked at Isaac, who was approaching him confidently, and stammered, "Cameron. Mr. Cameron." "Oh no. Chairman Cameron, what brings you here?" Isaac replied coldly, "I came to find out who would be bold enough to defy Master Wade's orders." Following his statement, Isaac bowed before Charlie and respectfully said, "Master Wade, I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me as you see fit." Chapter 1290. Grant cast a quick glance at Isaac, then turned his attention to Charlie. It was then that he truly understood just how capable Charlie was. Even Isaac was showing a level of respect towards Charlie that Grant hadn't expected. Had he really misjudged the situation this badly? At that moment, Isaac turned to Grant with a frosty demeanor and stated, "You really want to defy Master Wade's orders, don't you? If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to freeze all your supermarket chains, properties, vehicles, and even your bank and stock accounts indefinitely. I will ensure that your family ends up with nothing, leaving you all to beg for food on the streets." Grant's heart raced at Isaac's words. He quickly pleaded with Charlie, "Master Wade. Please, I was wrong. A person as great and generous as you shouldn't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. I beg you, don't take this against me." Charlie smiled gently and replied, "I never intended to hold anything against you. All you need to do is follow my instructions." Grant faltered, unable to summon the courage to agree to such a proposal. Marry his daughter off to David? Regardless of whether his daughter would accept this arrangement, he couldn't bear the thought of losing face. What would the people of Oris Hill say if they learned he had married his daughter off to a much older man? He would be the subject of ridicule. Yet, the person he was defying was none other than Isaac. If Isaac truly decided to ruin his family, it wouldn't just be his daughter who suffered, he and his wife would face dire consequences as well. Noticing Grant's prolonged hesitation, Isaac sneered, "It looks like you're determined to resist Master Wade's proposal until the end. If that's your choice, I'll make the call to set everything in motion." With that, Isaac reached for his cell phone. Terrified, Grant exclaimed, "Wait. Don't. Chairman Cameron, please don't do that. I promise. I agree to all of your proposals." Isaac replied coldly, "What were you hesitating for earlier? It would have been better if you had agreed right away. That would have shown respect for Master Wade, and I would have treated you well. But since you couldn't recognize what's good for you and were rude to Master Wade, you are hereby expelled from the Oris Pinnacle Entrepreneurs Association, effective immediately. You will never be allowed to rejoin." "What?" Grant gasped, realizing he had finally joined the Oris Pinnacle Entrepreneurs Association after a tremendous amount of effort. His motivation for joining was to access resources and connections that the association could provide. Since becoming a member, he had indeed received substantial support and promotion from the Oris Pinnacle Entrepreneurs Association. He had even benefited from a significant reduction in corporate income tax, saving him tens of millions of dollars over 5 years, which was crucial for his supermarket chains. Additionally, some real estate business members were offering him preferential prices to purchase more shops, allowing him to expand his business quickly. However, if news of his expulsion spread, his future business opportunities would be severely compromised, and he risked losing all the advantageous policies he had received. The losses would be catastrophic. At that moment, he had no room to complain. Isaac's power was far superior to Don Albert's. If Isaac chose to retaliate, his entire family would be in jeopardy. Moreover, it was entirely possible that all their assets would be frozen, leaving him with nothing. He could end up destitute, begging on the streets. After all, Isaac was indeed a formidable figure in Oris Hill. With no other options, Grant could only plead, "Chairman Cameron, I accept Master Wade's proposal to marry my daughter off to David." Chapter 1291. Grant realized that provoking Isaac was not an option he could afford. Reluctantly, he decided to compromise in this delicate situation. It was incredibly hard for him to come to terms with marrying his daughter off to David. Nevertheless, he believed that sacrificing his daughter's happiness was a better choice than angering Isaac, which could jeopardize the safety and stability of their entire family. When Isaac noticed that Grant had finally consented to Charlie's proposal, he let out a cold snort and remarked, "You should have just accepted Master Wade's proposal without all this unnecessary talk, right?" Grant could only nod vigorously, responding, "Chairman Cameron, you are absolutely correct. I won't waste any more words in the future. Please allow me to keep my membership." Isaac disregarded him and turned to Charlie, asking with respect, "Master Wade, what are your thoughts on this?" Charlie offered a slight smile as he glanced at David and Leanne. He then stated calmly, "Since Mr. Ward is ready to marry off his daughter, you should begin preparations right away. It's already past 10 o'clock in the morning, and the wedding banquet is scheduled for noon. We must be punctual." David was struck with fear. He had never anticipated that Charlie would be serious about him marrying Grant's daughter. While marrying a younger woman over 20 years his junior could be seen as a fortunate opportunity, the real dilemma was how he would explain this to his wife, Leanne. To complicate matters further, Mr. Ward's daughter was currently pregnant with a foreigner's child. Wouldn't he become a father just months after the marriage? He could only imagine the ridicule he would face in Oris Hill when she gave birth to a foreign baby. As a result, David was deeply reluctant to accept Charlie's absurd suggestion. Yet, he understood that Mr. Ward, a man of significant strength and capability, had already yielded. What could he possibly do now? With both Don Albert and Isaac present, he recognized that refusing to act appropriately could lead to dire consequences for himself. In light of this, he respectfully declared to Charlie, "I will accept Master Wade's arrangements." At that moment, Leanne, who had been standing by, erupted in anger. She began to scold David furiously, "David Carson! You heartless bastard! Are you really ready to abandon me? Don't forget how long I've stood by you. Do you have any idea how much I've endured because of you and how much I've contributed to the Carson family? Are you truly going to just cast me aside now?" David's face reflected his pain as he replied, you must see that I have no other option. I can't do anything else. If I offend Master Wade, our entire family could be ruined. Leanne had dedicated her life to building the Carson family. Coming from a background with no connections or resources, she had worked tirelessly alongside David, who had been far less capable when they first married. Together, they had gradually achieved everything they had today. But just when she was on the brink of enjoying the fruits of her labor, she found herself facing the possibility of being cast out of the family. How could she bear such a fate? In her fury, she shouted, "I won't care about any so-called Master Wade. If you dare to divorce me, I will fight you to the end. We can both perish together today." Isaac was taken aback by this audacious woman's defiance against Master Wade. With a cold voice, he warned, "I'm giving you one last chance. You'd better divorce David and leave Oris Hill for good. If you refuse, I will track down everyone in your family and expel them from Oris Hill. You will be responsible for ruining your entire family, don't say you weren't warned." Leanne felt a wave of terror wash over her at these words, nearly causing her to faint. Chapter 1292. Leanne understood that Isaac came from a formidable background. She was also aware that he was truly powerful and possessed the capability to achieve anything he set his mind to. If he truly wished to drive her and her family from Oris Hill, he could undoubtedly succeed. In that scenario, rather than defending her marriage, she would be inflicting pain and damage upon her own family. Her family lacked significant resources to begin with. They had only recently started to experience a bit of financial comfort. If they were forced to leave their hometown because of her actions, their lives would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. No matter the circumstances, she couldn't bear to harm both herself and her family. Otherwise, her relatives would surely curse her for their misfortune. Just as she was on the verge of making the agonizing choice to accept Isaac's ultimatum, she caught sight of Isabella standing next to Charlie. In that moment, Leanne felt as if she had found her savior and rushed toward Isabella. She fell to her knees, sobbing and pleading, "Isabella, I was wrong before. It was all my fault. Auntie made mistakes. I will no longer oppose your marriage to Steve. Please, help me speak to Master Wade and ask him to spare me. Let's make the most of our time and prepare for the wedding quickly. From now on, you will be my beloved daughter-in-law, and I will treat you as if you were my own child. Is that acceptable? I beg you." Leanne had come to a realization. Everything occurring today was a result of her actions against Isabella. Had she not tried so hard to stop Isabella from marrying her son Steve, Master Wade would not have targeted her now. The reason Master Wade was focusing his ire on her stemmed from her earlier behavior toward Isabella. She had brought this wrath upon herself. Furthermore, Leanne had attempted to pressure her son into marrying Mr. Ward's daughter, which surely infuriated Master Wade. This was the reason behind Master Wade's punishment, compelling her husband to wed Mr. Ward's daughter. To resolve this dilemma, she needed to address the root issue, and Isabella was that root. If she could convince Isabella to intercede with Master Wade on her behalf, everything might return to normal. However, Isabella was at a loss, unsure how to respond. She was inherently kind-hearted and did not wish for her fiancé's mother to be left destitute, forced to abandon her hometown. Yet, Isabella couldn't shake the unease that came from recalling Leanne's previous treatment of her. If she did advocate for Leanne to Charlie, and he chose to forgive her, might Leanne not retaliate against her later? Seeing the conflicted and anxious expression on Isabella's face, Leanne recognized her concern about the possibility of future retribution. In response, she began to cry and knelt before Isabella, pleading earnestly, "Please don't worry. I will treat you with kindness from now on. You will be like my own daughter. Let's forget all our past misunderstandings and live happily together. If I ever mistreat you again, I will face dire consequences." Feeling her heart soften, Isabella turned to look at Charlie. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, Charlie. No, I mean Master Wade." Charlie regarded Isabella and interjected coldly, "I understand what you're about to say. But I must clarify that what's happening now is between me and her, not you and her. Therefore, your pleas or intercessions on her behalf will be in vain. I will not, and cannot, give you that consideration. Chapter 1293. Isabella was taken aback by Charlie's assertiveness. At the same time, she understood that Charlie couldn't be doing this just for her benefit. With a look of regret, she turned to Leanne and said, "I'm really sorry, Auntie. There's nothing I can do." Leanne never anticipated that her supposed lifeline would be of no help at all. Turning to Steve, she pleaded through tears, "Steve, you have to help your mom. You know how hard I worked to raise you, right?" Steve felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. After all, Leanne was his mother, and the thought of her being forced to divorce his father and potentially being kicked out of Oris Hill was unbearable. He also dreaded the possibility of his father remarrying someone who was nearly his own age, turning his life upside down. In a moment of desperation, Steve knelt before Charlie and implored, "Charlie, Master Wade, please give my mother another chance. I promise she'll improve." Charlie responded coldly, "I've made it clear that this situation is between me, your father, your mother, and Mr. Ward. These people have shown me nothing but disrespect, mocking and threatening me repeatedly. Do you really think that kneeling will resolve this? We are only meeting for the first time today. Did you genuinely believe I would be swayed?" At that moment, Gary rushed to pull Steve up, exclaiming, "Are you out of your fucking mind, Steve? You dare defy Master Wade now? You need to be quiet." Inside, Gary harbored a mix of glee and fear. He was secretly pleased because he had long been annoyed with Leanne, who often belittled him due to her family's wealth. To him, her current predicament felt almost deserved. Yet, he was also apprehensive. He was concerned that Steve's family would continue to challenge Master Wade, which could lead to dire consequences for them all. If Master Wade chose to retaliate against the Carson family, Gary knew he could be caught in the crossfire. Ultimately, Gary wanted to watch the unfolding drama without getting entangled in it. To him, Steve was playing with fire, and he feared being dragged down with him. As reality sank in, Steve realized his pleas were meaningless in front of Charlie. Charlie's presence here was solely out of respect for his wife, Claire. Claire had brought Charlie along because she was a high school classmate of Isabella's. If Charlie was unwilling to extend any courtesy to Isabella, why would he feel inclined to show any to Steve? Seeing that no one was coming to her aid, Leanne felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. Regret flooded her mind, and she wished she could slap herself for her past actions. Ironically, in her attempts to prevent Isabella from joining the Carson family, she had insulted, ridiculed, and humiliated her. Yet, she now found herself on the verge of being ousted from that very family. If only she had known this would be the outcome, she would have acted differently, even if it cost her dearly. She couldn't help but reflect, "Leanne, oh Leanne, why did you have to confront Isabella? Look where that has led you, deep in trouble. If you divorce David and get expelled from Oris Hill, how will you manage your life going forward?" Charlie glanced at the time and said impatiently, "If we keep stalling, it will be 11 o'clock. Is this wedding going to happen or not?" Upon hearing this, Don Albert coldly ordered Leanne, "Get to the Civil Affairs Bureau and start the divorce process now. If you keep dragging this out, I'll have your entire family thrown out of Oris Hill." Leanne trembled in fear at his words and sobbed, I'll go. I'll go right now." Finally satisfied, Don Albert turned to Grant and said, "Go fetch your daughter. We're leaving now." Chapter 1294. Grant quickly bowed and said, "Don Albert, please hold on for a moment. I need to speak with my daughter briefly. We were just discussing this matter amongst ourselves, so she is not yet aware of what's happening." Don Albert glanced at his watch and responded coldly, "You have 3 minutes. If you delay any longer, you won't get off so easily." Isaac interjected sharply, "Grant, I must warn you. Don't even think about trying any tricks. If I don't see the marriage certificate between David and your daughter, you're finished." Grant nodded frantically and said in a panic, "Chairman Cameron and Don Albert, please don't worry. I wouldn't dare to pull any tricks." Don Albert kicked him directly and scolded, "What good is your promise to us? Go and assure Master Wade instead." Grant quickly crawled in front of Charlie, saying, "Master Wade, you need not worry. I will follow all your instructions and absolutely won't pull any tricks." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Get on with it. I'm still waiting to attend your daughter's wedding banquet." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Grant nodded rapidly. He then turned and hurried out of the crowd to find his wife and daughter. His wife and daughter had not joined him earlier. They were waiting for him to finish his discussions with the Carson family before the wedding could proceed. Meanwhile, his daughter, Sky, was feeling quite anxious. She was very aware of her predicament. She knew that if she didn't hurry to marry someone willing to father a foreigner's child, her situation would only become more complicated as her pregnancy progressed. Being unmarried and giving birth to a foreign child would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation in Oris Hill. How could she expect to hold her head high in the future under such circumstances? To make matters worse, she was already 2 months pregnant. In just a couple of months, her pregnancy would become visible, leaving her with less than 2 months to get married. Recently, she had been searching for a suitable partner. In her mind, she had wished that she wasn't pregnant with a foreigner's child. If that were the case, she could simply conceal her pregnancy, marry someone, and later claim that her child was born prematurely. This way, she could pretend ignorance and achieve her goal through deceit. However, the unfortunate reality was that she was indeed pregnant with a foreigner's baby. Once the child was born, the truth would be revealed. Therefore, deception was out of the question. She needed to marry someone who was aware of her situation and willing to accept it, becoming the father of another man's child. Yet, after searching high and low, she found that those with better reputations and status were simply not interested in being the father of someone else's child. Conversely, she looked down on those who were willing to accept her situation because they often came from poor backgrounds and had low status. When her father informed her that he had found a solution and that Steve was willing to be the father of her child, she felt immense relief. Although she didn't know Steve well, she had seen him before. He was quite handsome, and Sky had a favorable impression of him. Moreover, Steve had attended a prestigious university and came from a respectable family. Their families had business connections, making Steve an ideal choice to father her child. Thus, she had approached the situation with excitement and hope, eagerly awaiting confirmation of the arrangement. When she spotted her father rushing towards her, she asked eagerly, "Dad, is everything settled? Is Steve really going to marry me?" Grant looked at her with a conflicted expression before responding awkwardly, "Sky, the person you're marrying today is not Steve." "What?" Sky exclaimed in surprise. "If it's not Steve, then who is it?" Feeling deeply embarrassed, Grant replied, "It's Steve's father, David." Chapter 1295. What? Sky and her mother felt as if they might faint upon hearing his shocking announcement. His wife erupted in anger, "Grant! Are you out of your fucking mind? Didn't you promise to marry Sky off to Steve from the Carson family? Why on earth are you now suggesting she marry Steve's father, David? David is nearly your age. How could you even consider allowing our daughter to marry him?" Sky joined in the outrage, exclaiming, "Exactly, Dad. Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I have to marry a gross old man, right?" Grant was overwhelmed with embarrassment as he faced his wife and daughter. He began to slap himself in frustration, crying out, "It's all my fault. I fucked up. I was confused and ended up antagonizing people I shouldn't have. Now, Don Albert and Chairman Cameron are on their way here, and they've given me only one option: Sky must marry Steve's father. If not, our family will face ruin." What? Grant's wife felt the world spinning around her. "You offended Don Albert and Chairman Cameron? Are you insane?" Grant responded nervously, "I truly didn't foresee things escalating like this." His wife, filled with dread, demanded, "What in the hell is happening?" With tears streaming down his face, Grant recounted the entire situation in detail. Upon hearing her father's account, Sky collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. "I refuse. I won't marry that horrible old man. I'd rather die than go through with it." Seeing his daughter on the ground, Grant rushed over, "Oh, my daughter. You must be careful not to harm my grandson. Even if he's a child conceived with someone else, he's still my grandson. He doesn't have a father, so he can carry on the Ward family name. We will treat him as our own." Grant's wife, exasperated, retorted, "How can you be thinking about your grandson right now? We need to find a way out of this. You can't let your own daughter marry that awful man." Grant sighed deeply. "Honestly, there's little I can do at this point. If our daughter refuses to marry, it will spell disaster for our family. Do you really believe we can come up with a different solution?" Despair washed over Grant's wife as she cried, "Oh my God! What sins have we committed?" Grant urged, "Stop dwelling on that for now and get the marriage certificate quickly. Master Wade is still waiting for your wedding banquet. If we keep delaying, Don Albert and Chairman Cameron will certainly retaliate against me, and our family will be finished." Sky wailed, "Dad! You can't force me into a living nightmare. You can't expect me to marry that nasty old man. I'm only 26. Grant responded, "If you refuse to marry him, those powerful figures will definitely retaliate. At that point, we might lose everything. Our family could end up with nothing, and you won't even have the means to give birth to your child. You've always lived a life of luxury, insisting on the best food and products. Soon, we might not even be able to afford plain rice." "What?" Sky gasped in despair. Having been spoiled for years, she couldn't imagine living without her extravagant lifestyle. Grant's wife felt equally hopeless upon hearing this. She too couldn't fathom abandoning their affluent lifestyle for a life of poverty. It felt like a death sentence. Wrapping her arms around Sky, she choked out, "Sky, Don Albert and Chairman Cameron are not people we can afford to offend. For the sake of our family, you have to agree to marry David." Then, lowering her voice, she added, "Besides, you won't be able to hide your pregnancy for much longer. You only have a month or two before your belly starts showing. If you can't find someone else to marry you within that time, it'll be too late." "Exactly." Grant quickly chimed in, "Marrying David is just a temporary measure to buy us some time. Once the attention shifts away from us, you can always divorce him later." Hearing this, Sky ground her teeth in frustration but finally relented, "Fine. I'll get the marriage certificate with him first." Chapter 1296. In a desperate attempt to win Charlie's mercy, Leanne had dropped to her knees, repeatedly banging her head against the ground until it swelled. Unfortunately for her, Charlie was completely unimpressed. Charlie was well aware of Leanne's true nature. She was nothing short of a bitch. In fact, her maliciousness surpassed even that of his mother-in-law, Elaine. Though Elaine had always wished for his wife, Claire, to marry a wealthy man, she had never considered marrying her daughter off to someone who already had a child. Leanne, on the other hand, was willing to pressure her son into fathering another's child simply for a dowry of $50 million. She was utterly shameless and devoid of any integrity. Charlie was convinced that her current display of remorse was not genuine but merely a reaction to her circumstances. If he were to grant this woman another opportunity, she would surely treat Isabella even worse in the future. Thus, Charlie resolved to offer her only one option: she must divorce David and would be banned from returning to Oris Hill forever. Meanwhile, David was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. He watched his wife, Leanne, on the verge of collapsing from her relentless sobbing. Yet, Charlie remained unfazed. It appeared that there was no way Charlie would retract his demands. As a result, David felt he had no choice but to proceed with marrying Mr. Ward's daughter. However, upon reflection, this might not be such a bad outcome for David. Even after years together, he had lost all affection for Leanne. While Mr. Ward's daughter might not be particularly beautiful, she was young, and for a man of David's age, that was a significant advantage. Shortly after, Don Albert arrived with Caesar and several others, ready to escort David, Leanne, and Grant's daughter, Sky, to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize both the divorce and the marriage. Steve desperately wished to intervene, but he recognized his inability to do so, resigning himself to the situation. As he witnessed his mother being dragged into the car by several burly men, tears welled up in his eyes. Just then, Charlie turned to him and remarked, "You and Isabella haven't obtained your marriage certificate yet, have you?" Steve quickly nodded, responding respectfully, "No, not yet. My family has always been against it and insisted we wait until after the wedding to discuss getting the certificate." Charlie waved his hand, saying, "That's perfect. You and Isabella should go get your marriage certificate today. You can return here to hold your wedding afterward." Steve felt somewhat embarrassed. If he held his wedding today, wouldn't he be celebrating alongside the new couple, his own father and future stepmother? Seeing Steve hesitate, Charlie pressed, "Isabella has already distanced herself from her family for you. Shouldn't you both get your marriage certificate as soon as possible to give her peace of mind?" Upon hearing this, Steve felt compelled to act quickly. He immediately agreed, exclaiming, "All right, Master Wade. We'll go get our marriage certificates right away." "That's the spirit," Charlie said with satisfaction. "Now hurry and go with Isabella. Come back as soon as you have your certificate. I'm looking forward to your wedding banquet." Chapter 1297. As Don Albert prepared to escort a group of people to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Isaac turned to Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, do you want me to go along and keep an eye on things?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There's no need for you to go. Just stay here and enjoy the wedding banquet with me." Claire, who had been quietly standing beside Charlie, finally spoke up. She noticed that everyone had already been taken away and asked, "Charlie, we came here to attend Isabella and Steve's wedding banquet. Don't you think the situation with his father is a bit inappropriate?" Charlie smiled and asked her, "Wife, what do you consider appropriate? If I don't ensure that Leanne is expelled from the Carson family today, and if we don't teach them a lesson, do you really believe that your high school friend will have a happy life after marrying into the Carson family?" Claire paused for a moment, contemplating his words, before she nodded softly in agreement. She understood that Charlie was correct. If they didn't address the core issue, Isabella would likely face significant difficulties in the future due to Leanne's character. She sighed, expressing her concern, "I just worry that Steve might end up hating us." Charlie replied calmly, "I've done so much for him today. If he still chooses to hate me, then he truly has no hope." With a smile, Charlie gestured for her to follow him. "Let's head into the banquet hall and wait. By the time they handle all these minor issues, it should be almost time to start the wedding banquet." At the Oris Hill Civil Affairs Bureau, a sense of awkwardness hung in the air. Don Albert guided the group inside, where 7 individuals appeared visibly uncomfortable. The group included the young couple, Steve and Isabella, who were meant to be married that day, as well as David, the groom-to-be, along with his current wife, Leanne. Sky, David's future bride, was also present with her parents, ready to register her marriage. Upon entering, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau quickly approached and inquired, "Hello, what can we assist you with today?" Don Albert surveyed the group and asked, "Who would like to go first?" Steve, feeling the pressure, responded, "Isabella and I will register our marriage first." "All right," Don Albert nodded and instructed the staff, "Please help them obtain their marriage certificate." The staff member acknowledged his request and began processing the necessary documentation for the couple. Since they hadn't brought any photos for their marriage registration, the staff quickly took a wedding photo against a red backdrop. Shortly after, a vibrant red marriage certificate was issued. With the certificate in hand, the couple let out a sigh of relief. No matter what challenges lay ahead, they were now legally married. After handing over the marriage certificate, the staff turned to the others and asked, "What brings the rest of you here today?" Don Albert pointed sternly at David and Leanne, saying, "You two need to come forward and get your divorce certificate now." David and Leanne exchanged troubled glances, their faces clouded with confusion. They felt the weight of the situation but dared not cause a scene. Leanne, her eyes puffy from crying, complied with the staff's request to provide her personal information. After verifying their identities, the staff explained, "To proceed with your divorce, you're required to present your original marriage certificate." Chapter 1298. Leanne struggled to hold back her emotions and said, "Comrade, we have our marriage certificate at home. Could you please process the divorce certificate for us first? We can bring the marriage certificate later." The staff member responded, "This isn't how we typically handle things. You both need to return home and retrieve your marriage certificate first." David quickly interjected, "No, that won't work, comrade. We need to finalize the divorce before noon." The staff member attempted to reason with them, saying, even if you no longer have feelings for one another, there's no rush to get divorced right now, is there? You can always return later in the afternoon to complete the process." At that moment, Don Albert chimed in, "Miss, they have been married for many years and lost their marriage certificate long ago. Can't you accommodate them?" After making his point, he gestured toward David and added, "This old bastard needs to finalize his divorce immediately because he's set to marry someone else. The wedding banquet is already booked at the hotel, and we can't afford any delays." The staff looked at David in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and disdain. It was clear to her that David was a selfish man intending to abandon his wife. It was no surprise that he was so eager to end his marriage. He was planning to marry someone else later that day. This man truly epitomized scum. Consequently, she turned to Don Albert and stated, "I will need both parties to submit a written statement declaring that they have lost their marriage certificate. Each of them will need to write and sign their own version." Don Albert nodded slightly before addressing David and Leanne. "Please come forward and write a statement confirming that your marriage certificate is lost, as per the staff's requirements." Without hesitation, they grabbed the pen and paper and began drafting their statements. The content was straightforward, essentially stating their names, identification numbers, and the fact that their marriage certificate was misplaced. Once they completed their declarations, they signed them and handed the documents to the staff member. After verifying the information, the staff member nodded and said, "Since you both have confirmed that your marriage certificate is lost, I will now process your divorce certificate." With that, she entered the necessary information into the system and prepared their divorce certificate. As soon as Leanne received the divorce certificate, she collapsed to the floor, overcome with grief. This marked the end of her marriage with David. She had devoted her life to this family, only to find herself facing such a heartbreaking conclusion. Moreover, this divorce was just the beginning. Following this, she would have to leave Oris Hill for good. She had once lived a joyous and fulfilling life, but now she felt as though she had shattered everything with her own hands. A deep sense of regret filled her heart, and she wished she could erase her choices. At that moment, Don Albert felt a surge of annoyance as he witnessed Leanne sitting on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. He turned to Caesar, who was nearby, and instructed, "Quickly arrange for someone to drive this crazy bitch out of Oris Hill. If she dares to set foot here again, make sure to break her legs before throwing her out once more." Caesar nodded promptly and replied, "Don Albert, don't worry. I'll personally ensure she's thrown out of Oris Hill." Chapter 1299. Caesar extended his hand, preparing to usher Leanne out. Leanne, overwhelmed with emotion, protested, "You, at the very least, let me go home to pack some clothes." Caesar responded coldly, "You ridiculous bitch. You're still thinking about packing your clothes? I'm already being generous by not stripping you of your clothes right now. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure to throw you out without any." Upon hearing this, Leanne fell silent, obeying like a docile pet as Caesar led her away. Once Leanne was gone, Don Albert pointed at Skye and commanded, "You, come here." Skye felt a deep reluctance within her but had no choice but to comply with Don Albert's orders. With a trembling voice, she approached him, saying, Don Albert." Don Albert nodded and gestured to the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Prepare a marriage certificate for these two," he instructed, indicating Skye and David. The staff, taken aback, stammered, "Wait, you want me to prepare a marriage certificate for them?" "Yes," Don Albert affirmed. "It's for both of them. Hurry up and get it done." Though the staff member was shocked, it only solidified her opinion. This David, at around 50 years old, was the epitome of a scoundrel. He had brought both his wife and mistress to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize divorce and marriage proceedings simultaneously. Was this man truly so heartless? As a young woman, she held a particular disdain for scumbags. While she could occasionally understand the behavior of attractive or privileged men, it was hard to comprehend a man as old and unattractive as David acting so shamelessly. Despite her feelings of disgust, the young woman kept her discontent to herself and proceeded to handle the necessary paperwork for David and Skye's marriage. Before they could receive their marriage certificate, the couple was required to take a wedding photo together. Thus, they stood side by side in front of a red curtain, resembling more of a father and daughter than a couple. Sky's expression was strained, though she was deeply unhappy, she masked it well. Meanwhile, David was wrapped in a swirl of emotions. What troubled him the most was the dilemma of Sky's pregnancy. Should he encourage her to consider an abortion when they returned home? At that moment, Grant wore a somber expression and said, "David, I won't comment on this issue today, but I expect you to treat my daughter well from now on. If you don't, you'll see my wrath." David quickly responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Ward. I will do everything I can to take care of her." Grant continued, "And you must not let my daughter terminate the pregnancy under any circumstances. If you do, I will never forgive you. Do you understand?" David felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Wasn't the child just the offspring of a foreigner? Why was Grant so adamant about not allowing an abortion? If this mixed-race baby were to be born, it would surely bring him disgrace. What could he do? However, David knew better than to defy Grant. His very livelihood depended on his favor. If he angered him, he knew the Carson family's fortune would suffer. Thus, he could only nod in agreement, saying, "Mr. Ward, you can rest easy. I won't ask Sky to terminate the pregnancy." Grant's expression softened with relief. "If you both decide you do not want the child once it's born, you can leave it in my and my wife's care. We'll raise it ourselves." Chapter 1300. That's wonderful. David finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the good news. At that moment, the staff called both of them to the counter to proceed with their marriage certificate application. Sky was 26 this year, while David was 52, making their age difference exactly double. The young lady in charge of issuing the marriage certificate handed it to them with a barely concealed look of disdain. Once the marriage certificate was successfully issued, Don Albert smiled slightly and said, "All right, since both couples have received their marriage certificates today, we should quickly head back to the hotel. Master Wade is waiting for the wedding banquet to begin." Consequently, the four of them followed Don Albert back to the Hilton Hotel. At this time, the banquet hall in the Hilton was bustling with relatives and friends of the Carson family. Charlie sat at the table closest to the stage with his wife, Claire. Isaac was also seated at the same table. After Don Albert brought the two couples back, he hurried over to Charlie to update him on their status. Upon hearing that they had successfully obtained their marriage certificates, Charlie nodded in approval and said, "I believe it's time to start the wedding without delay." Don Albert quickly responded, "Grant has gone to find a wedding dress for his daughter. We will commence the wedding banquet promptly at 11:58 a.m. Charlie nodded again, satisfied, and remarked, "That old bastard, David, really struck gold today. He's left behind an unattractive older woman and is now marrying a much younger woman. Plus, he's even getting a 2-for-1 deal, as he'll be a father in a few months." "Indeed." Don Albert chuckled before adding, "Master Wade, you truly have a remarkable ability. This is the ultimate arrangement." Charlie smiled slightly, saying, "This is why one should never look down on others, regardless of their own capabilities or power." If David and Leanne hadn't underestimated their future daughter-in-law, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament today. "I hope they've learned their lesson." Don Albert nodded in agreement, saying, "Master Wade, you are absolutely correct." Claire, standing nearby, observed Charlie with admiration in her beautiful eyes. While she felt that her husband's approach was somewhat unexpected and perhaps a bit extreme, she couldn't help but realize that Charlie's actions were ultimately satisfying for everyone involved. An ordinary person would never have conceived such a solution, showcasing that her husband possessed a unique skill and spirit that set him apart. In that moment, Claire recalled the way Jasmine, the eldest daughter of the Moore family, had looked at Charlie in the bridal shop. She suddenly felt that her husband had transformed into someone quite different, now radiating a captivating charm that attracted women. As Claire's thoughts wandered in this direction, the lively strains of the wedding march began to play in the background. A male MC took to the stage, his expression a blend of joy and emotion as he announced, "Thank you all for being here today. This is a very special occasion as we gather to witness the marriage of two couples. Please join me in welcoming our first couple, the groom, David Carson, and the bride, Sky Ward." The relatives and friends of the Carson family felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them as they listened to the MC call out their names. Seeing the Carson family in silence, Don Albert stood up and exclaimed, "What the hell are you all thinking? Aren't you going to give the bride and groom a round of applause?"